The moment Seung Yun lands back on Earth from the Tower of Trials, he reaches out to his former coach, the very same guy who had tossed him out of the Hunter Training Center. Seung Yun is dead set on taking the Hunter exam once more. The coach chuckles mockingly, reminding him that all his past attempts were utter flops. He well knows that Seung Yun stands no chance. Yet Seung Yun is adamant, even hinting he's ready to demand a refund for those 7 years of wasted training. When he shows up at the Hunter Association, the coach is determined to make Seung Yun's upcoming failure spectacular. He gets the toughest opponent lined up, and even sabotages the sword Seung Yun is meant to fight with, all to show the main character who's boss. Seung Yun is offered a choice between 1 to 10 opponent levels. Previously, he always picked a level 1 goblin, and still ended up losing because he was just too weak. But this time, he stuns his coach by selecting a level 10 opponent, the Phoenix. As soon as the test kicks off, the Phoenix immediately casts a debuff, slowing him down by 25%, and right after the first clash, the sword shatters just as the coach intended. But Seung Yun remains cool under pressure. With his insane strength and speed, he jabs the Phoenix right in the eye with the broken blade fragment. Then, he yanks a tile from the demolished floor and hurls it with such power that it smashes the Phoenix's head apart instantly. The tile nearly nails the coach, who stands frozen, absolutely baffled. He's stuck in disbelief, trying to grasp how this former weakling suddenly became so formidable. Just a short while ago, he was merely a hopeless underdog. 5 years back, a day would come when a mysterious calamity would strike. A terrifying disaster known as a dungeon break occurred. Waves of monsters spilled out, causing immense suffering for countless souls. Amid this chaos, Seung Yun's parents were unable to escape and tragically passed away. In an instant, he lost everything, making a vow to himself while shedding tears of blood. From that moment forward, he swore he would transform into a hunter, tearing apart monsters and wiping them all out. Or so he believed. 5 years later, on the actual anniversary of that disaster, he was expelled from the Hunter Training Center. Feeling utterly hopeless, his trainer held nothing back when belittling him, emphasizing just how junky his talent was. Usually, those who awaken receive a few months in an exclusive training hall before becoming hunters. However, our guy had far exceeded that time limit. He had devoted 7 long years to training, and his trainer didn't want any so-called trash ruining the Institute's hard-earned reputation. No matter how much he persisted, the trainer shut him down time and again, even beating him severely whenever he dared to return. All that remained was a broken boy with one last wish, which was to somehow grow stronger or discover an innate trait of his own. Even though it seemed like everything was lost for him, his fierce determination and burning desire to improve didn't go unnoticed. The Tower of Trials was on the lookout for worthy challengers globally, and due to his iron will, our boy was granted a spot among them. He was drawn into the void where the Tower of Trials offered him a chance to pick the difficulty level for what lay ahead. The higher the challenge, the better the rewards. At that moment, Seung Yun was clueless about what was unfolding, but his instincts screamed that this was his opportunity. So, he seized it, selecting the difficulty he wanted. With his level set, he was thrown straight into the very first stage of the Tower of Trials. He finds himself in an endless desert armed with nothing but a sword to protect himself. His mission is to endure in this place and unlock the innate trait he had always yearned for. Yes, the very same trait he had tirelessly pursued in the real world, only to end up empty-handed. Witnessing this chance bestowed upon him feels surreal, but little does he know. This innate trait won't simply be handed to him on a silver platter. He figures this out the moment a colossal sand golem bursts forth from the ground, determined to crush him under its immense weight. His new goal is to survive against the sand golem for the next 10 minutes. And guess what? It's not going to be an easy feat, because our guy chose hard mode for his trial difficulty. Here's the main twist. If he fails the mission, the consequence is death. Han sprints desperately for survival, but a troubling thought flashes in his mind, questioning if he can really flee from the sand golems by just dashing around like this. The monster lunges at him in a wild frenzy, and our hero realizes that this sand golem is swifter than it appears. Despite its massive size, he figures it's utterly ridiculous to think he could run for 5 minutes straight with his stamina in this harsh desert, similar to every minute he's survived here. Han gasps for air as he runs, reflecting on how this hellish realm armed him only with a sword and told him to survive. Yet, he yearns for some direction on what he's truly meant to do. He either succumbs to fleeing or faces death in a fight. Meanwhile, the sand golem is just a couple of strides away from crushing Seung Yun while our hero shouts in a manic panic. Our hero feels utterly lost, scrambling to figure out how on earth he is supposed to defeat this creature. In this moment of sheer danger, his mind snaps when a memory resurfaces, and Han recalls all those mocking faces that made him believe himself to be worthless in this world. It feels like he's being crushed beneath the weight of those harsh words, fearing he may meet an embarrassing end just by attempting to flee. In that instant, Our hero stands defiantly, refusing to retreat in cowardice. 7 years of striving to become a hunter have taught Han, without a doubt, that he knows more than many in the hunting field when it comes to theories. With his heart racing, he realizes that running won't grant him any solutions. At the very least, he has to devise a way to stay alive. It's then that Seung Yun conjectures that monsters like sand golems can be halted by destroying their core. Yet, those cores are often located in tricky spots. Our guy simply decides to make the core more accessible. And so, he plants his feet in the sand, coming to a standstill. In one smooth motion, Han takes a mighty leap and slices his sword through the monster. While he successfully staggers the sand golem, Seung Yun seizes the opportunity to reach for the core. As he spots it, he begins to smash the large red core with his sword. Though it begins to crack, the monster rises again, prompting our hero to skid backward. A wave of frustration overtakes him as Han stands just a heartbeat away from shattering the core. As our hero tries to strike it one last time, the sand golem seizes him tightly, squeezing the poor guy mercilessly. Our hero cries out in agony, teetering on the edge of death as the taunting echoes of humiliating words swirl in his mind, belittling and breaking him down. That's when our hero breaks free from those voices in his head. In that moment, Han hurls his sword with a fierce resolve, aiming it right at the heart of the enemy's core. Thankfully, the sword makes contact with the core, and our hero triumphantly destroys the heart of the sand golem. The monster crumbles away, and Seung Yun tumbles as sand cascades all around him. He sits there in disbelief, questioning if he truly eliminated the monster on his own. Yet it's evident he had only just barely emerged victorious. With that, Han clears the first floor of the Tower of Trials. As blood drips from his wounds, he can't suppress his joy at having survived. As a reward, he unlocks unique traits, receives 1,000 points, and gains a bonus skill. Fast recovery. The rewards astonish Han, leaving him in a daze because it feels so unreal. After 7 years of grinding, he never received any rewards, only scorn and ridicule in return. Soon after, he unlocks a unique trait, and Seung Yun receives the title of Necromancer. That's when our hero realizes he can also become a hunter, but only if he manages to stay alive. Suddenly, a whirlwind of red aura swirls back, and Han notices that it's the mist left behind by the fallen sand golem. It seems his new skill, Necromancy, has been activated, allowing him to absorb the spirit of the sand golem. Our hero processes this black fog as his unique trait. Nonetheless, he chooses to absorb the monster's spirit, and the fog rushes toward Han violently, giving him a scare. Han absorbs the spirit of the sand golem, which boosts his efficiency by 7%. Oddly enough, that red orb of energy gets swallowed into our hero's body, making him freak out. Since he can sense the spirit within, he soon realizes he can store it if he absorbs it. Han taps into this spirit energy to permanently boost his stats, feeling a surge of vitality filling his body. This leaves our hero almost unable to comprehend the miracle unfolding before him, as his stats have genuinely increased. Never in 7 years had he managed to boost his stats. But now, Seung Yun is finally able to enhance his stats permanently thanks to this unique necromancy trait. A tidal wave of surprised joy hits him when he realizes he can become a hunter if he returns to the real world with this incredible skill. Soon after, the system instructs Han to head to the waiting room. As our hero steps through the portal, he collapses due to excessive blood loss, and his injuries turn out worse than he expected. Out of nowhere, a green whirlwind envelops Seung Yun, and in the blink of an eye, he's fully healed, given the sheer volume of blood he lost. He figures he'll be restored completely once the trial wraps up, but what shocks him even more is spotting a huge bed. Wondering how they managed to fit just one bed in such a spacious room. Regardless, he hops onto the bed, contemplating his next strategy, while our guy ponders if he'll manage to escape the tower. What bothers him most is why this tower beckoned him to this peculiar place. Suddenly, the system interrupts his thoughts. He receives notification that he can access 5 commands: Info, Store, Community, Inventory, and Trial. Uttering these words will trigger the commands. Han Seung Yun's brain buzzes with questions, but he snaps back to focus on surviving for the time being. He then calls out the word Trial to activate it, discovering that there are 23 hours remaining until the second floor trial. Our hero now understands he must face additional trials and activates a community chat where others forced into this tower are chatting. Han realizes that the participants in the room feel lost, and, to add to that, the non-hunters like him are also dragged into this odd location. Suddenly, the admin pops into the chat, silencing other players from messaging, since he has an essential announcement for those who have completed the tutorial. Our guy remains clueless on how to return, but he's set on memorizing every piece of information available. The admin discloses that the points gained during trials serve as currency within the Tower of Trials. More critically, They can't acquire even a single drop of water without points. Ultimately, the sole method to earn points is by undergoing trials. While this feels a lot like a survival game, Han realizes he must adapt to the tower's rules quickly. Otherwise, he's doomed. The fact that he can't even obtain water without points means that to accumulate points, he must consistently clear the trials. With that, the admin exits the chat after dropping a bombshell. And Seung Yun feels disgruntled since he thought he'd return as a hunter. But he is yanked back to reality. Our guy then glances at the longsword and opens the store as this weapon won't cut it for survival. After acquiring a new weapon, Han begins training while pondering that all hunters lost their stats upon entering the tower. Yet, he thinks learning skills they've mastered before should be easier. Hence, our guy can't shake the feeling that he's not starting at the same level as the others, who are seasoned hunters. Han gets fired up as he trains with all his might, determined to catch up. The fire of dedication eventually drains him, causing him to collapse on the floor, panting. However, in a flash, all his energy is restored. Thanks to the healing magic of the waiting room, he can train tirelessly. Just as our hero feels inspired to prepare for the next trial, his stomach growls in hunger. He scrolls through the inventory for something to munch on, finding he only has 40 points left for food and water. He feels fortunate to have those extra points. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dream of getting a shield. It looks like there are 17 minutes remaining until the next trial starts. And Han notices that even the previously confused chat is silent now, all ready to tackle the second floor. But a sliver of doubt creeps into Seung Yun's thoughts. Uncertain if he'll survive this time around, he shakes off that trepidation, determined to live no matter what. Just like that, the trial kicks off in 10 seconds, and our guy gets transported to the tower's second floor, which, this time, resembles a thick forest. The mission of this trial is to take down the leader of the orc tribe within a set time limit. Our guy stands on a cliff, able to clearly spot the orc village below. A jolt of fear courses through him as he sees a horde of gigantic orcs, but what terrifies him the most is that they expect him to leap into the crowd of orcs and defeat their leader. After that, Han Seung Yun gathers his courage and trudges down, hiding in the bushes to keep an eye on the orcs. Typically, in dungeons, if there's an orc guard, a hunter's lurking nearby too. Our hero struggles to even take down one orc hunter. But here's the kicker, there are a whole bunch of orcs. To tackle this orc army, they'll need at least a crew of E-rank hunters to survive the encounter. Feeling a sense of despair, Han decides to pull back and brainstorm a better strategy. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hits him, and he figures out how to ace this trial. He starts a fire, gathering enough firewood to fuel it further. He then stashes the firewood in his inventory, and miraculously, it works. Our main character narrates that, while orcs might seem lazy, they're actually quite industrious. They hunt each morning and return as the sun dips behind the horizon. This gives Han ample time to put his plan into action. Our hero realizes that the key to overcoming this tough, heavily numbered trial lies in fire. Meanwhile, Seung Yun waits patiently to pounce at the perfect moment. According to the Hunter Association, the orc guards don't always stand watch. They often drift back to the village for meals or breaks. That's when Han seizes the opportunity to toss the firewood close to the orc village. In an instant, the flames spread. The forest surrounded by the village ignites. Amidst the chaos, the orcs scramble, while our guy hurries to execute his next move. He aims to encircle the village with fire, preventing any orc hunters from returning home. But before that can happen, Han must take out at least 2 orc workers. Just when the orc workers rush to fetch water to douse the flames, he stealthily approaches and drives his sword into one of them. After defeating an orc worker, Seung Yun finally absorbs its spirit, just as he's been waiting for. His proficiency grows by 9%. Suddenly, he spots an orc guard looming behind him and deftly dodges the crushing blow aimed at him. With his sword held high, Han channels the spirits he's collected to bolster his stats. Boosted in strength, just moments later, he obliterates the guard orc, severing its head. The skill's rapid recovery rejuvenates him, and he learns that consuming the guard's spirit has amplified his stamina. As his stats rise, Seung Yun feels a wave of confidence. If this keeps up, the threat of battling a guard orc will shrink dramatically. Determination washes over him, and he counts the remaining threats: 3 orc workers, 1 guard, and an old clan leader. He knows that if he takes down the guard, he can easily wipe out the old clan leader. On top of that, Han's spirits lift after absorbing the guard spirit, making the thought of dispatching the workers feel like a breeze. With that, he charges at the orcs. After eliminating the workers, he sees that the guard orc has strayed from the clan head, abandoning its post. Basically, this guard orc is the last hurdle left to jump. Our hero slices through the orc minions, ripping them apart. After dealt with the majority, he's left facing the guard. Suddenly, The clan leader unleashes a fiery attack aimed at Seung Yun. The flames blaze wildly through the air, powerful and relentless. But Han's shield protects him from the scorching onslaught. The flames are held at bay by the shield, while the head orc believes it has vanquished its foe. Swiftly, as the dust settles, our hero stands, singed clothes and a shield marred by battle. It turns out Han has achieved a feat by enduring the fire. With this, he unlocks the skill, Fire Resistance. Armed with this new iconic ability, those orcs are as good as toast. As rage simmers in Han's eyes, preparing for a brutal takedown, he confronts the clan leader and ruthlessly hacks off both its hands. The orc lets out a scream of pain as blood pours forth, and it scurries into the tent, panicked. Suddenly, Han Seung Yun enters to a staggering scene. The head orc is shielding its terrified little ones, showing that even monsters can love their families. This sight evokes a memory within Han, recalling how his parents urged him to flee and survive during a monster attack. They protected him at the cost of their own lives. At that moment, a young orc unsheathes a knife to retaliate against Han, but he thinks it's utterly foolish and promptly strikes the young orc on the head with the blunt end of his sword. Seung Yun vows that even as a ghost, he'll ensure to sever the monster's bloodline. Just like that, our hero takes out the orc leader and wraps up the second level of the Tower of Trials. In the waiting room, Han Seung Yun's shield is toast after the beating it took. But hey, thanks to that, our hero made it out alive. That was a nail-biter. And our hero checks the chat to see how everyone else fared. But what a shocker, most of the team didn't make it. While Han thinks it's savage, his eyes widen in disbelief when he spots a message from a teammate claiming he found a way back to Earth using a question voucher. Our guy is completely stunned and triggers the information command, one of the 5 he can use. It turns out Han can ask the moderator a question using this voucher. And every time he clears a new floor, he gets another voucher. They discover that by sharing info from these question vouchers, the chat room vibe shifts into a sharing hub for their findings. This is the main draw of the chat room. The big news is, there's a temporary return stone available for purchase that lets someone return to Earth for a couple of days after completing the 5th floor. Plus, there's also intel about what lies beyond the 7th floor. A major system expansion is on the horizon, and items that allow permanent returns to Earth will be up for grabs. After digesting all this info, Han Seung Yun figures that if he heads back to Earth with his current skills, he'd breeze through to becoming an E-rank hunter. However, this pressure weighs heavy on him, because if he had these abilities on Earth, it would be total chaos. The more Han thinks about going back, the more it dampens his spirits. He logically reminds himself that he just scraped through the 2nd floor, and reaching the 8th floor sounds like a pipe dream. Still, our hero chooses to keep a positive attitude, since his abysmal stats have shot up and are now nearing 20. First, he absorbs all 5 spirits he risked his neck for, boosting his stats, and his body fills with newfound power. As soon as those spirits swirl into him, Han finally understands what they mean by the realm beyond humans. His strength could now rival a high-ranked monster after absorbing those 5 spirits, and he bolts off to test his speed, but he loses control and smacks into a wall, causing his nose to bleed. It's all due to his rapid growth, so the adjustment for his body is crazy. Shortly after, Han buys a big dead tree shield for 2,100 points. Crafting it from a massive dead tree, it activates a buff when Han's stamina wanes. Our guy thinks it'll be perfect if he combines it with the reward items from his last trial. He equips the Black Steel Dagger, which has impressive reaction and attack speed, and the Assassin's Cape that boosts all stats by 5 when agility is below 50, enhancing his speed. Han gets all geared up with his items and sets his sights on mastering them before the next trial kicks off. With that, he dives into intense training, fueled by his determination to become so strong that no one dares to approach him. Hours later, Seung Yun steps into the 3rd floor of the tower, where the trial's theme is a duel. Our hero finds himself in a cave and is alerted that the Guardian of Darkness is about to appear. Han gears up, knowing that, like the sand golem, this monster could strike from any angle, so he must stay sharp. The countdown hits 0, and the Guardian of Darkness leaps from the shadows. Even our hero can't feel a trace of the monster's movements. To his surprise, the creature catches Han off guard with a swift ambush, stabbing him in an instant. The Guardian of Darkness proves to be more dangerous than he anticipated, as it grins while our hero groans in agony. Disoriented by the sudden attack, he's then tasked with defeating the Guardian of Darkness, the doppelganger, which mimics Han like a shadow. Han Seung Yun fights hard against the Guardian of Darkness and activates his fast recovery skill. He realizes that his spine would have been severed had he not dodged. But then he takes note of something. Seung Yun observes his opponent's position, mimicking his own, and realizes the doppelganger is copying his every move. Our hero decides to test his theory by clashing with it once and lands a hit. But then he discovers it can heal itself. In a split second, The Guardian of Darkness lunges at our guy with the exact moves Sun Sung pulled off earlier. Han quickly assesses the situation and resolves to use his own skills to take down this foe, but is shocked when it suddenly strikes at him. Somehow, the doppelganger finds a way to grow even stronger in mere moments. Han Seung Yun activates the assassin's cape, unleashing its special effect. He resolves to finish this within just 1 minute. Our hero inflicts some damage to its body, but as he thinks it's working, his arm gets severed, causing him to cry out in agony. Sun Yun watches the Guardian of Darkness and notes it's not moving at all. Our hero realizes it will take time to heal, viewing this as the perfect opportunity to take it out. However, with his hand amputated, he brainstorms a way to do it without holding a sword. An idea strikes him, and though he thinks it sounds crazy, Sun Yun feels it's better to risk everything than to give up without a fight. Using his shield, he slams it against the Guardian, sending it crashing to the ground. Seizing this moment, Han Seung Yun delivers a powerful blow with the shield. The system cheers him on for clearing the 3rd floor of the Trial of Towers. Stepping into the 4th floor's waiting area, Han Seung Yun finds all his injuries and debuffs healed, testing his newfound strength against a wall. He's thrilled to find he healed perfectly and contemplates the spirit of the doppelganger he snagged after passing the 3rd floor trial. He believes this spirit is unmatched compared to other monsters he's faced. Meanwhile, the system announces that his necromancy skill has hit 100% proficiency, with his rank boosting by 1. Sunung Yun achieves necromancy level E and discovers he can now absorb opponents' skills. Moreover, he gains a special ability, allowing him to randomly acquire one of the awakened skills from the spirit. While absorbing the spirit of death, our hero realizes this was how he gained fast recovery after nearly facing death. Fully aware that skills are hard to come by, Han Seung Yun never imagined holding such a broken trait. Thus, he decides to tempt fate. With that, he walks into the 4th floor community, feeling right at home while waiting in the lobby. As our hero is about to swipe the screen, he catches a glimpse of the trial announcement, revealing it to be a team trial where they must cooperate effectively. Sun Yun spots a comment from another competitor, suggesting the competition among hunters may end up being a deadly fight, leaving him in shock. The next trial kicks off, with the system alerting him that he's paired with another challenger, and they must defeat the Goblin King within 1 day. The system emphasizes the failure penalty is death as Han finds himself in front of 2 additional hunters. A girl named Lee Hun introduces herself, saying she'll be adding her abilities as an E-rank hunter from Earth to help the team out. The other guy, Lee Sung Huna, specializes in close combat and flaunts his status as a D-rank hunter from Earth, which explains his cocky attitude. Our protagonist shares that he's also skilled in close combat, clarifying that he's not a hunter yet, but aspires to become one in this realm, piquing Sun Hoon's interest while revealing his condescending view. Our guy, however, remains confident he can pull his weight, but his teammate mocks him, warning that he could get booted if he proves to be a liability. Sunung Yun, having faced such treatment before, momentarily forgets how people used to treat him. Yet, he's wary of Sun Hoon's skills, causing him to fall silent. Our hero knows only skills hold value in the tower. The system updates him on the trial's theme, a 3 versus 3 battle, where teamwork is essential to outpace the rival team. With that, the castle doors swing open. Lee struggles against the goblins, baffled at how they're fighting in such a coordinated manner, and yells at the rookie, who is our hero, to join the fight. Meanwhile, our guy rolls his eyes, annoyed that Lee isn't observing the battlefield. Lee Hyan promises she'll help him after finishing her spell, but she's cut off when Sun Hoon shouts, demanding that she buffs him immediately. She laments that her supportive spells are all spent, not knowing what to do when Seung Yun steps up, declaring he'll assist his teammate since he needs it. Han attempts to stop our hero but fails, worried about who's watching her back, and as she turns, she's left speechless, seeing all the goblins lie defeated. Sun Hoon completely loses it after failing to take down the goblins, and he points fingers at the newbie for letting him down. Just as a goblin is about to land a hit, a figure steps in and takes it out. It's Han Seung Yun, commanding him to back off since he's just messing up the flow with his changing energy. With each swing, Han obliterates the goblins as if they were mere butter, earning himself the title of Goblin Hunter. He quickly turns the tables on the big guy, calling him a nuisance. Then, Han Seung Yun goes into overdrive, chopping the goblins into bits. Lai Hun stands there, mouth agape, as he watches Han slice through the foes like a ghost on a mission. The goblins' spirits linger, but our hero realizes they can't perceive his special sword energy, allowing him to absorb them effortlessly and level up his stats. Sunun discovers that goblins have a transferable skill, an enhanced perception that'll give him an edge in spotting sneaky enemies. At that moment, he spots a goblin and can't help but grin, knowing he's struck gold. The team comes back together, and that clumsy Lee swaggeringly approaches Han, claiming the newbie just got lucky against the weak goblins. Lee chuckles nervously, trying to mask his fear. Our guy cuts straight to the chase, declaring he'll take charge and lead for better team efficiency. A quick, lethal glare from Han puts Lee in his place, and he asks if there's an issue. Lee quickly complies, asking what else needs doing. Seung Yun instructs Lee to guard the girl hunter, Lee Han, while directing her to keep guiding them from behind. Lee readily agrees, and they continue their search. Our hero zips through the battlefield, decimating goblins while absorbing their souls to boost his expertise. It's revealed that there's still 14 hours remaining until the third trial wraps up. Later, the team marches on, but Lee Hyun grows suspicious because goblins used to show up regularly, and now it's eerily quiet. Suddenly, Han sees something and dashes toward it. They arrive to find other goblin minions wiped out before they could even get there. Our guy realizes that the other challengers have beaten them to the punch. Meanwhile, Lee Seung-hoon is amazed to think the rival team took down the enemies so swiftly. Seung Yun touches the goblin blood, noting it's still warm. A wave of urgency hits him. They have to catch up fast. Otherwise, if the opposing team defeats the goblin boss first, the penalty will be death. Han urges them to hurry up. While over on the other side, Lee Seon deals with a slew of goblins, gagging as he eliminates them. Sporting a wicked grin, he beheads the last goblin, and his teammates cheer him on for a job well done. Yet, Lee Seon rants about how he's the only one doing the heavy lifting here. He then turns to his teammate, Lee Junho, asking if he's enjoying the free ride, and orders him to open the boss room door so they can head back. Poor Lee Junho hesitantly approaches the door, uneasy about what's behind it. Suddenly, a system notification blares that all members of the Challengers team will enter the Goblin King's Spiral Tower, and the boss battle will commence once only one team remains. A foreboding red aura envelops them, locking them in at that point. It turns out Han Seung Yun's team arrives at the Spiral Tower too. Seeing the other team alive frustrates Leon. While our guy tells his team that he intends to take on the others solo, he asks Lee Hyun for only an agility boost. Despite knowing Han Seung Yun is tough, she expresses her worry. She's seen his power firsthand, but hunters can be just as intimidating as the monsters they face. Han agrees, promising to signal her if things turn dicey, leaving the backup to her if that happens. Once she boosts his agility, our hero strides toward the enemy. Honestly, our main character gives off some serious Assassin's Creed vibes. He looks incredibly cool as he makes his way, and Seung Yun believes he's far above the average hunter, having taken down over 30 goblins. While Lee Sion's team readies themselves, our guy dashes toward his foes, confident he will prevail. Our hero radiates such a fierce vibe that even sends Leon scrambling behind his buddy, Lee Junho. Like a scaredy cat, he orders Junho to unleash his shield with every ounce of strength he can muster. Just then, Junho activates an expansive shield, wrapping them up in a protective cocoon. However, Han, with his jaw-dropping power, dramatically cleaves right through that barrier with his sword, shattering it to pieces. Meanwhile, the enemy team is bombarded by the wreckage from the broken barrier. Seizing the moment, our hero slashes through two foes in one swift move. Now, face to face with Lee San. A heartbeat later, the brawl rages on. Seung Yun and Sion dance around each other, dodging blows while landing strikes. As their swords clash, our hero detects something off. Han knows he's got the upper hand here, yet this opponent keeps blocking his strikes in a bizarre fashion. Our guy concocts a plan to unleash more of his ability to crack this mystery wide open and ambushes him from behind for the kill. But in a twist nobody saw coming, that guy senses Han's sneak attack as if he had eyes in the back of his head, miraculously dodging the blow with his sword. That's when our hero spots the glowing red eyes and realizes he can see the trajectory of his sword. Meanwhile, Seung Yun devises a wild plan, hurling his shield toward Sion to block his sight so he can't use his skills anymore. The shield obscures Ian's vision, allowing Han to charge at him the moment his sight clears. In that split second, our hero plunges his sword into Leon, taking him out for good. With that, our hero completes a special mission with bonus rewards. After brutally dispatching his challengers, Han notices his hand shaking as fresh blood drips from it, prompting her to ask if he's alright. A shadow crosses Seung Yun's face, but he assures her he's just fine. Lee Hai realizes that our guy must be reeling from taking a human life. She thought he'd be all tough and fearless. Regardless, there's no time for mourning, as Han is eager to dive into the boss battle right away, asking Han and Lee Seung-hun, who are pumped to join. Meanwhile, our hero makes quick work of the trial's target, the Goblin King, treating it like a walk in the park, leaving Lee convinced he's dealing with a true monster. After that, they wrap up the 4th floor trial, and as a reward for their success, they each get a stat boost of 4, along with an instant acceleration skill as an extra treat. Lee Seung-hun heads to the lobby first, and while our hero wishes Han a safe journey, she replies with a word of thanks. The girl hunter steps forward and tells him he only did what he had to do, referring to his actions against humans. She claims it was something they all must face, and had Seung Yun not done it, she would have stepped up for survival. Our hero beams at this, and Han sends him a friend request. The girl gives Han thanks since they conquered the 4th trial thanks to him, but feels a bit down because she didn't snag any rewards. Han blushes and asks our guy to keep her in mind once he returns to Earth, mentioning she's with the White Silver Guild. With that, the girl takes her leave, leaving our hero blushing. Now alone, our hero contemplates whether to absorb the human souls or not. He recalls when he first discovered he could do this. He hesitated because he knew crossing that line would mean there's no turning back. A wicked smirk creeps across his face, and that's when he resolves his choice. Han thinks it through and deduces that he can grow stronger. He wouldn't take lives unless absolutely necessary. Driven by fierce determination, Han decides to absorb the human soul. He realizes that Seung Yun's dream of becoming a hunter ignites other hidden aspirations within him. The Tower of Trials offers him a rare opportunity, and there's no way he'll let this chance slip through his fingers. Our hero has an unquenchable thirst to advance through this tower. After that, Han strides into the lobby of the 5th floor, where the system expands. A new trial totalization system has been launched, which will rank every challenger. The system prompts our guy to choose a username, and he settles on the hunter. On the challenger's rank panel, the top 5 spots are occupied by SS rank hunters. Our hero finds it intrusive and wonders if his name makes it onto the list. He scrolls up and, to his shock, finds his username positioned at 16th. Seung Yun is flabbergasted by his rank since it's far beyond what he initially anticipated. The system, on the other hand, explains that those competing in the top 50 will be known as pioneers. They'll receive perks on the 8th floor. If these players stay pioneers until they hit that level, they'll unlock a special privilege called Halo. Han is curious if this is a new skill, and is confident he'll uncover its secrets when he reaches it. Our hero absorbs 3 human souls, and as the energy surges, Seung Yun feels like he has truly eclipsed human limits. Later, Han buys a return stone that lets him head back to his earlier location for 3 days. He decides to test it and see if he can bring gear along. Using the stone, Han zips back to Earth, where his powers skyrocket to a whole new plane. Player Han's desire to return home is granted, and after using the return stone, our guy finds himself crashing into a portal back to Earth. He lands at his place, realizing he has to return to the Tower of Trials in 3 days. Moments later, Seung Yun opens his eyes in his room, astounded to find himself back home. Before tackling anything else, our guy prioritizes catching up on sleep because this bed is a slice of heaven compared to the waiting room. But then, a strong stench hits his nose, and Han realizes he really needs a shower. Getting up, he finds the weapons from the tower he smartly brought along. It turns out that bringing gear from the tower back to Earth works wonders, meaning other players can also return with their items. Our guy decides to hustle since he has a lot to conquer within 3 days. It's revealed that when folks start coming back to Earth, items will become abundant, leading to a drop in hunter supply prices. Seung Yun figures he needs to sell the dagger before its value takes a nosedive. Glancing at his notes, he recalls wanting to sign up for a hunter exam and take it the next time he's back on Earth. Looks like he's in for a busier time than he anticipated. Meanwhile, the director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center, Hwang Manhwa, gets a call from our guy, Han Seung Yun. Han jogs the director's memory, and there's no way Manhwa would forget him. Manhwa urges him to send the membership fee online, but our guy turns that down since he doesn't want a refund. While the director checks if he can keep the fee, our guy asks for a favor in return. Hang doesn't allow him to use the training center for practice, but Seung Yun cuts to the chase, requesting help with the hunter exam. Director Hang recalls that Han flunked the test last time and reminds our guy about his overall score, which was rank F, the lowest of the low. Hwang teases our guy for lacking traits or skills, but Seung Yun piques his interest by saying he's willing to pay the membership fee. Well, the director looks speechless since our guy's prepared to shell out the money, leaving no room for refusal. With that, Seung Yun wraps the deal and asks Manhwa to assist him in taking the hunter exam today. Later, our guy takes a shower and checks himself out in the mirror. His body looks toned now that he's made some progress, but Han snaps back to reality while admiring himself, realizing the hunter test is set for later, so he needs to move fast. Just like that, Seung Yun bolts out of the apartment, dreaming of the normal life he's always wanted, free of humiliation and complexes. Even watching his neighbors pass by feels delightful. Han greets his female neighbor, who immediately assumes that our guy's an older dude aiming to become a hunter. As he waves goodbye, the neighbor is subtly impressed by his presence, curious if he always towered this tall. Outside, Han tries to flag down a taxi but runs into trouble. So, he employs another mode of transport, relying on his impressive running skills to get there in no time. Moments later, our guy arrives at the Hunter Association, where he reunites with Director Huang after quite some time. Seung Yun leaves the director puzzled by mentioning he's been dealing with some weird stuff lately. Hang Manhwa is left dumbfounded, pondering what that kid could mean, and in the meantime, Inspector Kim In-hoo informs Han that he'll be the one grading the Hunter test. Inspector Kim explains that our guy is exempt from theory tests and the interview thanks to Huang being an observer. Since Seung Yun is already in the know about the test procedures, they jump right into the Hunter test. In the testing area, Seung Yun wields a sword, and Manhwa instructs Inspector Kim to create a tough challenge to guarantee Han's failure. Inspector Kim In-hoo assures the director that he's lined up the most formidable foe for a swordsman. Following that, Kim prompts our hero to select a difficulty level, ranging from 1 to 10. Memories replay in Seung Yun's mind as he realizes he's always taken the level 1 test, only failing previous ones against a goblin because he was simply too weak. Meanwhile, Director Huang is convinced that Han will pick one, but things take a wild twist when our fella opts for level 10, leaving Huang's eyes wide with disbelief. He calls him a lunatic. Soon, the Hunter exam kicks off, and Seung Yun is tasked with capturing the Phoenix. As soon as the Phoenix roars, Han's speed drops by 25% because of the ability Predator's Roar. That's when Han notices the cracks on his sword. Soon after, we find out that the scoundrel Huang Manhwa tampered with his weapon to ensure his failure in this trial. While Huang is convinced that this jerk Han will never succeed, he cruelly seeks to expose Sun Se when he steps out of line and misbehaves. On the flip side, Seung Yun stands firm as the Phoenix approaches him, appearing to have no fear. The next scene unfolds from Director Huang's perspective, revealing that he passed the Hunter exam. When he first embarked on his Hunter journey, he felt like a champion, filled with pride and joy. However, as time progressed, the gap widened between him and his peers, leading him to ultimately give up. In the Hunter world, sheer talent reigns supreme. At least, that's the established rule. Huang Manhwa accepted this grim reality and stopped putting in the effort. He rationalizes that he's not alone. Everyone else does the same. The director is eager to watch Han Seung Yun falter and wishes for him to resign because he feels inferior to someone who's dedicated and hardworking. In the testing ground, the Phoenix smashes Han's sword, which splinters upon impact. Shock floods his mind, knowing that even a low-grade weapon shouldn't break like this. Realizing his sword has been sabotaged, he sees Director Hang smirking wickedly, greatly anticipating Han's downfall since he's weaponless. Meanwhile, as the Phoenix swoops toward Han, without a weapon to fight back, our hero seizes the moment to test out his skill. Instant acceleration, which he acquired after the 4th trial. He activates the skill and dashes like lightning. Even he's amazed by this skill, finding it superior to the movement speed boost from the assassin's cape. Seung Yun slams into the ceiling, creating cracks, and leaps at the Phoenix to jab his broken sword into its eye. However, the beast remains unbothered since the blade is too short, and Han quickly snatches a brick from the shattered floor, hurling it at the Phoenix. The brick flies at lightning speed, slicing the Phoenix in two and smashing through the metal barrier where the inspector and director are stationed. They're nearly flattened by the brick that crashes against the wall. With that, the test concludes, and our guy chuckles and apologizes. Although deep down, he had precisely aimed for that spot. Following that, Han officially becomes a hunter as he's registered with the Hunter Association. Now that he's a hunter, our hero can enter dungeons and sell items too. In contrast, Director Huang is seething as he demands Inspector Kim to clarify the recent chaos. Not to mention, he ordered Kim to ensure Han failed in 10 seconds. The inspector finds it amusing and confirms they did everything possible. Following Huang's orders, they devised the test to make it impossible for Han to pass. That idiot director tries to convince Kim In-hoo to at least downgrade Han's rank to A. The director is such a moron. He's mad at our protagonist for working harder and not failing like him. Still, the inspector can't lower it further, since Seung Yun defeated a monster in a test that would have ranked him at D level in merely 10 seconds. While that sounds unbelievable, Inspector Kim explains that giving Seung Yun a D rank would certainly lead to complaints from the association. Fueled by his envy of Seung Yun, Huang Manhwa forces Kim to change the rank no matter what. Shortly after, our hero strolls into the room, proudly displaying his hunter's license. Inspector Kim congratulates Han, who approaches the director and curiously asks what's wrong since he seems unwell. The director, clearly anxious, wishes Hunter Seung Yun good luck, sensing the wrath brewing within Han, who's ready to settle the score for all those demeaning remarks. The tension thickens like a fog as our hero breaks the silence, reminding Director Huang about his past as a C rank before hanging up his boots. The director, puzzled, inquires about the direction of this chat, while Seung Yun jogs Manho's memory of the time he branded him a failure. Suddenly, Hang loses his composure, rushing to land a slap on Han, Turns out, our guy's provocation attracted just the right reaction. His plan worked perfectly. Han skillfully dodges the director's punch, and in a swift move, counters with a smack right to Huang's gut, dubbing it self-defense, finishing up with a legendary slap across the director's face. Han serves him a dose of payback. Huang's taken a serious beating and is bleeding. But beyond the pain, he's left dumbfounded, wondering how a mere C rank can pack such a punch. Moments later, Inspector Kim proposes Seung Yun exclusive membership with the Hunters Association. Kim In-who reveals to Han that the pay starts at a jaw-dropping 1,000,000 won, convincing him it's an opportunity he simply can't refuse. Our guy is taken aback by the amount, and Kim clarifies that it's due to their recognition of Hunter Seung Yun's immense potential. At that moment, Han humbles Director Kim with a quick revelation about his interference in the test's difficulty, leaving the director utterly staggered. However, our guy reassures Kim that he won't stir up trouble over it. But he bluntly states he can't be tied to someone he doesn't trust. Just like that, Han Seung Yun dramatically tosses Kim In-who's card aside and strolls off. 2 days later, in the outside world, the buzz about the peculiar phenomenon of the Tower of Trials spreads like wildfire, with hunters getting summoned. Our guy discovers that everyone is aware of the Tower of Trials. Meanwhile, Han manages to sell his gear at a fair price, fully utilizing the last 3 days. Now, as the time draws near, Han is ready to re-enter the Tower of Trials. Our guy gets teleported back to the tower, ecstatic about the chance to grow again. With a smirk, he thinks about how busy he will be when he returns. Ultimately, Han is back at the tower, and true to expectations, he can freely use his equipment, both within the tower's confines and in the real world. The items he brought from Earth go right into his inventory. Without wasting time, our hero gets pumped up, prepping for the trial on the 5th floor. That's when Seung Yun is honored with an achievement called the First Returner, and the skill Eyes of Truth is unlocked. Once activated, the Eyes of Truth radiate a purple glow. Using this magical power gives him insight into details, even the ability to discern the truth behind a person's words. Our buddy hits the jackpot with this skill, realizing it not only reveals item specifics, but also uncovers lies. Han deems it unexpected luck. After that, our boy splurges on a thunder sword and a mysterious hunter shield at a steep price. Though it costs a pretty penny, Seung Yun looks forward to the sword's additional perks, as each strike has a 10% chance to paralyze his opponent. Sounds like a sweet deal. He then prepares for the 5th floor trial. It's been a while. Han steps into the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, where the trial's title is Hunt, with just 1 day left on the clock. The goal? Defeat the Wolf Lord, the boss of the Wolf Gorge, while the penalty for failure is none other than death. Seung Yun finds himself on the 5th floor, chuckling at the sight of a horde of wolves surrounding him. Our guy is ready for war and starts slashing away at the monsters. Yet he feels their weakness. Out of nowhere, a wolf plows into something massive, revealing giant wolves 10 times the size of a normal wolf. The colossal white wolf roars, feasting on the little wolf, tearing it apart. This reality thrills Han because this is exactly how a tower trial ought to feel. Suddenly, the white wolves leap toward him, and with the fun really ramping up, he goes wild, slashing the monsters with his thunder sword like a total win. Even he thinks he's lost a bit of sanity given his newfound strength. After Han wipes out the wolf horde, his skills, Hunter Dagger and Fast Recovery, bump up to E and D rank, respectively. But our guy considers that the Hunter Dagger skill from the 3rd floor is progressing slowly and thinks it might be time to acquire a new sword skill. His Hunter Dagger and Fast Recovery skills have officially leveled up to E and D rank. Yet, our protagonist believes that the Hunter Dagger skill he acquired on the 3rd floor isn't progressing quickly enough, leading him to consider learning a new sword technique. He then lets the wolves pounce on him and eventually wipes them out entirely. With that, Seung Yun's 3rd hunt comes to a close. He realizes that the sword paralysis effect was not as extreme as he initially thought. He then begins to absorb the souls of numerous fallen wolves, boosting his proficiency to 16%. Our hero can't help but be amazed as he sees his necromancy skills progressing nicely. And if he keeps this up, he might just enhance his unique trait. Moving ahead, he senses he's nearing the heart of the Wolf Gorge. As he delves deeper, our guy stumbles upon brutally slaughtered white wolves, leading him to wonder if a territorial battle took place. Analyzing their injuries, Han deduces they were inflicted by a sword, indicating these beasts were slain by someone extraordinarily powerful. He also spots markings on the walls. To uncover the truth, our fella activates the skill Eyes of Truth, discovering these are traces of dank aura caused by a highly skilled aura, which created a smooth cut in the wall. Yet, Han remains puzzled as there's much he doesn't understand. Our guy feels a bit uneasy as the ominous presence tightens its grip. Suddenly, Seung Yun senses that energy is nearby and bolts after it. He sprints at full speed to catch up, What he encounters there leaves him speechless. It turns out a mysterious figure is battling in the Wolf Gorge. Ultimately, that entity overcomes the Wolf Warrior. Thus, the trial's conditions have been fulfilled. At that moment, the system assesses the scenario, and Seung Yun discovers an intruder has been identified in his trial. The trial's goal shifts, and our guy is given a fresh order to eliminate the interdimensional intruder. Now, Han faces an intruder who is an armored knight from another realm. Our guy takes a moment to digest this and realizes that the Tower of Trials exists across various dimensions too. Seung Yun is left reeling from this bizarre incident. Questioning what's happening, suddenly, that armored knight taunts our player, amused at the fact that he's still alive. Given he's just a puny barbaric challenger from another dimension, the armored knight presumes it's because Han Seung Yun is the trial's owner and demands an explanation from him. The knight labels him a barbarian, asserting he's trembling in fear of death's horrors. Hearing this, our guy smirks nervously, feeling a tad frightened, and suspects that this armored figure is no ordinary foe. Seung Yun hadn't even considered that an intruder might attempt to snatch his trial objective, but he's relieved he hasn't immediately failed the trial. Meanwhile, the armored intruder believes Han's sheer terror has clouded his mind and decides to let his sword speak for him. With that, our guy braces himself as the showdown is on the horizon. As the armored opponent charges to strike Seung Yun, our guy hurls a dead wolf in his path, while the intruder gets distracted, slashing the wolf. Han seizes the opportunity to launch an ambush. However, our guy flops badly as his thunder sword fails to pierce the intruder's heavy armor. Our dude's futile effort to cleave through the armor is thwarted, and he quickly realizes that it's not going to happen that way. At that instant, the intruder's sword releases a dark aura, and as it hits Seung Yun, he is sent flying back with tremendous force. Our guy crashes to the ground, injuring one of his wrists. Han's arm bleeds, and the armored combatant is impressed that his aura has been obstructed. Yet, that arm is now effectively useless, as if he had cut it off completely. In that moment, our guy gets riled up and desperately asks the intruder who he is. As nobody had warned him about this scenario, the armored adversary steps closer, unbothered, noting that the primitive ape is oblivious to the concept of trial invasion. Just as he suspected, he's referring to Seung Yun. With a shattered arm, our guy is now utterly defenseless and inquires why the intruder decided to invade his trial. The intruder replies that lamenting will not help him. It's simply how things operate in the tower. He decides to show mercy to Han by ensuring a quick end to his suffering. Just as the knight aims his sword at Han, our guy frantically begs him to clarify what trial invasion means. The intruder sees little harm in it, since he believes Han's demise is unavoidable. The armored knight explains that trial invasions are one of the features implemented in the system from level 8 onward. A player can snag a trial invasion token at the shop to meddle in another contender's trial. That's how the armored dude crashed our buddy's trial. Seung Yun looks like he's swimming in confusion and asks the knight to explain what he meant about this dimension being more primitive than theirs. Our guy speculates that the intruder player hails from another realm, and the armored dude nods in agreement. Suddenly, our hero jumps up and triggers his skill, Eyes of Truth, to determine if this invader is spinning a yarn. Well, lo and behold, the armored guy speaks nothing but the truth. Once Han verifies the truth, out of nowhere, the intruder points his sword at him, fuming at Seung Yun for having the audacity to question his honesty. He's not too pleased with Han's lack of decorum, calling him an ape, while the intruder swings his sword in a rage. Our guy gets cocky and taunts him on what he plans to do about it. The armored dude seethes and mocks Han as a tiny primitive fool for being so brash. That's when Han Seung Yun lets the cat out of the bag. Since the intruder shared some juicy intel, he feels it's only fair to return the favor. Han admits that his twisted arm doesn't hurt too bad thanks to his pain-resistant skill. Even more astonishing is that our guy isn't clutching his arm due to pain. It's revealed that as soon as our boy releases his grip, his rapid regeneration skill kicks in, healing him automatically because he figured the intruder would drop his guard, thinking he was hurt. Our guy literally flips the script, making it thrilling as his arm appears perfectly fine, as if it never faced a break. The armored player is left dumbfounded when he discovers that our boy is both a swordsman and a healer. However, he insists that his fate won't change if he has nothing else to bring to the table. But our guy counters that it's tough to say since he's just on the rise, getting stronger and stronger. That's the pivotal moment. His true power surges. Han Seung Yun's ability shines when he harnesses all the lost souls in his possession to boost his stats. The energy surges, and his strength skyrockets. Han keeps the armored guy on his toes, who realizes our dude can also enhance himself. At that instant, things take a serious turn when our guy activates an item skill using the assassin's cloak. Instant acceleration, which boosts his speed by 15%. This leaves the intruder rattled as he wonders how a level 5 player can stack so many skills, calling it complete nonsense. With that, Seung Yun engages in battle with the armored guy as their swords clash. The fight is intense with neither party willing to back down, but the intruder player hits a snag since the dimensional shift is hindering his true stats. Our guy notices the armored dude tapping into his dark aura again, and he narrowly dodges a sword strike that comes frighteningly close to him. The intruder launches a fierce counterattack with insane speed. While our guy senses that this aura skill is no joke, it's a high-level ability that could inflict some serious harm. Luckily, Seung Yun's stats are evidently higher than the intruder's now, and he's confident he can dodge any fatal strikes. But the catch is that annoying armor on his sword. Han deduces it's a rare item that he can't even slice through at his current rank. With that in mind, our guy plans to wear down that armor with relentless strikes from his thunder sword. Suddenly, the dark aura dissipates when our crafty lad clashes his sword with the armor, creating a surge of lightning. That's when the real battle ignites, and the intruder's armor is hit by a lightning bolt. As the armored guy screams in torment, the system alerts Seung Yun that hitting an enemy gives him a 10% chance to activate the lightning strike effect. Our guy smirks as this effect kicks in at just the right moment. Cade Adrax collapses lifelessly, and Han Seung Yun is thrilled that his risk was worth it. Effectively paralyzing his foe, the armored challenger groans in pain as he can't believe he lost to a mere 5th-floor contender. Questioning how he could have so many skills, our guy decides to put an end to it as he informs him that it was careless to rely solely on his armor and skills. He steps up, but Cade desperately tries to negotiate for his life, offering answers to everything Seung Yun wants to uncover. Yet, our guy tunes him out and stabs him while hurling insults, branding him a barbarian. Even as Seung Yun grows numb to the act of killing, he's still a bit uneasy whenever he tackles it and views it as a hurdle. The system cheers him on for clearing the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, and our main character absorbs Cadrax's essence. As his skills boost by 15%, Seung Yun breathes a sigh of relief, barely managing to absorb the essence. Curious about why no reward message appears, our protagonist is informed that the challenge's difficulty does not correlate with the rewards. The system unveils all the modified rewards and the skills he just acquired. That includes 3 lethal strikes along with 75,000 points as a completion bonus and an extra 3,500 points. Seung Yun's rank of C is upgraded to A, making him quite pleased as he now comprehends how formidable the intruder knight was. Our hero is informed that he's entering the lobby of the 6th floor, where all his injuries and statuses are healed, and his leaderboard info is refreshed. As Seung Yun opens up his inventory, he resolves to stay alert because of the looming dimensional invasions. Contemplating whether to save his question voucher until reaching the 8th floor, Han ultimately decides to use it now. The system prompts our guy to jot down his question, promising that an administrator will provide answers. Seung Yun, who's still perplexed about what a floor invasion entails, and if he'll be notified as soon as one happens. The response hits him right after he sends the question, clarifying that a floor invasion allows one to intrude on a challenger's trial during the initial 10 classes. However, interference is not allowed in special trials like combined trials, and this system can only be unlocked on the 8th floor, meaning he's currently out of commission to use it. Our guy learns that this serves as a climbing disruptor, and he won't be able to get info on this from his current floor. However, a question voucher will be deducted since only the first part of his inquiry got a reply. Seung Yun is taken aback to discover that a question voucher isn't as powerful as he thought, but he's relieved it wasn't worn out. With that, our hero decides to utilize the items he retrieved from Earth, opening his inventory to use Kroken's Magic Tower Restoration Box to fix the secretive hunter's shield. The performance exceeds his expectations, and Seung Yun employs a cleaning stone, recalling how he'd considered it a waste of money until he actually used it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, with just 1 hour and 12 minutes left until the 6th floor trial, Han decides to check out the trial leaderboard and the community board. On the 5th floor leaderboard, our guy finds himself ranked 3rd, and he's stunned since he jumped significantly from rank 16. Seung Yun ponders if he's edging closer to the perks of a continuous pioneer and resolves to check what awaits him once he hits the 8th floor. The system bombards our guy with notifications regarding a psychological skill sale that could really aid with murder and pillaging. Plus, if you possess a psychological resistance skill, you'll unlock abilities tied to murder, pillaging, and betrayal, along with substantial rewards. Scanning through current chats, Seung Yun catches the argument between 2 challengers over achievements related to murder. Our guy feels overwhelmed by the chaotic scene as he observes the mayhem and wonders what on earth is going on. While contemplating the psychological resistance skill that's making rounds for sale, Seung Yun considers it akin to a double-edged sword. Yet, the ability to negate psychological trauma is invaluable. Our guy understands that using this skill to eliminate psychological anguish means never facing issues. When someone mentions that the jerk who leaked information about the 4th floor has renamed himself to Princess Sui, despite it being a competition among the hunters, our protagonist realizes they are practically suggesting he should be eliminated. Seung Yun recalls the challenger who dampened the mood in the 4th floor lobby, sensing it was done intentionally to heighten competition. Our hero decides to remember this name for future reference, and then the system inquires if he would accept the 6th floor challenge, which has a hard difficulty level and a goal to conquer within 50 minutes. The prior conditions require capturing one of the surrounding tiles before time runs out, while failing results in either the challenger's demise or timing out. The rewards for this trial include a randomly chosen box B, and the consequence of failure is meeting your end. Seung Yun finds himself moved to the 6th floor, resembling an expansive ocean, and is informed that his teammate's allocation has been finalized. The system recommends that he collaborates with his teammate to succeed in the trial. Our hero, who's been anxiously waiting, gets anxious when his partner doesn't show up. Suddenly, a spear plummets down towards him, prompting him to swiftly dodge and seize the spear. A figure emerges alongside the spear, seemingly targeting Han deliberately, leaving him puzzled about this attack and the motive behind it. The attacker defends his actions by claiming that eliminating a teammate is the quickest path to success. Seung Yun finds this notion quite unappealing, yet his teammate labels him a hypocrite, reminding him to observe his surroundings before pretending to have a moral compass. Flashbacks of betrayals from teammates flood the scene, as the guy sneers at Seung Yun, calling him a hypocrite. Two challengers meet each other, and one pretends to strengthen their bond while they witness the treachery among the hunters. Just as one challenger thinks he's got a faithful companion, his partner stabs him, knowing he can't draw his sword while they're shaking hands. This underhanded move earns him the title of Dirty Murderer, boosting his durability by 1. Back to Han, who has been enduring his teammates' criticism of being hypocritical. He suddenly faces an attack from his partner, aiming to boost his achievements. Our guy deftly dodges while simultaneously striking at his teammate, who was caught off guard. Seung Yun earns the achievement Traitor, boosting his strength by 1, as he considers his partner a weakling. Contemplating the trial's terminology as a special or combined trial, our hero thinks it resembles more of an event. Han figures he's lucky if he can snag a skill from this incredible event, yet he resolves not to unnecessarily eliminate other hunters. However, he won't turn a blind eye to anyone who attacks him. A challenger crafts an iron dome for protection, believing this trial is tailor-made for someone like him. Skilled in water, attribute magic. But he's immediately proven wrong when Han Seung Yun descends upon him. Attempting to shatter the dome, the challenger appears quite confident about his shield, boasting it's a bulletproof iron form, while cursing our hero. The situation flips unexpectedly as Seung Yun breaks through the dome, delivering a kick to the hunter's face, sending him flying back to the ground with a resounding crash. Though our guy realizes he might have been a tad too cruel, he believes it was necessary to instill some fear in the challengers. Han Seung Yun craves achievements but desires to refrain from needless killings, as the system alerts him that the tile capturing is underway. The system informs him that if another team steps on the tile, the capturing will cease. Thus, he must prevent adversaries from seizing his tiles. Our guy needs to sustain himself on this tile for 10 minutes, thinking that the top challengers must have already conquered the 6th floor. With most challengers nearby being low-ranked, this trial proves to be far too easy for Seung Yun. The 6th floor trial prompts Han Seung Yun to ponder various issues, such as distrust towards others, the harsh reality of low-ranked challengers, and the somber ambiance of the trial tower. Yet, our guy understands that misplaced compassion equates to genuine hypocrisy. Even if he refrains from slaying the challengers that approach him, others will inevitably perish. The system alerts Seung Yun of someone attempting to invade his tile, halting the capturing process. He turns to spot a group of 4 men advancing toward him, his expression turning to shock as one of them strives to act tough. Seung Yun realizes they've formed a murder party in pursuit of achievements, and the blonde guy confirms his suspicions. Consequently, 2 of the 4 attack our hero while he activates Heart Solidarity, a trait that allows him to share the pain of Kim Jin with Han Seung Yun. A bald guy jumps onto Seung Yun, unleashing seawater as an assault, and our guy inevitably comes into contact with it, reducing his strength, agility, and stamina by 10, with a penalty duration of 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Unaware of this penalty, Han figures this is the worst scenario if he were just a typical challenger. Grinning wickedly, our guy thinks this is the peak of dreadful moments, but only if he were an ordinary challenger. The grin on his face shows Han is ready to teach them a lesson. The duo charges at Seung Yun with their weapons drawn, while RG stands firm, appreciating their sneaky strategy of stealing weapons to weaken their adversaries' stats. Yet, he makes them realize their life-threatening error, which is picking the wrong opponent. With that, our hero seizes his foe by the face and slams him into the ground with terrifying force. The villain's head literally shatters into pieces as blood sprays everywhere, leaving the remaining opponents paralyzed with fear as Seung Yun gains the skills 1 hit, 1 kill, and the extinction of the weak. The skill Extinction of the Weak is quite amusing, since it boosts the user's strength proportionally if any of their stats surpasses the opponent's. Instantly, a bald foe lunges at Han, yelling some foul swear. However, that player has just invited his doom because his stats are lower than Han's, triggering the new skill, Extinction of the Weak. The opponent swings, but panic sets in as our guy dodges the attack and lands a kick squarely on the fatty's face, causing blood to pour from his nose. He then finishes the foe off with a brutal kick to his bald head, crushing it. This devastating blow grants Seung Yun the title Merciless Murderer. With only 2 adversaries left, our guy strides confidently toward them. The other opponent suggests to the blonde player that they should take on Sun Se. Yet, that blonde jerk cruelly hacks off one of his legs, causing the guy to collapse in agony. As the player howls in pain, our hero can feel it too since they share the torment. Thankfully, it doesn't inflict actual damage on him. The only downside is that the pain is slowing down Seung Yun's movements. Meanwhile, the unfortunate boy screams in anguish, cursing that blondie. Questioning whether he still sees himself as human, the blonde player viciously stabs the boy in the gut. Since they share the pain, our hero feels it too, and finds it tough to move forward. The blonde jerk warns Seung Yun to flee, threatening him to back off, or else he'll cut the throat of the idiot who just lost his leg. However, our guy still has the strength to push onward, thanks to his pain resistance skill. Although it's still challenging to maneuver, Han knows he has only one option left: eliminate the remaining challengers swiftly while keeping heart solidarity. Just then, as the blonde jerk sees our guy charging at him without hesitation, he slits the throat of the other player, causing Han to halt as a sharp pain pierces through him. Our guy clutches his neck as if it too has been sliced open. He realizes that if he doesn't act now, another chance won't come around. In that split second, the blonde player lunges at Seung Yun to finish him off with his sword. That's when our hero flips the script by grabbing the sword's blade and dramatically breaking it into pieces. The thrill of slitting a throat feels exhilarating, prompting our guy to give that blondie a taste of the same sensation. The blonde player understands he's in deep trouble. Armed with his own sword's blade, Seung Yun slits his throat, taking him down. Afterwards, Han earns the title Iron Blood Climber and 1,500 points. Eventually, the limit is reached, and they secure a tile. Han Seung Yun's team emerges victorious after wiping out their own kind. The players celebrate their triumph with exuberance, basking in the thrill of survival. Meanwhile, our guy wonders if some outside force instigated so many people to rack up murder achievements at the trial's outset. Ultimately, it was the team players who triumphed. Naturally, there were exceptions. The players who took lives convinced themselves they did nothing wrong. Instead, they blamed the poor souls who fell. Quite the irony, isn't it? Our guy glares at his blood-soaked hands, knowing he must appear monstrous to others for killing humans so coldly. With that, they complete the trial on the 6th floor, earning a random gacha box as a reward, along with 8,000 points. As the player heads for the lobby, Seung Yun absorbs the souls of the slain players, boosting his unique trait, Necromancy, to 100% proficiency. Our guy's trait then rises to rank D. Just like that, Han makes his way to the lobby on the 7th floor and finds he can view all his achievements. In the panel, he can see every accolade he's earned across various ranks. Our hero realizes that the S-rank achievement, the very first returner, isn't just any ordinary accolade after all. He decides to delve into the specifics, discovering that each achievement grants him different rewards. That's when Han realizes that taking down foes has indeed earned him a multitude of achievements. On top of that, as he collects them, he receives a variety of rewards like skills, stats, and points. Just then, our guy stumbles across the random gacha box and is taken aback. Thinking the reward from the 6th floor seems rather vague, he doesn't get too carried away since he figures the item will fall somewhere between F and B rank. Still, Han decides to take whatever is inside the box and continue absorbing those souls. But what occurs next is completely unexpected. A bright light erupts from the box, and a little green creature bounces out. Our guy is left scratching his head, wondering if he needs to capture this tiny beast. Without a second thought, Seung Yun plunges into the chase and goes after the tiny green monster. After a bit of a struggle, he manages to grab the creature. However, it bites Han's hand with its sharp teeth. Poor fellow groans in agony, tears rolling down his cheeks. The little monster flips back like a ninja and smirks, while our guy, feeling completely done for, regrets going easy on this adorable creature. But now he's fired up to give it his all. Seung Yun chases the tiny beast with wild determination, but he keeps missing. Finally, our hero leaps forward and lands a devastating blow, a fierce punch right on the creature's head. Following the punch, the critter breaks free, and our guy finds an item of the highest rank from the gacha box. Since it's the top tier, Han thinks it's a B-rank item. And indeed, It turns out to be an iron rod pendant that boosts sword skills by 7%. Activating it with magic power will trigger the exclusive effect, Iron Protection. The pendant appears in his hands, and our guy decides to examine it. Once the item gets activated, his skin gains a special attribute that absorbs 10% of all physical damage. Seung Yun is beyond amazed. As it surpasses most A-rank items, the pendant not only boosts sword effects by 7%, but also absorbs 10% of all physical damage. In simple terms, it's an overpowered item, offering both offense and defense. Our guy is overjoyed since it exceeded all his expectations and netted him an incredible item. However, there's a catch. As soon as Han finishes using the pendant, all his magic power is consumed. Turns out the exclusive skill of the Iron Rod pendant, Iron Protection, gets deactivated and drains our guy's magic power at an alarming rate. He then resolves to conserve his magic power and only use the pendant in crucial situations. Han continues to check out his necromancy trait, which has advanced to dank when suddenly a panel pops up in front of him, inquiring if he wants to enter the trial of the 7th floor. This confuses him, since they usually need to wait to challenge the next trial. Still, Han is totally up for it. However, he wonders if this applies to everyone else too. He then opens the community board, where players are discussing the abrupt removal of the waiting time for the trial. Surprisingly, rather than causing chaos, the players are focused on the benefits of entering the tower faster, with no prep time, claiming it's a waste otherwise. Seung Yun notices that everyone's wait time has vanished and no one is really upset about its removal. They hardly care about the pioneer benefits. They simply seem eager to head home. Our guy thinks maybe it's because they're all low-rank challengers, so it doesn't really change things for them. Besides, what surprises him even more is the entirely different atmosphere from the 6th floor. Seung Yun suspects that the homicidal maniacs are keeping a low profile since the next trial is an individual challenge, and there's nothing to gain by standing out. Nonetheless, our fellow decides it's wise to stay alert around these murderers, considering they've taken out their teammates without a second thought, which just proves they have no mercy. More importantly, Han is determined to enhance his unwavering skill and sneak a glance at his necromancy trait status. He observes that the basic effect is becoming a tad more precise. It previously felt like only Seung Yun's basic stats were being enhanced. Now he can harness souls for magic recovery or to create a shield. Our hero feels a bit let down, as he anticipated a higher chance of absorbing a skill. But that wasn't the case. Nevertheless, he did acquire a defensive ability, which is just what he needed. Seung Yun's curiosity peaks as he's eager to test the soul shield's might. He tosses his sword into the air and strikes his own arm. Relying on the lobby's recovery effect, the sword slices through his arm. But in that fleeting moment, the soul absorbs his injury. The soul of player Song Jinwook fades away, and our hero absorbs 3 lingering souls. Meanwhile, Han is completely stunned by the soul shield, realizing it's much more impressive than he expected. He considers not absorbing all the souls, thinking it's wiser to save some for shield use. Opening the scoreboard for the 6th trial, our hero sees he's in 4th place and feels a twinge of disappointment for dropping a rank. Yet, he recalls that being in the top 50 is all that really matters to be a pioneer. When the lobby starts to drag and the wait time ends, our hero moves on to the next trial. The 7th floor trial kicks off with a verification task. Players must finish 3 trials within 40 minutes to succeed, enjoying the reward of a skill called Win's Grace, while failure means death. Next, Han Seung Yun steps into the 7th trial area and is jolted to find a corridor that looks entirely different from previous trials. In the corridor, Han feels a bit annoyed by the lack of sensations, only to spot a bright light at the corridor's end. Suddenly, he gets sucked into that light and finds himself back in the first trial area, the desert. He's prompted to show he has conquered his fears. Our hero strides into the desert, the setting of his beginnings. When out of the sands, a massive sand golem emerges. Han realizes his intuition was spot on. This area mirrors his tutorial trial, which means this test is making him relive 3 challenges he's already conquered. Confident now, he believes he can take down the sand golem with ease. Our hero figures, if he surpasses this, he'll quickly advance to the 8th floor. Meanwhile, the monster shows up, and he smirks, ready for the leveled-up challenge. The sand golem appears 3 times larger than before. The colossal creature charges at Seung Yun, who's pumped for the showdown. Our boy jumps around the beast, but oddly enough, he can't spot a core stone, the golem's weak point. He speculates that the core must be buried deep within its massive body due to its size. However, these thoughts break Han's concentration as the sand golem unexpectedly ensnares him. Our hero, now stronger, breaks free from the giant grip using his magic and decides it's time to slice up the beast. He starts swiping the thunder sword at the sand golem, though cutting through sand with a blade feels like a poor choice. Regardless, our hero is determined to locate and destroy that core. Yet, Han inadvertently enrages the sand golem further, escalating the conflict. The giant golem goes wild, opting to literally turn our hero into a mushy pulp. The sand golem leaps to crush Han Seung Yun, while our boy's heart races with fear. He scurries away. Confident dodging such a giant isn't difficult, but a fall like that means game over. Han Seung Yun desperately runs for his life. Knowing escape might not be feasible, the sand golem crashes down, and our hero makes a lucky escape. Hiding in the sand's ridge, furious, he confronts the chaotic sand golem, activating the skill 3 Lacerations, which enhances the sword's slicing strength with each hit. With this, Han Seung Yun powers up the game and severs the golem's arm in one magnificent sweep. Even he can't believe he did it all in one swing. He recalls his frustration when that armored player interrupted his trial, but feels grateful for the knight's invasion since it earned him an iconic skill. Although the sand golem can regenerate with sand, our hero intends to keep slicing to reach the core stone. Like a man possessed, Han unleashes relentless slashes against the monstrous creature. Breathless, our hero comes to a stop as the relentless monster keeps regenerating. He's frustrated because no matter how hard he tries, he can't locate the core stone yet. Suddenly, his eyes go wide when he notices the sand golem has shrunk down to a third of its original size. He can't help but wonder how this once mighty beast has become so adorable. Even the golem blushes, as it's never been called cute before. It's revealed that although sand is the main resource of the golem's body, it can't continuously use it in this environment. That's why it's shrunk like this. A wicked grin spreads across Han Seung Yun's face, and he jokingly suggests the golem should join him on a diet. The trial becomes a breeze due to the golem's reduced size, and Han leaps into action, slicing the sand golem to bits like a bolt of lightning. Shortly afterwards, he discovers the core stone is lodged on the golem's back. Realizing that its thick body made it a challenge to slice through, Han figures it took him 10 minutes to find the core, and since the total time for the 7th floor trial is 40 minutes, he better pick up the pace. Suddenly, the golem swings a punch at Han, but our hero dodges smoothly, thinking this guy's gotten quicker thanks to the diet. He finds the situation amusing and wants to toy with the sand golem a bit longer, but time is not on his side. Han quickly gets behind the monster and pierces the core stone with his sword, causing it to shatter. Just like that, player Han Seung Yun demonstrates that he has conquered his fears, and the first trial comes to a close. As soon as the trial ends, our hero gets whisked away into the portal without even the chance to claim the sand golem's spirit. Unfortunately, Han tries to absorb the dead golem's soul but fails miserably, leaving him feeling incredibly frustrated. With that, he steps into the second trial zone, proving yet again that he's using his wits. Upon arriving, he is astonished to find it's the same orc village from the level 2 trial. He's finally convinced it's a recreation of the previous trials. The village is ablaze, and he spots the orc hunters in disbelief. Sunung figures this is likely the aftermath of his previous fiery assault on the settlement. The orc hunters witness the destruction of their kind, fueled by rage that burns like a tempest. Our hero narrates that it's a phenomenon that can happen to monsters consumed by anger. A berserk orc isn't your average grade E monster anymore, just his luck. The furious orc hunters rush forward, seeking revenge, to tear Han Seung Yun to shreds. Meanwhile, Han coldly states that these disgusting creatures have no right to mourn their loss. Not while he's around. So, he activates his skills, Instant Acceleration and Ultimate Triad. The one-sided slaughter begins as he slashes through the berserk orc hunters. Just as he zooms to finish the last monster, that orc sinks to its knees, seemingly begging for its life. Han steps closer, intuitively understanding the orc's sense of helplessness. He sees the familiar desperation. The orc feels powerless as its entire family is being annihilated. In a frantic response, the berserk orc attacks Seung Yun. While our hero dodges gracefully, he decapitates the beast with a single swing of his sword. Just like that, our hero skillfully shows he has faced his fears and completes the second trial, determined not to regret missing out on absorbing the dead golem's soul in the first trial. Seung Yun realizes he doesn't have a second to spare this time and hastily absorbs the spirits of the fallen orcs. This time, Han successfully absorbs the souls of all the orc hunters, boosting his skill proficiency by 6%. He hits 100% proficiency in the skill hunter style dagger. Consequently, it upgrades to rank D, and so does the skill Instant Acceleration. Moments later, our hero enters the third trial zone, ready to show he's cast aside all doubt. Panting, Han thinks this level doesn't even let him catch a break. But this time, the trial zone leaves him scratching his head. It turns out to be the location from the occupation in Trial 6. He tries to piece together why the two trials are recreations of previous ones, assuming the third would follow suit. Han observes that the layout is slightly altered, and given that the second trial had nothing to do with strategic thinking, he chastises himself for expecting the tower to operate on common sense. He quickly opens his inventory and downs the life potion, boosting his stamina and magic power by 20%. Our hero gulps it down, feeling a surge of energy flooding through him. After that, Han Seung Yun carelessly tosses the empty bottle into the water, convinced no one gives a hoot about polluting this tower. Just as Han leaps over the rocks, the water erupts wildly, causing him to halt in his tracks. He's shocked to see such chaos just from littering. Fed up with this mess, he instantly triggers instant acceleration and speeds off like a whirlwind. As he runs, Han assumes the other challenges follow the same pattern as the actual trials, meaning to conquer this third trial, he must locate the red occupation tile. Until then, he figures he just needs to dodge the water. Now that he's quicker than the waves, he doubts they can catch him, but his overconfidence bites him back when the water roars, bursting forth from the tile Seung Yun's perched on, causing him to stumble. The system appears, alerting him that he's been splashed by the trial of water. It's Han Seung Yun's turn to face the music as all his stats take a dive from the water hit. Again, he scolds himself for thinking the tiles would behave in the same sequence as before. Our guy reminds himself that the tower doesn't play by the rules of logic. And at that moment, Han gathers his focus. Utilizing instant acceleration, he expertly hops across the floating tiles, shimmering with water splashes. Because if our guy trips up, it's lights out for him. Soon, he spots the red occupation tile in the distance. As relief washes over him, thinking this trial is about to end with a jump, his joy fizzles as a splash of water blocks his path. Han becomes convinced this water trial is out to get him. Despite the obstacles, he keeps moving. Just as he's almost there, a sudden wallop of water hits him from behind, catching him off guard and soaking him to the bone. Han's plans to beat this trial crash and burn. At that moment, the unique effect of the Blessing of Iron from the wrought iron pendant absorbs 10% of the damage he took. A dark aura emanates from the pendant, revealing the blow he received is absorbed by a restless spirit, with the spirits of fallen orcs coming to his aid. While he feels the force of the water, the protective shield softens the impact before any real damage can occur. Seizing the moment, Han leaps, escaping the torrent of water and sprinting toward the red tile. But talk about a series of unfortunate events. His instant acceleration skill fizzles out as the timer runs out, drastically slowing Han's pace. Our boy is in serious trouble as all his magic energy drains away, leaving him in a tight spot if this speed boost fails. In that instant, Seung Yun swiftly absorbs an orc's soul, replenishing his magic energy. Our guy feels his strength returning as he jumps toward the red tile, now just a hair's breadth away. But fate has other tricks up her sleeve when a torrent of water cascades down. Yet this time, our guy stands his ground. He's had enough and slashes his way through the waves. He then leaps over that stream of water. Instead of landing safely, he's flung high into the air, landing directly on top of the red tile. Our guy yells at the top of his lungs, braced for a terrifying drop. He crashes onto the red tile, narrowly saved by the Shield of Souls. Our hero glares at the water torrent since it nearly put him 6 feet under. Finally, this brutal trial wraps up, and our boy conquers the third trial. But the water seems to have a personal vendetta against him, splashing him one last time as a parting gift. Seung Yun has had it, and curses this wild trial, which seems to mess with him right until the finish. With that, our boy clears the 7th floor trial, earning the Winds of Grace skill along with 15,000 points. As Han heads to the lobby, he looks really let down, thinking this trial was a total flop. At this rate, he's not even close to being ready for the next challenge. Plus, there's no guarantee he'll keep riding his luck like he did here. Suddenly, the rumbling ceiling jolts him from his thoughts. It seems the number of players who cleared the 7th floor trial has surpassed 1. Because of this, the 8th floor is kicking off the system expansion, followed by unlocking the skill store, opening up branching choices and trials, and allowing for permanent returns. This means Seung Yun can now dive into the skill store and even have a permanent ticket back to Earth. Our guy has been eagerly anticipating these new possibilities. But worst of all, a wave of relief washes over him when he learns he's chosen as a pioneer in all previous levels. Thus, he gets to pick a halo as a bonus. Finally, something good happens for our main character. We find out that a halo is a special perk reserved for players who were acknowledged as pioneers in all prior levels. Moreover, Han discovers that each halo has the potential to affect the player's inherent traits or abilities. So, they advise him to choose wisely. This realization hits our guy. Deciding on a halo is incredibly important, especially since he's never seen the Tower of Trials offer such guidance before. Soon after, Seung Yun is prompted to choose one of the halos: Ruler, Hunter, or Monk. He starts to read their descriptions, and the Ruler halo appears to be the perfect fit for him because it aligns closely with his innate trait and significantly boosts his potential. On top of that, the Tower of Trials is straight up telling our guy that this is the most suitable halo for him. But out of curiosity, Han checks out the other two options. And the Hunter Halo doesn't sound too shabby either, as it focuses on enhancing skills and stats, along with effects that speed up the growth of stats and skill proficiency. But the Monk Halo seems like a bust. So Han respectfully decides to skip it and is left to pick between the Hunter or Ruler Halo. It looks like our boy had already set his sights on the Ruler Halo, which evolves his innate trait thanks to this Halo's unique effect. The choices depend on the player's existing skills. There's a summoner that lets the user summon powerful undead warriors from absorbed spirits, while the other two choices are Sword, Mage, and Artisan. Our guy picks the summoner since it suits him best and adds to his innate trait of Necromancy. After that, the unique power skill synthesis is created, and a new status window pops up before Seung Yun. At long last, our guy snagged a halo and feels overwhelmed as the dark aura envelops him. Han then investigates what skill synthesis is and finds out he can merge two skills he desires into new ones, thinking it's totally mind-blowing. But this isn't the end, as our guy is also given the chance to select two skills from the opening list. And Han ponders, deciding to fuse skills he doesn't use too often. Our boy chooses Elitism and Swift Charge. Combining these two abilities, once it's complete, a flash of light erupts from the panel, leaving him speechless as his eyes widen in shock. The skill Juggernaut is formed and granted to Han Seung Yun. It empowers the user to break free of invisible restraints, like those imposed by a skill or innate trait. As long as the user's magic power surpasses that of the caster who enforced the invisible restraint, our guy gasps in disbelief as he learns what skill synthesis can actually do. He thought he'd be luckier to receive a grade E skill, but instead, he ended up with a grade D skill that's downright overpowered. Seung Yun finds this power hilarious, so he decides to give it another shot. This time, he picks Ranger Aptitude and Burn Resistance. He combines the two skills, anxious to see what he'll get. To his astonishment, Han is rewarded with a grade E skill, Powerful Sight, which allows the user to partially see in dim conditions and enhances their vision. This time, the skill grade only rose by 1. And our guy figures, this must be how it works. From Seung Yun's perspective, Elitism and Swift Charge had solid synergy, hence the successful synthesis. While the Ranger Aptitude and Burn Resistance didn't mesh as well together, our guy regrets not trusting his gut that it was a weird combo. Low selection process. Han collapses onto the bed, utterly drained. He feels strange now that he's a consecutive pioneer and holder of an aura. Our guy lets those pessimistic thoughts creep in, questioning if he can truly own these achievements or if he just got lucky with his innate trait. Han shakes off these negative vibes, knowing it's pointless to dwell on it, and gets ready to check out the rewards. Han shakes off his bleak thoughts, realizing there's no point in mulling over them, and moves on to examine the rewards. The skill, Winds of Grace, that he earned, boosts his speed by 10%. As soon as he shouts its name, it can stack up to 7 times. Our guy is head over heels about the speed boost, and he's even more thrilled that he can stack it 7 times. In other words, Han can seriously ramp up his speed by as much as 70% all at once. He feels like he's on top of the world, his imagination running wild, as if he's in La La Land, totally buzzing about how this skill doesn't even drain magic energy. He feels unbeatable now since this skill, Winds of Grace, has absolutely no drawbacks. Seung Yun then checks his inventory and puts on Boots of Swiftness, which boosts the user's speed when they hit a specific pace. Our guy is on cloud 9 since all the bonuses from the 7th floor trial are about speed. This makes him feel like a big winner in life. Then Han opens the skill shop and gets annoyed because everything is so pricey. Yet, he knows he needs all the magic skills he can nab, so he buys Magic Circuitry and Magic Resistance. With Magic Resistance, our guy can shield himself from skills like Bind Heart that made him feel his teammates' pain earlier. On the flip side, Magic Circuitry collects all the magic energy in the user's body to boost magic efficiency. Han uses this skill just as the red energy starts to flow, making his body feel heated. A dazzling light radiates from him, and surprisingly, Han feels light on his feet. He takes a step to test it out, and when he stomps his feet on the ground, a powerful rumble echoes throughout the room. He deduces he couldn't harness his magic energy before, but now, with these magic circuitry pathways, his magic energy seems to have jacked up his physical skills. 2. Our guy grins at his savvy purchase. Afterward, Han's curiosity piqued about the Summon Undead skill he just acquired, but decides to save it for the next trial. He takes a deep breath, contemplating whether to dive into the next trial immediately or head back to Earth. The next scene shifts to a dude, Chil Wan Lee, who's put up a party recruitment board because of a sudden gate appearance. Yet, no hunters seem to be signing up. Lee is anxious since no one has joined yet. And soon, a group of hunters approaches, laughing at him for failing to find party members. The hefty assassin hunter suggests Lee hand over the gate entry permit. If he doesn't start exploring the dungeon soon, his entry will be revoked. Lee has had enough of this, but he stands his ground and refuses to give up the entry card. The bully hunter mocks him, saying he shouldn't be cowardly, and points out how many hunters are waiting to enter the dungeon. But none are willing to join his party. The bully hunter delivers a harsh reality check, stating he's grade E, which means nobody wants to team up with a low-level loser like him. The other hunters snicker at the boy, muttering, "This is a real kick in the pants," and agreeing with the bully hunter. Suddenly, someone asks if he's still looking for party members. That someone turns out to be our boy, Han Seung Yun, a second-grade hunter. Our guy asks Lee if he qualifies to join, and Lee beams with a nod. Meanwhile, the hefty hunter isn't pleased with Han's unexpected interference and grabs his shoulder. He questions our guy about cutting the line, but Han just smirks and directly tells that bully hunter to join Mr. Chilwan Lee's party if he's got an issue. The hunter gets furious and tells Han he can't speak to him that way, calling him a fool. Our guy shoots a deadly glare and warns that hunter to take his hand off or he'll break it. Suddenly, our guy exudes a dark aura that utterly terrifies the hefty hunter. The aura sends shivers down his spine, making the hefty hunter question what this aura truly is. The bully hunter's sidekick thinks it's his aura scaring the boy away, but the bully hunter, sweating, mentally calls his sidekicks idiots because this aura ain't his. After getting thoroughly spooked, the hunter decides to let it go, since the Hunter Association officials are watching them. The hefty guy and his sidekicks then quietly retreat. Lee scratches his head in worry, feeling everything has gone south already. Our guy then calls Lee and suggests moving on since it doesn't look like anyone else is joining. Lee, in disbelief, asks if he's really suggesting just the two of them take on the dungeon. Shortly after, they both step into the dungeon, with Chiwan Lee's senses heightened as he scans the area both ways. However, our main guy reassures him, saying there's no need to fret, claiming he can handle most monsters up to grade D. Lee's eyes widen at this revelation, remembering Sun Yun had mentioned this was his first dungeon experience. Technically, our guy isn't fibbing, since the Tower of Trials isn't exactly a dungeon. Hunter Lee feels a bit uneasy and, trying not to sound blunt, tells Sun Yun that exploring dungeons is a dangerous game that could cost them their lives. Before they dive in, he shares some wisdom with our boy, explaining that while grade E and grade C hunters may seem like low-grade hunters are much weaker, the truth is that grade C hunters face a significantly higher mortality rate. Grade E hunters play it safe, knowing their limitations, while grade C hunters often let their inflated ego get them into deadly trouble. Lee warns him that dungeons harbor dangers beyond their imagination, and seeing Sun Yun's overconfidence only makes him worry more. While our guy understands Lee's concern, Hunter Lee steps up as the leader. Even as a lower-grade hunter, he has a wealth of experience under his belt. Our boy isn't overly confident though, and thinks he'd feel better leading the charge himself. Nevertheless, Han agrees, and together, they decide Lee should take the lead for their safety. As they venture further in, our guy keeps an eye on Lee to see how he operates. Soon, they come face to face with a lizardman monster, causing Lee to tense up, knowing it's a skilled fighter. Making this battle potentially challenging, Chan devises a plan to draw the monster's attention while instructing Han to strike at its weak point on his cue. Our guy gives a nod, eager to see how an experienced hunter like Lee handles the situation. Suddenly, the lizardman pounces at Lee. Instead of fighting back, this fool pans his sword in the air, trying to scare it off as if it's just a pesky house cat. Han, watching from a distance, can hardly believe his eyes, as this goofball has somehow succeeded in sending the monster scampering away. Our guy can't afford to waste time, having already used a temporary return, meaning he has only 3 days on Earth and can't spend it floundering around with a single lizardman right at the beginning of their journey. Just then, Han Seung Yun dives in to assist Lee, who protests that charging in like that could get him hurt. Our guy, however, activates instant acceleration and darts forward like a rocket. In a split second, he slashes the lizardman, causing blood to spray everywhere. Lee stands there, mouth agape, while Han strikes a pose, believing he helped out in a hurry, hoping Lee would recognize his efforts. After witnessing that fight, Chan nods in agreement. Our boy then offers another suggestion, and Lee immediately goes along with it, treating Han like he's in charge. Our protagonist decides it's time to take the lead, moving forward. Just like that, a horde of lizardmen appears, and our guy effortlessly cuts through them, finishing them off like it's a walk in the park. Lee can only stare in disbelief as he watches Han decimate the monsters, thinking it's nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. He can hardly fathom what he's seeing, wondering if this might revolutionize the entire hunting industry. Meanwhile, our boy collects the crystals from the fallen creatures. These magical crystals are precious gems that can be utilized in metallurgy or alchemy. Han gathers plenty of them and stashes them in Lee's backpack. Xiel Wan then apologizes to our guy, wishing he could contribute more than just lugging around their gear. Han responds he won't complain if Lee claims the bigger cut of the treasure. While they're having this discussion, a lizard man ambushes our boy, just as it lunges to stab with its sword. Our guy smoothly dodges the attack and throws the lizard man into the air with sheer strength. The creature crashes against the wall, sending rocks tumbling down. Seung Yun suggests they talk about their reward later so they can keep their heads in the game. He promises to protect Lee as best as he can. With that, Han starts absorbing the fallen souls of the lizardmen. As the souls flow in, our guy pretends to yawn to avoid raising any eyebrows. After the last of the souls has been absorbed, Seung Yun isn't thrilled to see only a 0.7% increase in proficiency, assuming that grade D monsters won't boost proficiency at this stage. Suddenly, a gate appears, and Lee can't wrap his head around the fact they reached the boss battle gate. He ponders that he never even dreamed of tackling the boss battle. Just making it halfway through the dungeon would have him over the moon. Yet, with Seung Yun by his side, Lee thinks they actually stand a chance at conquering the whole dungeon. Moments later, Han queries whether Lee is set to charge into the boss battle gate. The boy suggests Han take a breather, but our guy is already hyped to go. Without hesitation, they step through the gate, and behold, the Lizard King. Just as they expected, the Lizard King charges at them, while Lee asks Han how on earth he's going to take this beast down. The boy shouts at him to come up with a plan or something to save their skins, but our guy is pretty laid back about it, replying that he doesn't exactly have a game plan. This is purely the kind of cockiness Cha Wan was warning about. Seung Yun is shocked by the Lizard King's stunning speed, which seems so out of place for its size, yet our guy easily keeps up with it. The Lizard King lashes out at Seung Yun, sending him flying backward to crash into the ground. For a moment, his teammate is incredibly worried, thinking he might be done for. Our guy shakes off the damage and considers that it should be tough, allowing him to truly test his new skills properly. Spotting the Lizard King's chair damaged, Han senses something ominous in the air. At the same time, the Lizard King releases a purple light that activates the skill slow movement. All of Seung Yun's movements begin to slow down by 25%, but before that can set in, our guy activates the skill, Forceful Breakthrough, which grants him over double the magic power compared to the user of the slow movement skill. All sluggish effects from every movement get cancelled out. But his teammate Lee Chelwan still gets caught up in the skill used by the Lizard King. Pleading with Seung Yun for help, the Lizard King, instead of finishing off our guy, leaps toward his vulnerable teammate, while Han desperately tries to block its path. Realizing he's too far away and won't make it in time, our guy employs the skill, Summon the Dead, causing a swarm of skeletons to erupt in front of the Lizard King. But they're wiped out instantly since they're quite useless. Yet, in that fraction of a second, Han Seung Yun activates the skill, Wind's Grace, which boosts all his movements by 60%, saving Shallan while cutting down the Lizard King's neck. Consequently, his stats skyrocket as he absorbs the Lizard King's soul, amplifying his strength, agility, stamina, and durability by 1 to 5. RG also swipes the Lizard King's skill, Spiritual Eyes. Shin Woo-jin, the team leader of the Hunter Association Gate Management Team, yawns while waiting outside the newly appeared gates, feeling a bit bored. He checks with his subordinate if anything noteworthy happened, but his subordinate shakes his head, leaving Woo-jin mulling over it. He's aware that the association's raid team would soon arrive once the advanced hunter party emerges after partially raiding the gate and then finish it by defeating the boss, causing Shin to seethe with anger since he's from the same association. Yet his team isn't getting any commissions. Jealousy bubbles up regarding the raid team. His eyes light up when he recalls if the advanced team clears the gate in one fell swoop, his management crew would score a bonus. But he knows that's only achievable if they have an A-rank hunter. Just as he's caught in thought, Han and his teammate emerge from the gate, announcing that the third gate advance party has completed their raid and is walking out. Woo-jin thinks it's odd for the raid to be wrapped up so quickly. But upon noticing merely 2 figures exiting the gate, he assumes they must have barely scraped through half of the raid. Yet, as the team leader sees the gate turning gray, signaling that the boss room raid is a wrap, he rushes in front of Seung Yun, struggling to believe what he's witnessing. Shin Woo-jin introduces himself as the one overseeing the urgent gates that have surfaced in the park. Lee Chelwan interrupts him, asking if he might be there to stake a claim on the gate's ownership. Nodding in agreement with Lee, Shin decides to make an offer to both of them. However, Chelwan steps back, realizing that's a decision he can't make on his own since our boy cleared the dungeon all by himself. The team leader is momentarily left speechless, thinking that if he managed to raid the dungeon solo, he must be an A rank. But our guy chimes in, clarifying that he's only a C rank. Our guy shakes off the dramatic moment and dives right in, asking Woo-jin how much he's willing to sell the gate for. The team leader mentally crunches the numbers and boldly states that they are prepared to shell out 1,200,000,000, leaving Seung Yun completely stunned. Meanwhile, Team leader Lee Hyun struggles under a mountain of books and papers, utterly drained from non-stop work since returning from the tower. Suddenly, her phone rings, making her wonder who could be calling her at such an hour. When she glances at her screen, she's taken aback. Lee, from the management team for the Tower of Trials Challengers, is sure that this news will rock the boat. She recalls how the higher-ups were making a huge fuss over it, never guessing that luring in challengers would be such a Herculean task. Han realizes she couldn't even rope in 10 people for the easiest difficulty, which was all her bosses were demanding anyway. That thought sends a pang of anxiety through her. But then she remembers the guy she met in the tower, so mighty that single-handedly clearing the 4th floor wouldn't even be an exaggeration. She regrets not offering Han Seung Yun a deal sooner. Just then, her phone buzzes, and it's a message from Han Seung Yun, asking her to catch up if she's back from the tower. Our guy, chilling in a restaurant, still can't believe he racked up 1,300,000,000 and feels both unbelievable and fantastic at the same time. Lee Han steps into the restaurant, panting. Spotting her, Seung Yun calls out. Observing her uneven breathing, our guy wonders if she sprinted over and casually tells her to take her time next time. Han takes a seat across from him, clearly annoyed that Seung Yun didn't respond to her message, and asks him how long he made her wait for a reply. Feeling awkward, our guy apologizes, admitting he doesn't really keep tabs on that stuff. The girl in front of him insists he treats her to coffee and cheesecake to make amends, and, nervously, Han agrees. Han curiously questions if he has given up on climbing the tower, but our guy reveals he intends to keep going, explaining that the reason he called her was to ask for a favor. Han Seung Yun tells her he needs a guild, a place that allows him to enter the towers freely and raid dungeons at his will. However, he has some stipulations. His first requirement is the right to ignore any summons from the guild. His second demand calls for the guild to stay out of his antics within the tower. Lastly, he requires the freedom to utilize the guild's dungeon whenever he wishes. After laying out his demands, our guy asks her if there's a guild willing to agree to these terms, sensing the atmosphere shift around them, which makes him question if he's asking for too much. Han points out that the terms he proposed seem impossible since, from the guild's viewpoint, they wouldn't benefit at all. Just when he fears he overstepped his bounds, Han grabs his hand and invites him to join her white-silver guild. She promises to make his impossible requests a reality. We see Han Seung Yun lying across a moving truck, reflecting on how he raided dungeons, sold off items, and joined a guild all in one day. Feeling pretty accomplished, he realizes that in order to cement his place in the guild, he needs to conquer a C-rank dungeon all by himself to prove his worth to Han's superiors. She explains that the privilege to use the guild's dungeons freely isn't granted to just anyone. This revelation unsettles our guy as he contemplates her words and realizes only a select few can enjoy the perks of the White-Silver Guild's dungeons. To qualify, they must either be an up-and-coming star or a top-notch hunter the guild has its hopes pinned on. After some thought, Han requests that he gears up to tackle a C-rank dungeon. In Junggu Noyang District, Chunbo Mountain, we find our guy sprawled across a moving vehicle, thinking about whether he should jog around a bit to warm up. Suddenly, Seung Yun zooms past like a flash, generating intense air resistance. Meanwhile, Hyeon is busy setting up a C-rank dungeon as she gets ready to book a raid gate in 1 hour. The guy in front of her recognizes her thanks to her card and suggests she wait under the tent since there's still plenty of time. But before she can settle in, Han Seung Yun bursts onto the scene, catching Han off guard since he's way too early. Seung Yun is just about to respond when a huge gust of wind swirls around them like a wild tornado. Our hero awkwardly apologizes, explaining that the rush must have created a shockwave since he dashed here far too fast. Lee, alongside the guy, tries to hide her surprise as she questions who this newcomer is. She informs Han that she's all set to wrap up the discussions, so he should give her a heads up when he's ready. Han Seung Yun is eager to kick things off now, and they both step through the gate, greeted by Fields, glancing back at her. Our hero tells her to signal him if she senses danger. However, Han is wearing an artifact given by the guild, the Empress's necklace, which has a shield ability. Though it's not the strongest, it does offer a stealth effect. Plus, the necklace tends to pull aggro, making it seem like she's assisting him. Hence, she opts to keep her distance. Seung Yun is now at ease, knowing he doesn't need to fret over her while battling. With that, he activates his spiritual eyes, enabling him to detect hidden enemies. Suddenly, deadly demons emerge from the fields, looking quite menacing. Spotting these toxic demons in a C-rank dungeon, Hyeon alerts RG about the dungeon's irregularity. In the meantime, Seung Yun swiftly takes down all 3 demons. This leaves Lee Han utterly amazed, as she realizes this is anything but normal, and she's relieved her choice was spot on. Han wields his sword, its rare lightning effect activating, nearly making him forget it's even there. With that, He dispatches the last demon, and fills Han in. Han can't believe her eyes as she watches our hero clear the boss room in less than an hour, and all on his own. What shocks her even more is that it's an irregular dungeon. Furthermore, these toxic demons are no walk in the park. And they're typically monsters that solo hunters are advised to tackle in a group. Recognizing his potential, Han thinks that Han Seung Yun is bound to advance even further, reaching a level where he'll be incomparable to him, with all possessed souls consumed. Seung Yun's stats skyrocket, boosting his strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and durability. Our hero figures the dungeon boss won't be much trouble and decides to head into the boss room with Han. She finds it odd that they can't sense the monster's presence to this extent, only to be interrupted by the monster crashing down right above them, targeting her. All this unfolds in an instant, but Han Seung Yun saves Han by scooping her up in his arms when she warns him to look behind. The monster unleashes blue flames, wreaking havoc, but our guy swiftly escapes to a safer spot, telling Han that he moved them without her permission because it was too perilous. Asking her to bear with him, Han reassures him, and our hero resolves to finish the beast. The team leader offers him her buff skills, but Seung Yun declines and leaps down. Our hero activates the instant acceleration skill, and due to the exclusive fast boost effect, his speed skyrockets temporarily. Along with that, he uses the Wind Grace skill, boosting his speed by 70%. With 3 slashes, Seung Yun brings down the dungeon boss, the demon of blue fire of destruction. While he's left wondering who this creature really is, they both exit the boss room, and Han remarks that she didn't expect him to clear a dungeon of this caliber so quickly. With that, she declares that he has successfully passed the test and can now explore the White Silver Guild's dungeon. Our guy is thrilled to hear this when the black-haired girl steers the conversation off topic, saying that when they're initially summoned to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty they choose isn't too crucial. For those scoring well on the easy levels, their subsequent trials gradually ramp up in challenges. Similarly, those opting for hard difficulty can adjust to easy if their scores are lacking. The key is when they consider these principles. Much like Seung Yun did, he achieved such staggering success even with his rank in the Tower of Trials being among the top 50, indicating his difficulty is likely deadly. Hyan explains her perspective and advises him to stay cautious because she wants to accompany him and witness his growth over the years. This heartfelt confession catches our hero off guard. Seung Yun, perched atop a towering structure and munching on an apple, receives an alert indicating he'll be returning to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes. After reflecting on the whirlwind of the past 3 days, he's thrilled. His stats have seen a solid boost along with his confidence. As he re-enters the Tower of Trials, the system greets him, asking if he wishes to undertake the 8th floor trial. He eagerly clicks yes, and the system prompts him to choose a trial option from 3 available paths. He opts for combat to enhance his necromancy skills. The system clarifies that once he makes his choice, there's no turning back. Seung Yun is confident he won't need to change his mind, and the system informs him he has pioneer qualifications. Thus, a direct conversation with the administrator is set to commence. After seeking out an administrator expert in combat, the system reveals that a discussion with the iron-blooded Monarch, the combat specialist, will take place. Without delay, Han Seung Yun steps into the Iron Blood world. The consultation kicks off with the combat route admin, Iron Blood Sovereign. Moments later, he finds himself teleported to a new location. Realizing he's entered the domain of iron and blood, to gain clarity, Han activates the Eyes of Truth and discovers this Iron and Blood world is a hidden realm of the Iron Blood Sovereign. Our guy smirks, appreciating the usefulness of this ability. However, the admin isn't pleased with the inquisitive newcomer. He soon grasps that the admin is communicating directly with him through these messages. Suddenly, a sword rises from the snowy terrain, and the admin advises player Seung Yun to stop his futile inquiries and to follow the sword instead. The sword leads the way, and after traveling quite a distance, it stops in front of a house. Our guy opens the door to find the admin, Iron Blood Sovereign, staring right at him. The shocker, the admin is a white-haired woman, leaving Han's jaw dropped. The admin welcomes the pioneer and informs Seung Yun that she's been assigned to guide him. At first glance, he almost mistook her for a charming foreign influencer, but then he remembers. She is an admin ruling over the Tower of Trials. Seung Yun feels a rush of nervousness as the admin materializes right next to him, their eyes locking. Our guy internally panics as the admin gets uncomfortably close. He didn't even blink. The admin grabs a drink and muses about the wild types that show up, but she seems taken aback by our guy, who appears as ordinary as they come. While Han curiously asks if she knows him, the woman confirms she indeed does, praising his performance in the level 4 trial. As she fills the glass with a drink, Han can't help but ask if she has been watching his trials all along, to which the admin admits that she only observes via the leaderboard, as they cannot directly watch challengers in trials below level 8. Hearing this, our guy seems stunned, and judging by his expression, the admin suspects he's got some misconceptions. She clarifies that the tower's administrators aren't omnipotent beings capable of doing anything, nor absolute masters of the tower. They're better described as the tower's caretakers. Thus, Seung Yun has no reason to feel threatened by her. Since she serves the tower, she can't do him any harm. Now, putting aside the casual chit-chat, the admin explains that this consultation is a special privilege for him, and he's free to ask anything that piques his interest. Han picks up the fact that it's genuine since he senses no hostility from her. In that case, he inquires about the purpose of this consultation. The admin explains that it's a benefit granted to pioneers, allowing them direct conversation with an admin to quench their curiosity. Han then mentions during the level 5 trial, he faced near death from an invader from another world. He wonders why that invader chose him when there were others available in his world. The admin warns him that the answer may not be what he hopes for, and goes on to explain that invading a trial in another world allows a challenger to seize rewards from that trial and earn a higher trophy. These invaders often come from worlds where towers have existed for decades. As such, a challenger could swipe the reward from the trial, landing a superior prize. These invaders might hail from realms where a tower has stood for many decades. So, they grasp the enormous rewards tied to taking down challengers from alternate realms. Plus, someday, their tower will ultimately unite with another world's tower. Our hero inquires further, and the woman reveals what she stated earlier. From level 20 onwards, trials are more frequently conducted in groups instead of solo. In short, soon our hero will find himself facing challengers from other realities. Seung Yun suddenly realizes this explains why invaders may want to eliminate future rivals ahead of time. After this, the admin thinks Han has satisfied his quest for knowledge, but our buddy has one last inquiry. And it's the simplest one. He asks what exactly the Tower of Trials is. This query even causes the admin to pause for a beat, and she admits that she herself is curious about the answer. Han can't wrap his head around the fact that even a tower's admin is clueless about such a basic question. That's when the truth unveils itself. As the admin confesses, they were once challengers too. Challengers who meet their end after level 40 are offered a chance to revive as admins. She explains that she once dreamed of reaching the peak of the tower, but in the end, she fell short. In fact, all admins, including her, are challengers who perished before topping the tower. Ultimately, they had no choice but to serve the tower. After digesting all this, Han clenches his fist in frustration, displeased to find that the admin was just an ordinary challenger from the start. And here he had such high hopes of finally uncovering what awaits at the tower's end. This sends the admin into a rage as she scowls and smashes Han against the wall. With a terrifying glare, she warns him that discussing the tower's end lightly is not for everyone. She notices Seung Yun's blank expression and appears unshaken. The admin then questions our guy if there's no fear in his heart, to which he replies that this conversation is his personal reward. Besides, he doesn't feel any bloodlust from her. At that instant, Seung Yun smashes the wall with force and escapes the room, making it clear that he won't be killed so easily. The admin stands there stunned, bursting into laughter, at the realization that in all her time here, no challenger has ever destroyed her space. Still, she concedes that Han's boldness restores her faith and offers him a mentorship contract. Our buddy is taken aback by this unexpected proposal. Later, Han returns to the 8th floor lobby and immediately checks the contractor store. He glances at the contract and realizes it wasn't a dream after all. He genuinely has an admin as a mentor. Our boy remembers the admin saying she wouldn't be the one to dismiss challengers equipped with skill and determination. He's then prompted to sign the mentorship contract. And Han taps yes. Our guy now gets access to the contractor store and can use special points. All his stats boost by 1 as a special contractor reward. The admin enjoyed their interaction and looks forward to reuniting with Pioneer Han. Han then browses the power category in the store and sees a list of 3 powers. Our guy wonders if these powers differ from the unique ability he received at level 8. But first, he checks the other pages, only to find access denied. He'll be allowed to enter from the level 10 lobby. This means Seung Yun can only see the 3 powers for now. The Iron Spirit power, an A-grade skill that enhances the proficiency growth rate by 2.32 for all weapon skills. The Lord of Winter power, which temporarily boosts stats in cold environments. And finally, the Clear-Headed power that enables the user to make wise decisions during any circumstances. Our guy finds nothing extraordinary and thinks he should simply earn more SP for the time being. Nonetheless, he decides to purchase the Clear-Headed power, believing it will aid him in thinking clearly. Even when times get tough, he hopes the power lives up to its name, and it's likely better to improve his chances of survival by even a small margin instead of biding his time. After all, who's to say he won't encounter another invader trial? Following that, Han prepares for the 8th trial, which centers on annihilation. The aim of the trial is to defeat the Lich responsible for summoning the skeletons. With that, our hero enters the trial and is left speechless as he finds himself standing on a cliff, surrounded by an army of skeletons. Han struggles to comprehend, and it's clear that the skeletons have vastly outnumbered him. But that doesn't actually faze him since he's all set to take them down. With that, our hero dives into the sea of skeletons and feels a wave of relief when he realizes these skeletons can't even scratch his armor. Thus begins the skeleton slaughter, as Seung Yun chops their heads off, and their bones go flying everywhere. As our hero slices through these skeletal foes, he muses that they'll need something a lot tougher than skeletons to take him down. Yet Han gasps in disappointment when he sees his skill proficiency only jumps by 0.08 for each skeleton he dispatches. The chaos continues, and our guy feels certain he won't be leveling up his skills during this trial. So he decides to wrap it up. Suddenly, a voice echoes, demanding to know who dares to cause chaos in his domain. Han senses the voice is coming from afar, and he calls upon the undead skeleton soldiers. He commands to finish off the remaining skeletons. Even our boy is taken aback and concludes that while the skeleton soldiers may be weak foes, they definitely have their perks on his team. He leaves them to clean up and heads off to confront the boss. Han leaps high and activates the skill, Wind of Grace, boosting his speed by 60% while donning his magical boots. With numerous speed boosts, our hero zooms through the air at breakneck speed, and as the castle comes into view, he uncovers where the skeleton boss is hiding. Han faces the Skeleton King, who glares at him with a murderous look, furious that a mere mortal dares to invade his hallowed sanctuary. The king opens his grimoire to unleash spells, planning to make Seung Yun pay dearly for his audacity. That's when colossal titans stomp into view, and our hero realizes these beasts are just as powerful as the sand golem. The Skeleton King expects our hero to be terrified out of his wits from such folly. However, Han plays it cool and taunts the king, asking if he doesn't have anything beefier to throw at him. Our hero jests that he'd be let down if this is all the king can muster. He smirks like a true villain and draws out his dagger. The Skeleton King seethes with rage at the shame and accuses Seung Yun of being a foolish mortal, stating that his loyal guardians will rip the insolent mouth of his to shreds. The titanic monsters wildly stomp toward our guy, ready to crush him. Our hero activates instant acceleration and swiftly beheads the monsters in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Han slices through those titans, edging closer to the king while tearing off its legs. Before that moment, a rush of joy surges through him as his skill proficiency rises by 1-2 after devouring the souls of the titans. At least the higher level undead hands him better proficiency points. The Skeleton King, who had been boasting, now lies helpless on the ground and asks Han what kind of savage beast he is. In the king's mind, our guy grins wickedly and mocks the overly arrogant Lich. Han then advances to finish off the king, but his eyes land on the book, recalling how the Lich had the power to control monsters at will. A devious thought flickers in his mind as our hero plots to use the Lich's ability to farm proficiency. After that, Seung Yun asks the Lich if he can summon more of these guardians. The king wonders why this mortal is so interested, while RG thinks they should call it quits since the Lich can't really summon. However, the Lich warns him not to approach and admits he does have the power to summon. Han inquires how quickly he can summon those guardians, and the king replies that he can call them forth in minutes after they fall. Han realizes he can summon even more on the spot and orders the Lich to conjure the beasts again. The king looks bewildered since his guardians couldn't even scratch a warrior of Seung Yun's caliber. Our hero grows weary of the chatter as he aims his sword at the king. The king quickly opens the book to save his own skin and summons all his guardians in a single sweep. The pages flutter, and the creatures materialize. Our boy wipes them out in a heartbeat, and the king had better keep up. However, Han informs the Lich that they're only getting warmed up and instructs him to recall his surviving skeletons and use that energy to bring forth more guardians. Our hero toys with the king, flicking the sword at him to make him earn his keep. Eventually, the never-ending slaughter of monsters goes on, and the unfortunate Lich is left in a bones-deep dilemma, questioning how long he can withstand such misery. As the Lich laments his life choices, our guy, being the savage beast he is, makes it clear they're only finished when he says they are. Han continuously carves through the monsters, and with every defeat, he sharpens his skill. Moments later, his natural ability, Necromancy, hits 100% proficiency, soaring up one tier, landing him a grade C in Necromancy. Our hero grins at this while the Lich proclaims that Seung Yun is the real beast here, and even the devil glances at him with disdain. The Skeleton King curses our hero's name until the end of time, even in his eternal rest. As the unfortunate Lich slowly crumbles, Han realizes that the king's bones shatter each time he calls forth a guardian. Therefore, he's on the brink of oblivion. With that realization, our hero steps closer, hoping the Lich can hold on a bit longer. But alas, it's time for him to finish things. The king insults him, calling him a repulsive human, and Han swiftly beheads it, ending its life in an instant. He then receives an achievement. The devil may weep as he devours the lich's spirit. Just like that, Han Seung Yun conquers the 8th floor trial, earning 30,000 points, along with 700 special points. Our player steps into the level 9 lobby and learns that the trials can now be monitored by administrators. Moreover, he can now buy grade C skills from the skill store. After that, Han opens his status window and discovers that absorbing skills isn't overwhelming. Instead, he can also absorb skill proficiency now. On top of this, upon absorbing a deceased spirit, our hero learns that the opportunity to absorb a skill from a spirit rests at 20%. Reflecting on the level 8 trial, Han feels somewhat underwhelmed, but who knows how level 9 will play out. So he gears up for whatever lies ahead. Han then gazes at his dagger, which still has some life left in it. However, he has a dilemma with his shield and weapon skills. It turns out he's hit his ceiling with the hunter-style dagger and needs a fresh sword-fighting skill to transition to. For this reason, he browses the skill store and finds nothing worthwhile in sword fighting. Well, if he can't buy one, Han Seung Yun resolves to create one. He picks up basic sword fighting skills to enhance his proficiency with all kinds of blades. Shortly after, he contemplates leveling up the hunter-style dagger through skill synthesis. But first, he must think about which skills would work well together. Out of all the skills currently at his disposal, basic sword fighting seems like the best match. Han combines the two skills, hunter-style dagger and basic sword fighting for synthesis. Since they vary in grade, the grade D skill, hunter-style dagger, takes precedence. Plus, he has a 75% chance of creating a high-grade skill. A moment later, magic unfolds as our hero hits the jackpot with the creation of the skill, Demon Slayer style. Not to mention, it's a grade C. The Demon Slayer style skill triples the cutting effect when wielding the sword and doubles attack speed when battling non-human foes. Our hero realizes it's going to be faster in fights against non-human enemies. And it's clear this skill was crafted by a hunter to eliminate monsters. Han then decides to give synthesizing some of his remaining skills a shot. But tension starts to rise. He tries to remind himself that gambling is a bad habit and checks the skill, compatibility, and success rate first. After experimenting with the skills, Sunung stumbles upon Ash and Blood and is blown away that it triples his regeneration ability, feeling almost too good to be true. Plus, it even alleviates 40% of pain whenever he takes damage. Unfortunately, he can't test this skill in the lobby since the lobby heals him automatically. Our boy then reflects on how far he's come since 100 points felt like a fortune. With that, he disables the lobby's healing function by deducting 50 points. Now that he's exhausted all the dead spirits from the 8th trial, Han assumes the protective shield won't activate. He raises his sword and plunges it into his hand several times. Thanks to the skill, Ash and Blood, Han's arm heals in no time. And our boy is in awe because he practically has a means of recovering from physical harm without returning to the lobby now. Alongside his new healing ability, he still possesses his dead spirit shield, meaning he no longer requires a physical shield. However, our hero chooses to keep it due to its sentimental significance. He then opens the community, but discovers nothing interesting from what he sees. With time slipping away, Han thinks there's no time for idling and heads to the next trial. The epic level 9 trial is all about battling in the arena. And the goal? Obliterate every monster lurking within before time runs out. The prize for conquering this trial is the skill known as Call of the Wild. Suddenly, a notification pops up, startling Han Seung Yun, warning him that the 9th floor is dangerous, and a challenger from the martial arts realm has invaded. The invader has taken aim at the trial's main objective. Our hero finds himself in the 9th floor trial, facing the martial arts intruder who appears to have wiped out every monster in sight. The old man introduces himself as Sean Hawk Bayak, a high-ranking elder from the Great Martial Alliance. He prompts Han to introduce himself as well. Meanwhile, the Tower of Trials flips the script on the mission. Now tasking Han with taking down Sean Hawk Bayak from the martial arts faction, Han queries Bayak about the need for his name, and the old man simply states it's proper etiquette to share names before a duel. Han raises an eyebrow, bluntly expressing his suspicion that the old man didn't invade this level with noble intentions, so he sees no point in giving a formal introduction. Sean Hawk thinks it's foolish for the kid not to recognize the honor among martial artists. In his thoughts, Han Seung Yun is fed up with this nonsense and wonders why normal folks can't come through from other worlds. Nevertheless, the martial artist tells Han to do as he pleases since he refused to follow proper decorum, leaving him no option. The invader flips his sword, launching himself toward Han. Han activates the skill Grace in the Wind, boosting it by 30%. He then engages Bayak with lightning speed. It's as if there are 3 Hans battling at once. When the old man falls back, he's taken aback, amazed that such martial skill exists in this dimension. Bayak apologizes for underestimating Han's abilities, but Han isn't having it and tells him to lose the gentleman act. After all, he came here to eliminate Han Seung Yun and nab his reward. He cuts straight to the point, telling Bayak that this isn't tea time, but a trial. Fury ignites in Han's eyes as he tells the invader to drop the pretense of there being rules, concluding that hypocrites make him sick. Offended by these words, the old man realizes that warriors from Han's world see no logic or reason. With that, an explosive power surges through Shonhawk Bayak, and he bids the boy farewell, labeling him a nameless warrior. The dark energy engulfs the arena, bursting forth like a tempest of fury. Just then, the panel alarms Han Seung Yun that the enemy's innate trait, Sword Shine, has obscured his vision for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is more than enough time to shred someone to pieces if they're left vulnerable. Panic courses through Han when he's blinded. Han Seung Yun activates the skill Magic Resistance, cutting down the effect's duration, before employing the skill Third Eye to sense an incoming strike from outside his line of sight. That's when Han perceives the sword lunging at him from the front. Luckily, our guy dodges just in time, the sword grazing his shoulder and hair as it passes. As the 5 seconds tick away, Bayak's vision impairment dissipates, and Han Seung Yun finally sees his opponent. A wave of relief washes over him as he activates the skill Ash and Blood, realizing how close he came to disaster. Invader Bayak, taken aback, questions the nameless warrior about how he predicted his movement. Han then unleashes the skill Grace of Wind, which boosts his speed by 50%, making a fierce comeback. The tension in the air thickens as their swords clash fiercely. The intensity of the battle escalates as they exchange strikes. Han twirls and delivers a kick, but the invader dodges and counters with his sword, pushing Han to spin away. At that instant, Shonhawk Bayak grips Han's hand, halting his leg movement with the blade. The old man criticizes Han for his unique tricks, while Han Seung Yun pauses, recognizing that Bayak is tougher than he anticipated. Curiosity sparks within him as he wonders why their stats seem evenly matched when he clearly feels superior. Han lunges again, and Bayak warns him that he will no longer hold back. The old man employs his weak trick once more, using the innate trait, Sword Shine, clouding Han's vision for another 5 seconds. Our hero gears up again and triggers the same skill he used before to see through the obscurity. However, Han finds it tough to keep pace with Bayak's flurry of attacks, which suddenly pick up speed. In a pinch, he activates the Blessing of Iron skill using his wrought iron pendant, allowing his skin to absorb 10% of all physical damage. Still, these skills appear to be ineffective, and Han gets firmly grabbed by his opponent's magic skill. Moments later, the invader's skill fizzles out and the mist lifts. Just in time, our hero retreats as Beck swings his sword, sustaining minimal damage with just his arm getting nicked. Han Seung Yun strikes back with tremendous force and bites his own hand to activate his healing skill, mending his arm. The invader scoffs at it, dismissing it as a pathetic maneuver. Beck admits he initially admired Han as a talented martial artist, but now he sees him merely as a wannabe with borrowed skills. Han, fists clenched, fires back at the old man, insisting he should speak for himself. Fully aware that he received his innate trait from the tower, our guy comes back like a storm after the silence, activating the skill, Grace in the Wind, and ramping it up by 70%. Sunung Yun warns the invader against being such a hypocrite, as the invader believes this nameless warrior will stick to his gimmicks, droning on about a true swordsman who doesn't rely on stolen abilities. Seriously, this old fool is strutting around, flaunting his tower-given innate traits like they're natural to him while calling our main character out for using borrowed powers. What a silly blunder. Clearly, our guy has had enough, charging back with his dagger. But Bayak blocks it with his sword, questioning Han's sense of honor. Sun Yun retorts that apparently he lacks any and asks the old man how it feels to face defeat from a mere trick. Even Beck struggles to withstand Han's onslaught. The scene shifts to Seonhawk Bayak's perspective, where he reflects on invading countless trials across various worlds. With this very sword, he has felled numerous otherworldly competitors. Those from planet Earth often fell short in every way, akin to a pot of honey left unguarded, a treasure that hardly needed to be claimed. The fact that players from Earth couldn't even graze a single hair on him showcased their utter uselessness. Plus, his innate trait, Sword Shine, would blind his enemies, allowing him to take them down in a single strike. Until now, this invasion trial was supposed to go the same way. But things appear to be turning sour. Beck's distraction opens a window for our guy to strike, managing to slice through his hair. The old man's hair streams down, liberated, brushing against his shoulder. Finally, our guy manages to cut Bayak's face, blood trickling down. At that precise moment, several admins appear on the panel, impressed with player Han Seung Yun, showing keen interest. However, the martial artist invader cannot handle it. jealousy flashing across his face as he uses the skill, 2 birds, 1 stone, doubling his speed. The old man activates every skill he possesses purely out of spite. He emanates a fierce aura, which evokes a mocking chuckle from Han, who echoes the invader's claim that those skills are merely trifling tricks. Ironically, it seems he's relying on all of them now. Both combatants spiral into chaos, and the system informs them of trial invasion penalties, slashing their stats by 8 points. Several skills go offline, leaving Seonhok Byack in a bind as 2 of his skills get abruptly disabled. Shortly after, the old man activates his innate trait, Swordshine. While our guy begins to anticipate his attack pattern, Beck shouts at Han, calling him a sneaky follower of a demonic path, bent on slicing him in half where he stands. Byack's rage surges as a torrent of fire erupts while Sunung crouches low to dodge the sparks. Our hero activates the ultimate triad skill, amplifying the next 3 attacks. With that, Han unleashes tremendous power to confront the invader and teach him a lesson. This time, that brutal assault from our warrior shatters the martial artist's cherished sword and drives the dagger through him. While our guy stumbles after unleashing uncontrollable force, the invader stands there, dumbfounded. He quakes, deeming his defeat ridiculous. And suddenly, his body splits in half. I mean, Gramps was complaining about silly tricks, but he turned out to be the biggest hypocrite of all. The dude got exactly what he deserved. After an epic battle that felt like it lasted forever, the invader is completely defeated, and Han grins as he finishes the 9th floor trial. Following that, Han absorbs the spirit of Sean Hawk, now resting in peace. His skill level skyrockets by 27%, which is quite impressive. He then reaps the rewards for completing the trial. But for some perplexing reason, the prize he received doesn't quite align with how tough the challenge was. So, the rewards get recalibrated. He nearly forgot that rewards could fluctuate, pondering what he might score this time. It turns out he gets a C-grade skill, 6th Sense, as the trial clearance reward, plus 35,000 points. Han muses over the 6th Sense skill. That's a skill of a slightly higher caliber than his initial reward, Call of the Wild. Our hero then moves towards the 10th floor lobby to explore it further, when suddenly, his path is obstructed as multiple panels appear before him. The tower admins give him a round of applause for his stellar performance. Han stumbles upon a message, revealing that his trials were under the watchful eyes of the admins. To sum it up, he managed to wow a group of admins with that last fight. Given this recognition, our guy feels a sense of pride swelling within him. Just then, an admin known as the Lord of Iron and Blood expresses discontent over the excessive praise directed at their contractor, Han Seung Yun. She advises her contractor to steer clear of arrogance. Unexpectedly, the admin named White Crane appears and reveals her desire to bestow power upon his contractor's store. Han's eyes widen in disbelief at the notion that White Crane is gifting him free power. That's when the Lord of Iron and Blood finally concedes, allowing our guy to accept this newfound strength. Han's hopeful there are no strings attached, but his admin warns him that other admins might offer contractors powers as a way to curry favor. This raises some red flags in his mind. Upon reflection, he questions why an admin would want to win him over and gain his favor when a contract is already in place. Han then inquires if he will have encounters with other admins, to which White Crane shyly confirms he'll come across quite a few. Sun Yun's contractor, Lord of Iron and Blood, remarks that gifts from other admins are subpar and hardly worth his hassle. Upon hearing this, our guy becomes even more baffled about why the admins would offer him mediocre gifts just to seek his favor, clearly suggesting they want something in return. Still, he figures he shouldn't turn down a gift horse and takes whatever he can grab. The White Crane admin adds the skill Intense Aura Sword to Han's contractor store. The admin beams and reminds him to remember this gesture of goodwill. Our boy vows to use it wisely. With that, Han heads over to the lobby of the 10th floor, the new common area, and wonders if the admins can view him while he's in the lobby. To check, he calls out to them, asking if anyone's watching, but there's silence. At that instant, our guy feels quite flattered. Unable to maintain his composure as he opens the contractor store, he discovers the White Crane skill, realizing he can channel magic energy into his sword to summon a sword aura. Initially, our boy thought it was just another mediocre skill, but he's thoroughly impressed. Sun Yun chimes in, stating he now has access to a new list of skills. Han finds himself with some overpowered skills this time. Power Total Rejuvenation can bolster the user's skeletal structure into a combat powerhouse. Power Iron Blood Sword enables the user to conjure a magical sword of iron and blood without draining any of their own magic energy. Finally, Power Touch of Death enhances the potency of necromancy and black magic twofold while gently decomposing the enemy's body. Even our guy admits these skills could be total game changers. Unfortunately, since he's low on SP right now, The only skills he's able to buy are either bodily rejuvenation or intense sword aura. Our guy weighs his options on whether to snag it or save up for more SP. He reflects that the old man Sean Hawkbake, from level 9, was a serious beast to contend with. So, if he wants to survive against foes like him, he needs to gather as many powers as possible. With that decided, our guy buys the skill Intense Sword Aura and decides to activate it immediately for a test run. Han swings the sword, channeling his ultimate triad skill to infuse magic energy into it as well. But it feels entirely different. Our boy deduces that the ultimate triad forces an explosive wave of magic through the sword, whereas the sword aura lets the energy magic aura flow smoothly through the sword, like a gentle stream. He practices the skill for a while and realizes this intense sword skill increases the magic exhaustion rate by 2% every minute. He practices this skill for quite a while and discovers that this powerful sword technique increases the magic exhaustion rate by 2% every minute. This prompts our hero to figure that his magic energy will be completely drained in about 100 minutes. At that moment, he turns off the skill and vows to be more cautious about his magic supply moving forward. Soon enough, Han recalls the reward skill he obtained from the 9th floor, the 6th sense, which sharpens his instincts considerably. Having a keen intuition is incredibly useful for making sound decisions. However, our hero can't help but ponder over the community, curious if players are chatting about the new common area. In the forums, everyone seems to be buzzing over the common area, filled with foreign players engaging with one another. But what really catches Seung Yun's attention is the revelation that he can swap abilities with the admins. With so many players around, our hero perceives this as a prime opportunity. Thus, he resolves to visit the common area for himself and take a peek. Moments later, Han finds himself teleported to the common area, which appears to be quite a lovely spot. A humble hunter strolls into the common area. Meanwhile, some Korean hunters stealthily watch the newcomer. Assuming he resembles a Korean hunter, one of them recognizes he's a grade A hunter from South Korea. Suddenly, a wave of hostility washes over as one guy expresses his irritation toward the Korean hunters, acting all high and mighty, questioning whether they think they can slay any players outside the common area. The grade A hunter casually walking away is abruptly hit by a burst of magical energy, immobilizing him. The earlier hunters emerge from the bushes, and one of them tosses his sword aside. With no escape route, the unfortunate boy is stuck as the vile hunter assumes these Korean hunters know everything about the hunter world. The guy senses danger, and since they aren't in a trial, he never expected player killers to show up here. The player killer points his sword at the boy, when suddenly, a nun hunter jumps in, warning the murderers to back off or she'll expose them in the community chat room. The scoundrel player stands up and agrees on one condition. He sarcastically tells the girl hunter to strip, finishing with a wicked grin. This malevolent player demands they drop all their items and follow orders, claiming they might spare one of them. The sinister intentions of the maniac are glaringly obvious, while the girl hunter recoils in shock at their crude request. As he reaches for her clothes, someone approaches from behind. It turns out to be our boy, who seems unfazed by the chaos around him. As he strides by, the killer becomes curious upon spotting Han in a cloak and calls out to him. Our hero pulls back his hood, and the killer assumes Seung Yun is also Korean. In that instant, wickedness oozes from their expressions, marking their critical error. They launch a simultaneous attack on Han. Well, Han intended to slip by unnoticed, but now, he has no choice. With that, our hero activates the skill, Juggernaut, and unexpectedly, he employs his new technique, the Intense Sword Aura, causing a magical sword to appear out of nowhere. Seung Yun warns the attackers to remember they initiated this brawl and prepares to unleash his wrath. Our hero loses his composure and triggers instant acceleration. He zooms forward with blinding speed, and in the blink of an eye, he slashes through the killer's cronies' necks with his dagger like it's child's play. Han grins menacingly and charges at the cowardly killer who hides behind an ice shield. Our hero smashes through the ice shield with ease, shattering it instantly. A surge of dread envelops that cowardly killer as he begs for mercy, pleading with Han to spare his life. But our hero doesn't spare worthless lives and drives his dagger through the killer's throat. After dispatching the 3 villains, Han absorbs their lifeless souls, boosting his proficiency by 6.4%. The girl hunter apologizes to Seung Yun, expressing her desire to help, but the fight ended before she could intervene. As she turns to leave, the boy asks Han if he's a ranker, to which he responds with a nod. He reveals he's always been in the top 10 on the leaderboard. The boy beams at the chance encounter with Han, grateful, since he would have likely perished without his help. Our hero dismisses it as nothing and cautions him to stay safe on his journey. Although he's not exactly a goody two-shoes, Han intervened for this boy just in case those hooligans tried to attack him next. As our fellow is getting ready to leave, the boy halts him with a strange request. He asks Seung Yun if he can keep the corpses of those thugs. The kid explains that if Han allows him to hold onto these bodies after saving his life earlier, he's ready to grant our hero a power as a gesture of gratitude. Naturally, our guy can't resist a freebie. Soon after, he activates his skill, Devourer, and feasts on the lifeless bodies. Like he promised, he sends one of his powers to Seung Yun, and it turns out to be steel wings that get added to our hero's contractor inventory. Han can hardly contain his joy at adding another power to his collection. The boy then mentions the skill he sent. Han allows him to summon wings that attach to his back, letting him hover in the air. Our guy promises he'll make the most of it, feeling eager to test this new ability in the lobby. Meanwhile, the admin crew is squabbling over Han Seung Yun, each attempting to curry his favor. The Lady of Iron and Blood shows her discontent with those who covet her contractor. Our guy is perplexed to think all this chaos is because of him. However, given how keen the admins are to compete for players, Han becomes convinced they want something from him. Knowing he'll uncover the reason eventually, our friend walks toward the common area alongside the hunter dude. On the way, the boy explains to Han how the common area splits into an arena, an auction house, and a casino. He continues by revealing that, so far, 3 other worlds have invaded their trials, known as Ares, Muram, and Kalan. The challengers from Ares seem to follow some kind of knightly code. The challengers from Muram are similar but tend to be a bit more aggressive. Meanwhile, Kalan hosts a variety of beings, like elves, fairies, and beastkin. Upon hearing this, Han recalls the 2 invaders he faced. The Black Knight came from Ares, while the White Crane was from Muram. While our guy is taken aback by the intel on the other worlds, the boy grins, revealing he asked questions to gather as much info as possible. Eventually, they reach the common area, and the boy hands Han his business card just in case. Our guy is completely stunned to learn that this dude is a team leader under the association's Challenger management team. With that, they step into the lively common area, and the boy looks pretty pumped. He informs Seung Yun that he's off to the auction room, while our guy smirks, revealing he's off to the arena. Moments later, our boy walks into the arena, which resembles an arcade, buzzing with excitement and energy everywhere. The admins fondly look back on the past when they spot the arena. They're genuinely thrilled by the electrifying atmosphere. Seung Yun finds himself a seat as the arena system activates. Our guy is prompted to choose between bets or duels, and he hits the help button. It reveals that the arena divides into a bets menu and a duels menu. By selecting bets, players can wager points on duels between others. They might win or lose points based on the duel's result. It dawns on our guy that the folks watching were involved with their bets. Conversely, selecting duels means they could engage in combat against other challengers for a reward. Each player receives their opponent's leaderboard and true name once they agree to the duel. Lastly, a duel can feature a prize, like a power or a skill. Players will also be teleported to the Colosseum once the duel is confirmed for combat. To sum it up, the arena system revolves around the coveted prize for the duel. With that in mind, our guy scans the players to see if anyone catches his gaze. Meanwhile, the hunters in the arena are fixated on the hunter, Catherine, the Inferno Witch, who happens to be present. The players are thrilled to see such a cutie from the States in the flesh. Meanwhile, Catherine Bennett struggles to find a worthy opponent for a duel, pondering if her record is scaring everyone off. She muses that more challengers might step up if her win count were concealed. Bennett holds the 6th rank on the leaderboard, with 17 victories total. Even the admin Master of Flames scoffs at the cowardice on display, and Catherine can't help but agree that this place is teeming with scaredy cats. The monotony nearly drives her nuts, just as she's done wasting time at the arena. A notification catches her attention. It turns out to be a duel request from our boy Seung Yun, who has 0 wins under his belt. Catherine is impressed by this rookie's daring challenge for their first duel and smirks. She eagerly accepts and strides into the Colosseum. The rivals confront one another, and Catherine admires Hans's bravery for selecting her as his initial opponent. Still, the duel kicks off, and she gets cocky, suggesting he consider this as just a learning opportunity. Flames burst forth from her, and Bennett unleashes the skill, Birth of Fire, conjuring up a massive flare that chases after Han. Our hero dodges the searing assault, as Catherine struts about confidently, believing she has won. Seung Yun turns the tide completely by activating the skill Sword Chi Master, leaving everyone in awe. It slices right through that enormous fireball in a heartbeat. Catherine reels from the sight, while our protagonist scoffs at her claim of this duel being a learning experience. Now, it's Han's turn to show who's truly in charge and teach her a lesson. The next scene transports us to a tranquil location where an administrator observes Han Seung Yun's battle through her water mirror. She finds it amusing to see our guy has become skilled with the sword aura. With a smile, she thinks granting Seung Yun such effective power was brilliant. From this moment onward, She resolves to establish a closer connection with him than the other administrators. She hopes player Han might be the one to turn her failures around and finally help her achieve her dream. Back in the Colosseum, Catherine bombards our guy with multiple fiery orbs as he skillfully dodges them. Using instant acceleration, he launches into the air and slashes at the fireballs. As he ascends, his assassin cloak catches fire, almost reducing it to ash. With that, Han plummets back down, realizing that without the skill, grace in the wind, the cloak barely kept him airborne. But the problems don't stop there. As Catherine gets ready with her flames, eager to see how long he can endure. Meanwhile, the Lord of Iron and Blood finds joy in watching Catherine's approaching flames. The other administrators are equally fascinated by her fiery abilities. In contrast, our hero brandishes his dagger. Slicing through the fire flares with the intense power of his sword aura. As time passes, exhaustion from the magic begins to weigh on him. As Han uses this skill, he senses this battle is going to drag out and become even more challenging. At that moment, our guy absorbs the dead spirit of Sean Hawkbeck, boosting all of his stats. He also absorbs the electric sword aura skill from the old man. This skill electrifies the user's sword aura with lightning damage and enables long-range sword wave attacks. Our guy finds himself confused about what a sword wave really means. He presumes it pertains to executing a long-range assault with his sword aura. However, while he's lost in thought, Catherine interrupts and tells him to stop daydreaming. Sun Yun is yanked back to reality by blazing arrows hovering above him, waiting for their cue to strike. The fire arrows pursue Han like shadows as he keeps sprinting to escape their wrath. They aim at him from every direction. Suddenly, our friend activates the skill, Ash and Blood, and takes a daring leap to make it work on the first try. Nevertheless, Han decides it will serve as good practice. He raises his sword towards the flames, activating two sword aura abilities simultaneously. The dagger unfurls in a storm of aura, and as Han swings his weapon, a brilliant yet fierce energy erupts and majestically tears through the blazing orb. While Catherine is too astonished by the stunning yet terrifying sight, she realizes the magical aura is about to reach her. Instinctively, she conjures a fire shield for protection and plots her counterattack. However, our guy shatters her plans as he leaps from behind, aiming his sword at her neck. Catherine Bennett is utterly terrified and concedes her defeat. Just like that, player Catherine admits defeat, and Han claims victory along with a grade C skill, Gale Force. Our guy returns to the arena, chuckling to himself, since he considered Catherine's challenge merely light practice for honing his sword aura. Yet she surprised him with her skills. Not to mention, she reduced his cloak to cinders. He decides to take note of her name while glancing at the new skill he acquired. But it seems our guy got duped since Gale Force is limited to stabbing. Checking his score, our guy celebrates a win, but acknowledges he's just getting started. Sunun moves on to his next duel with Yuji Uwaki, who's holding the 11th spot on the leaderboard of the Japanese server. As the duel kicks off, Yuji announces he's thrilled to face off with the third best player from Korea. But he really tears into our guy, calling him a weakling dressed like a homeless person. Han, however, simply scoffs at the nonsense, which only serves to infuriate Yuji. Our guy finds it absolutely hilarious that they're both thinking alike, while the Japanese player twitches and suddenly lunges at Han with his spear, calling him a Sun Yun. He barely escapes being taken out by the unexpected strike and realizes this is the norm on the Japanese server. Inside his head, Han Seung Yun chuckles proudly, declaring he's grown quite overpowered. He subtly ridicules Yuji Uwaki for ranking 11th in Japan, boasting that this feels like a breeze for him. To everyone's shock, his arrogance leads him to take things too far, as he deliberately drives his dagger into Yuji, blood spilling everywhere. The poor guy suffers an unbearable amount of damage. Just like that, our hero wins the duel as if it were a casual stroll. That smirk of his says everything. As Han invites his challengers to his skills buffet, one after another, our guy effortlessly takes down his foes like swatting pesky flies. This even earns him the coveted title of Master Duelist. The scene then shifts to the Murom Central Plains, the domain of martial artists. There, a servant informs his young master about the passing of the great elder Sunhawk. According to the last report from the elder, he uncovered a new portal to a dimension called Earth, with plans for a trial invasion. Suddenly, they are interrupted by a frantic creature charging towards them. Its stomps growing louder. Out of nowhere, a dragon-like beast appears. The young master, who had been deep in meditation, admits it's been 5 years since he halted his climb up the tower. The sword swiftly finds its way into his grasp like a loyal pet, and the young master performs a smooth flip. In one fluid motion, he drives his sword into the monster's head, instantly slaying the giant. The servant stands astonished at how effortlessly his master dispatches a divine beast, realizing that the young master's martial skills are indeed ferociously powerful. The Swordmaster yanks his weapon free from the beast's head. Intrigued by this world called Earth, He then commands his servant to leave no stone unturned in discovering who he should seek vengeance against for Elder Beck's demise. Well, it seems like another victim will soon find themselves at the mercy of our main character's skills. Buffet. Later, Han returns to the lobby, feeling relief as his exhaustion fades away. He's overwhelmed by the newfound power he stumbled upon. The wings of steel, which grant him the ability to soar through the skies. Even just thinking about it sends a thrill through Han. Unfortunately, this skill comes at the cost of 500 special points. Sadly, our guy currently finds himself low on SP. So, he moves on to his next task, which involves synthesizing some skills. This time, Seung Yun crafts skills after an entire hour of meticulous planning. The abilities he conjured consist of a defense shield of Retribution, movement speed, silent shadow steps, and an attack speed wild sword flurry. In addition to snagging 2 C-grade skills, our guy successfully claimed a B-grade skill, Shield of Retribution. Excitedly, he activates the B-grade skill, only to discover how incredible it really is. Shortly after, Seung Yun steps into the 10th floor trial, where the mission is to prevent the resurrection of the Abyss-stricken Lord within a 3-hour time limit. The reward for completing this challenge is a skill proficiency potion, while the penalty for failure, well, it's death. This trial proves to be a team effort, with the system assigning teammates based on leaderboard standings. It turns out the top 4 players are grouped into one team: the rank 1 player Kimong Hun, rank 2 player Chunuk Oh, rank 3 player Han Seung Yun, and rank 4 player Suda Princess. The pre-trial period of 30 minutes begins. The Tower of Trials has this pre-trial to encourage teamwork and strategize for taking down the boss monster. The rank 1 player, Seong, is nervous about the group trial, while Chunuk, the second in command on the leaderboard, beams to see him back in the mix for trials. Meanwhile, our guy is getting familiar with the top 2 players, guessing they've crossed paths in previous trials. As Kim and Chunuk chat away, the blonde 4th-ranked player suddenly waves at our guy, revealing he recognized him from level 4. Kim Sunung realizes that Rank Ba and Bone have crossed paths before, and judging by the blonde guy's reaction, it clearly wasn't a pleasant encounter. Oddly enough, the blonde player trembles with fear and admits that Seung Yun is the huntsman they encountered during the group trial at level Bone. He also emphasizes that our guy is a murderer who leverages his killing achievements to gain power. It turns out that Seung Jin Kim, known as Suda Princess, is a compulsive liar. Deceiving others seemed to be second nature to him. This guy stirred up chaos using any means necessary and reaped the spoils amidst the turmoil. So he essentially snatched the rewards by entangling everyone in brawls. That was his survival strategy. Even in the strange realm of the tower, he discovered that his knack for deceit worked like a charm. Nonetheless, the admin false clown chuckles and mocks contractor Seung Jun Kim's arrogance. The admin's vibe fits perfectly with the wickedly smug Sudapes. While our guy senses the sinister intentions radiating from him, Suda Princess thinks he's caught Han off guard, judging by his reaction, and decides to push a little bit further. The blonde guy, using underhanded tactics, accuses Han Seung Yun of butchering his own teammates without remorse. Our boy finds this utterly absurd, and as he attempts to defend himself, Kim Un-hun summons his weapon, stressing that a strong team of Ba is far superior to a divided group of Bone. The rank Satu player makes it clear that the trial is no joke and demands to know who is telling the truth. Kim declares that the one who has lied will face elimination. The tension in the air is electric, and our guy thinks that if things take a wrong turn, in the worst-case scenario, he might have to confront all the Ba players simultaneously. Just then, Chunoko steps in, like a real game-changer. He acts as the only rational player. Considering that Sudapins has met rank Ba hunters at level Bon, Chunuk flips the situation on him and deduces that Seung Jun must know the huntsman's real name. The rank Hey guy is a genius, as he ensnares Sudapins in his own tangled web of deceit, reminding him that the nickname system only came into play at the level Num lobby. So, if Seung Jun knows the hunter's true name, it's likely they've crossed paths before, but Sudapins' arrogance kicks in, and he confidently reveals the hunter's name to be Chan Li. This guy is ridiculously insane, convinced that proving anyone's identity in this place is impossible. Oh Chun addresses our guy as Keelman, asking if he has any words to share. At that moment, the tables turn, and Han produces his hunter's license. Finding the situation beyond absurd, a wave of relief washes over Seung Yun, glad he accidentally bought this upon returning to Earth. Our guy discloses his real name, while Suda Princess is left in complete shock. With everything lined up, Kim Sunung recognizes who he needs to eliminate. Even the admins mock his unconvincing deceit and revel in the outcome of his pitiful state. The irony of the admin messiah of lies calling him pathetic is downright hilarious. Seung Jun has messed up big time, but our guy jumps in and appreciates rank Satu player Sun Hun's offer, yet insists on handling this himself. Han expresses his irritation, and Sun Hun lets him go ahead. Meanwhile, Sudapes wonders if he's about to face a one-on-one duel, but malicious thoughts creep in when he fears he's made a lousy impression on the other two, but convinces himself he can still eliminate Seung Yun. This way, they will have no choice but to let him live, as they wouldn't want to risk confronting a bone person trial with just the high of them. Suda grins wickedly, while our guy chuckles at the story he just concocted, assuming that Seung Jun will have to face the consequences of his words. However, the cocky blonde guy dismisses this and claims that all he has to do is survive. Suda Princess opens his magic book to wield power, clarifying that Seung Yun isn't the only fighter in the mix. The blonde guy summons Swamp Spirit's tendrils to coil around Han's feet, slithering up his legs. However, our guy breaks free in a flash with his magic resistance skill. As our boy advances toward that scoundrel, the rank bone player finds it irritating that Han possesses an anti-magic skill. Sudapest activates a shield, and as it clashes with Seung Yun's sword energy, the ground trembles and cracks. The battle looks fierce, and the first-ranked player thinks it's wiser to keep their distance while Chun is captivated by the thrilling view of the fight. But Sun Hun has reached his limit with all the whining and drags poor Chunok away from the fray, who is wailing like a baby. On the flip side, a rank 4 player launches a flurry of menacing magic orbs at his rival. Our hero dodges them effortlessly and delivers a well-deserved punch straight to Blondie's gut. The boy floats away but can't help but snicker, slyly turning the huntsman into his target. Our guy glances over his shoulder and sees those charged magical orbs, making him wonder if they are the same orbs Seung Jun fired at him before. Just then, those magic orbs rain down like a storm of lightning, aimed directly at Han. As the rank 4 guy gets his hopes up, thinking he's finally got it right, his eyes widen in disbelief when Han appears unbothered and activates the red shield, revealing the new skill. Shield of Retribution. The shield absorbs the damage, and our hero asks Sudipwin, "What's wrong? We just got started." Actually, our bro is about to deliver a classic Uno reverse card moment. Seung Jun is left in utter shock as he sees his spell blocked so easily. Our guy chases that sneaky coward who scurries away, but Han crazily slices through the rocks just to hunt him down. Meanwhile, as this madness unfolds, rank 2 player Chunok asks Sun Hun if he knows about player Han Seung Yun. Kim Han admits he doesn't recognize Han from the hunter rankings, while Chunok speculates that if he's never heard of Sun Yun, then it means he wasn't even a hunter in the real world. The rank 2 player wonders if it's possible for an ordinary person to gain such power. Sun thinks it's practically impossible for anyone other than top-ranked hunters like them, but what's even more astonishing to him is that this isn't even the full extent of Seung Yun's capabilities. The rank 1 player ponders the chance that player Han Seung Yun might actually be his equal. This revelation leaves Chunok stunned, given how highly Brohun rates Han. Nevertheless, Chunok points out that Han is actually 2 tiers below him on the leaderboard. That's when Seung Han clarifies that it's all just speculation, but there's a chance that Sun Yun was simply unlucky with his teammates during the group trials, which means this guy's talent might have been grossly underestimated. In contrast, our formidable main character finds Sudapinsis hiding in a corner and drives the dagger through his arm. The blonde guy lets out a scream as blood gushes down his arm while Sun Hun, who has been keeping a close eye on their fight, is amazed that Seung Yun took out his opponent without killing him and made it look so easy. 2. Suda Princess quickly finds himself on the receiving end as he faces the consequences of his misleading morals. He pleads for mercy, trying to manipulate our guy into believing they can't finish this trial without him. His lies seem convincing again as he attempts to sway his teammates, claiming that this tower won't allow them to proceed if one person is absent. Sun Yun decides to heed his 2 teammates' advice, but they tell him to choose as he sees fit. At that moment, Sunjin Bastard seizes the opportunity and aims his sword at Han, but our guy dodges it as if he can predict the strike, making him lose his cool. Han charges forward to stab with his dagger but slices through Seung Jun's magical illusion instead. The blonde guy retreats and activates his unique skill, Last Surprise, which boosts all his stats by 10. The rank 4 player immediately regrets it, wishing he had saved one last trick, and goes berserk, calling Han trash and swearing to kill him. The magic spell conjures chains that attempt to break Han's shield of retribution. At that moment, our guy unleashes the skill, Grace of the Wind, boosting everyone's speed by 40. The chains wreak havoc, crashing down around him. Our guy remains untouched and asserts that it would be safer to tackle this trial with just the 3 of them instead of a jerk like him. The only thing Han wants to hear from Sudapes is exactly that, and upon hearing it, that lying bastard lashes out at him. The scene crackles with tension as Sun Yun releases all the built-up damage through the shield of retribution, igniting a blinding flash that signifies the end for Kim Seung Jun. This is the fate a liar like him truly deserves. Afterward, our guy lays claim to his skill. The vampire counts Old Tailcoat. Well, He definitely needed that one, since his cloak was burnt to a crisp. It's a special tailcoat that conjures a blood-red protective barrier using either stamina or the user's blood. Additionally, our hero also acquires the Sanguine Demon Sword, its blade shimmering with a bloody aura. It helps the flow of demonic chi through the blood meridians. Han expresses his gratitude to Han Seung Yun for the sword, and without missing a beat, Kim and Chunok leap down to join him. Chunok can't stop raving about how amazing our guy was back there, while Han Seung Yun figures it's all over now. Soon after, they're told to gear up for the upcoming trial. As the pre-trial wraps up, the trio sets off, and while they move forward, they pass a gigantic horseman statue. Oh. Chun shares his wild musings, hoping that the statue doesn't suddenly come to life, or anything. But Keeman points out that it could happen since it's the Tower of Trials, not some quirky night at the museum scenario. At that moment, our guy gives the statue a dubious glance and senses a creeping, ominous vibe. Later, they reach the trial site glowing with blue crystals, where they spot 3 eerie statues held by chains. They find themselves face to face with a headless armor statue, believing it to be the abyss-stricken lord himself. That's just when the 10th trial kicks off, and the system chimes in that the abyssal guards are about to spawn. The players must prevent the resurrection of the abyss-stricken lord. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and the abyssal guards awaken, breaking free from their chains and encircling the trio. Sunun is ready for a solid warm-up, while our guy advises them to aim for the guards' heads. Han details his reasoning that they need to stop the guards from reaching the lord with the head they're lugging on their backs. Since this seems straightforward, Player 1 suggests they each take on 1 guard, and just like that, the 3 strongest hunters take on the statue guards. The guards thunder forward with their heavy strides and massive swords. Seung Yun intends to take down his guard in one swift move using his sword aura, swinging the blade towards his opponent. However, the guard sends our guy staggering back with its swing. Our guy narrows his eyes at the abyssal guard, realizing they aren't going down lightly. He then ponders how the others are faring. Kim Song-han finds himself battling a guard wielding a weapon strikingly similar to his own. This guy is also getting smashed by the statue's brute strength. As the guard charges toward the abyss lord, a loud explosion is heard, and rank 1 player bursts from the rubble, wielding his magic weapon. Kim Sung deduces that all these guards are boss-level monsters and cautions his teammates to stay sharp. Oh. Chunok chimes in through the hat and teases Kim for getting caught by the guard just moments ago. Chunok settles that hat atop his head, refusing to take it off as it ruins his style. This guy looks serious for once, and now that the guard has made him sport this ridiculous headwear, he's not going down without a fight. The second-ranked dude conjures a legendary magic bow and arrow. He fires 3 arrows that explode like showering bombs, but the guard dodges them and charges toward him. Oh. Chunok speculates that rushing a long-range caster is a classic tactic, at least if he were just your average mage. Observing the first 2 players in action, Han Seung Yun realizes they fight like weak challengers, igniting his desire to battle with even greater ferocity. Finally, our guy can focus solely on his own fight. With that, Han ducks under the guard's sword swing that crashes into the ground. Rocks scatter into the air, and our guy performs a classic spin to kick those rocks straight at the guard. Seung Yun activates the Windgrace skill, boosting their speed by 50%. But oddly enough, he races past the guard, discovering he stepped on the guard's shadow. He employs the skill Silent Shadow Steps to enhance attack speed for blade weapons by 10%. Like a bolt, Seung Yun leaps and slashes his dagger charged with electric aura, ripping through the guard's mask. Meanwhile, player Kimun Han unleashes lightning strikes to shatter the guard's mask, and Ochun astonishingly penetrates his weapon, cleaving the guard's head in 2. Unexpectedly, those 3 statues retreat, and Sun Hun infers it's because their lord's head was smashed to smithereens. Won't be reviving it anytime soon. Seizing the moment, they dash towards the statues. As they chase after those guards, a sudden rumbling sound grabs our guy's attention. Turns out those sly abyssal guards are heading towards the statue from the horse entrance. To everyone's shock, that statue springs to life, leaping with the guards to reach the abyss lord. That horse guard flips the script when it leaps off its steed and slaps the lord's crown right on his head. While Sun Hun bolts as fast as his legs can carry him, our hero arrives just a second too late. In a nail-biting moment, he reveals his trump card and channels every ounce of his might. Han yanks that dagger with tremendous force, smashing it against the mask and shattering it into countless fragments. Chun praises the impressive shot, while the horse knight looks on in disbelief, donning the fallen crown. Infuriated, the horse knight wears the crown, and its next move leaves everyone completely stunned. The horse knight slashes its own throat, prompting the players to scramble to avert this catastrophe. Unfortunately, they arrive too late, as the knight tears its own head off and repositions it on the lord's shoulders. As the hunters charge in for an attack, A fierce wave of energy slam-bangs into them, and the conditions are met for the Abyss Lord to rise again. RG stands speechless. Realizing their new trial aim is to defeat this newly resurrected Abyss-laden Lord, the system nullifies all incoming damage with the Shield of Invulnerability. They quickly discover that this boss can only be harmed by challengers boasting higher average stats than its own. Han Seung Yun ponders the formidable power this boss monster wields. Meanwhile, the Abyss Lord conjures a sword and radiates an ominous aura while gripping it tightly. The Lord's sword slams into the ground, creating a crack so fierce it feels like it could tear anyone apart. All three of them veer away to dodge the lethal force. Our hero is left utterly dumbfounded, eager to uncover the secrets of this overpowering ability. The inability to even scratch the beast has Han questioning everything. How on earth are they going to take it down? At that moment, the boss monster inches closer to Seung Yun. As our guy desperately tries to save his skin, the Lord swings his sword, barely missing him. Yet somehow, our boy escapes with only a few scrapes. Han curses himself for hesitating. A glance at the abyssal guards sparks a light bulb in his mind. Shortly after, Kim and Chunuk sprint over to him, checking if he's okay. The top-ranking guy explains they must figure out how to defeat the boss monster first, while planning to eliminate the guards without delay. Out of nowhere, Han makes a request, asking his teammates to keep the boss occupied for a bit, but Seong Han argues it's pointless since the boss is likely untouchable. So naturally, it's wiser to focus on getting rid of the guards before anything else. Our guy then drops the bombshell. He has a plan to take that monstrosity down for good. Kim studies Seung Yun's resolute gaze, believing in his conviction. Still, he warns that they can't hold off the boss for long, advising Han to act quickly. Without wasting another moment, Kim and Chunuk dash off to distract the boss monster. Now, our hero is left to confront the guards barreling towards him. Meanwhile, Sunung Hun unleashes his lightning strike ability, but it barely phases the Abyss Lord. The boss monster spirals into madness as it taps into its power, lordly grace, compelling them to kneel before it and remain still until granted permission to move. It seems like the two top players are in serious trouble. Stuck bowing to the Lord until it allows them to get back up, the Lord brings down its sword, and the power reverberates ominously. This terrifying energy seethes with fury, heading straight for Chunuk and Kim, who are utterly defenseless. Kim activates magic resistance to partially shake off the movement constraints. Positioning himself in front of Chunuk to act as a shield, the number one player bears the impact as the energy strikes him, causing him to cough blood and collapse into Chunuk's embrace. Neither player stands a chance against the overwhelming might of the Lord. Chunuk hoists his near-death friend, while the Lord targets them with its sword, ready to obliterate them. Tension grips the air, and just as the sword is about to crush them, our guy swoops in, right on cue, and saves his teammates with the Shield of Retribution. Han apologizes for the wait, absorbing the souls of the guards he just defeated. All his stats surge permanently upward, as he unleashes the pent-up damage via the Shield of Retribution. Our hero activates the Sword Aura skill, causing his weapon to shimmer with incredible power. Then, he vaults into action, slashing his sword with abandon, and its aura strikes the boss monster, cracking it wide open. The boss monster lets out a furious roar and unleashes his lordly authority, preventing anyone from moving without his signal. Our protagonist succumbs to this overwhelming power as he bows low. He clenches his jaw in fury and activates two powerful skills, Juggernaut and Magic Resistance. These abilities completely nullify any restrictions on his movements. Miraculously, our hero breaks free from the Lord's grip, causing three of his skills, Juggernaut, Magic Circulation, and Magic Circulation Increase, to advance to a higher level. The Lord retaliates, swinging his sword, while our guy flashes a crazed grin, deflecting the attack with his shield. Even he recognizes the genuine threat he faces this time, yet he can't help but smile. Deep down, Han knows the reason. He's determined to claim victory, and just like that, our hero boldly dives into danger, savoring the thrill of growing stronger. It's a primal urge burning fiercely within him. Meanwhile, Chunuk chats with brother Kim, asking if he's tuning in to watch Seung Yun fight, as that guy might actually be the real deal. Kim Seung Hun, the tippy-top ranker, feels strange spectating the action for once. Nevertheless, they should definitely applaud Han. Kim acknowledges that our guy has truly clawed his way to the top of the combat rankings. The atmosphere is electric, as the Lord's lethal force threatens to burst from the Shield of Retribution. But this is all part of Han's cunning strategy. He waits until the Shield of Retribution builds up maximum damage. Our guy risks it all, aiming to compress the shield blast's range for maximum devastation. That's when he unleashes all the amassed damage using his trusty shield. Han Seung Yun flashes a devilish grin as he activates the skill, Grace of the Wind, cranking up his speed by 70% and achieving a layered status effect. With the skill fully stacked, he enhances his speed for blade weapons by an additional 10%, thanks to Wild Sword Flurry. Like a true beast, our hero swings his sword, cleanly severing the boss monster's head in a heartbeat. At last, Han obliterates the Abyss-tainted Lord, the object of the trial. It seems the admin, the Lord of Iron and Blood, is mesmerized as she observes her player's potential, believing it to be limitless. We learn that typical players striving to climb the tower prepare with extreme caution, trying to erase even the slightest hint of danger, painstakingly inching up through the levels. In stark contrast, player Han Seung Yun embodies extraordinary talent, a rarity in any realm. It's almost as though he's driven by some otherworldly will to grow stronger. And that's exactly what's happening. According to the Lord of Iron and Blood, as time passes and Han scales greater heights, more administrators will definitely become interested in him. Thus, she strives to strengthen her connection with Seung Yun, ensuring her rivals can't outmatch her, all to chase her long-held ambitions. That burning, yearning for success mirrors our main character's own. Han Seung Yun triumphs over the Dark Monarch, thus conquering the 10th floor of the Tower of Trials. As a reward for his success, a potion to boost skill proficiency appears in his inventory. Alongside this, our guy earns 60,000 points, 1,000 SP, plus an extra 1,000 SP for completing the challenge. Since Seung Yun was the standout contributor in the special task, he collects a bounty of SP points for that achievement. Our protagonist beams with joy at these extra bonuses. Chun is utterly astonished, perplexed about how Seung Yun pulled this off. And our guy shares that he had a skill he successfully leveraged. Luck was on his side. Sun Hun gestures towards Seung Yun, admitting he's been surprised by him in countless ways, and decides to discuss it further later. He sends our guy a friend request and tends to his wounds. Challenger Kim Seung-hoon and Oh Chun-suk both send our guy friend requests. And with that, they go their separate ways. With over 1,000 participants having passed the 10th trial, the system expansion is set to commence, adding the category of dimensional travel to the store, allowing Han Seung Yun the ability to venture into other dimensions. Argue speculates that the system implies he can travel to places like Ares or Muram through dimensional travel. Although he believes that's likely a death sentence, the system informs him that the administrator's observation and interference domains have now extended into the Earth dimension. Argue suspects that the system suggests he can travel to locations such as Ares or Muram through dimensional travel, but he feels it's a reckless idea. The system alerts him that an administrator's observation and interference domains have expanded to encompass Earth's dimension. This means he can now chat with an administrator in the lobby and venture into the administrator's realm to forge extra contracts. Of course, yet, the system cautions him that only one extra contract can be made, and once created, it will be locked in. However, he can end the additional contract at any moment. Our hero ponders this for a bit before opting to organize the treasures he collected from the 10th floor. First up, there's a potion that boosts skill proficiency. Once downed, it can enhance skill proficiency by 20%. As our hero drinks the potion, a question pops up asking which skill he wants to boost. Without hesitation, he picks Wind's Grace. The system acknowledges his selection, boosting Wind's Grace proficiency by 20%, bringing it to 100% and advancing its rank. Shortly after, Seung Yun absorbs the soul of the Dark Monarch, permanently boosting his stats: strength, agility, stamina, magical prowess, and durability. He also gains a fantastic new skill, mana management. Just then, Han Seung Yun is interrupted by administrators White Crane, Swordmaster, and Iron-Blooded Monarch simultaneously inviting him to their realms. This predicament feels more like a double date to him. Seung Yun decides to accept the invitation and travels to the Iron and Blood realm, where he meets the confident admin, the Lord of Iron and Blood. Chuckling because she knew he'd choose her, she reveals that she won a bet thanks to him, and our protagonist realizes the simultaneous invites were all because of that bet. Noticing her attire, Seung Yun asks if she isn't cold. He feels compelled to inquire about the mana management skill he just acquired. Curious if she has any tips, the admin assures him it's an excellent skill and shares a brief explanation before they enter her abode. She instructs him to gather all his magical energy as intensely as possible, using this new mana management skill. As Seung Yun does so, his mana circuit reacts strongly to the activation of mana management, causing an immense surge of mana to fill his body, and he puts it to the test, creating powerful winds that unexpectedly whisk away a piece of delicate fabric covering the administrator. Much to Han Seung Yun's astonishment, while they share a meal, the white-haired woman expresses her disbelief at how devious Seung Yun appears. Flustered, our guy tries to defend himself, but she bursts into laughter, suggesting he activate his magic skills one by one with mana management whenever he has time. The more he understands the skill, the higher level his magic skills will achieve. Han is puzzled about why she summoned him and questions whether she knows about the system expanding when he entered the 11th floor lobby, prompting the admin to reveal she can come here without the tower. Moreover, she adds, that's not the reason the interference domain was introduced. Rather, it's so that admins can better mentor their challengers. When our guy fails to grasp her meaning, the iron-blooded monarch decides to demonstrate by activating the interference domain, thus gifting the challenger a new authority, the iron-blooded sword, which is now imbued in our hero's soul. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, our guy wonders if such authorities can be handed out that easily. The admin firmly declines, leaving Han baffled. The white-haired monarch feels she's done enough for the tower, so she can afford this, but Han can't make sense of why she's helping and choosing him. At that moment, the admin admits she sees potential in him, explaining that administrators are rewarded for nurturing their challengers. But it's not altruistic, they're merely investing in challengers out of their own genuine desire. Sun Yun ponders what a genuine desire means. But just as they are about to dive deeper, the White Crane Swordmaster summons him to his territory again, multiple times, no less. The Lord of Iron and Blood, noticing the other's impatience, wraps up the conversation and bids our hero farewell. Sun Yun accepts the invite, transitioning to the administrator's realm, a lush forest. He surveys the surroundings, feeling it's the ideal spot for his training. Since he was intrigued about the training method the iron-blooded monarch had mentioned, he decides it's time to give it a whirl. Utilizing mana management, his skill proficiency in 3 laceration bumps up by 8%. Instant acceleration surges and jumps up to rank B. Additionally, the proficiency of the counter shield skill rises by 7% thanks to mana management. With this, Han tries to channel Sword Chi too, but it doesn't spark through mana management, leaving him scratching his head in confusion as it feels off. The system nudges him about the White Crane Swordmaster, who's eagerly awaiting his arrival, prompting him to proceed onward. As he strides ahead, Han Seung Yun figures the admin must be an old-timer because of the nickname he's got. Upon reaching his destination, he finds a stunning girl with white hair waiting for him, introducing herself as the admin, White Crane, Swordmaster. He's left in a state of wonder. White Crane senses something and asks if there's an issue, but Han reassures her that he's simply amazed to see the admin he's corresponded with via messages. White Crane gestures for him to take a seat as they chat, and Sun Yun feels revitalized sitting down, finally grasping why she prefers this spot over a chair. The admin reveals she keeps an eye on him from here. Ever since he faced off against Baek Sunun Hak to the death on the 9th floor, Sun Seung Yun inquires why she'd give her authority to someone she barely knows, considering it a waste. However, the lovely girl passionately disagrees, feeling he needs to comprehend his true potential. Moreover, she shares that the great elder Baek never managed to master lightning sword chi, even though he was once a formidable swordsman in Muram, losing some of his strength upon entering the tower. Hence, she believes that besting a challenger like him is an outstanding feat. Additionally, she reveals that she's the one tied to Bayek by contract, so he shouldn't feel the need to deny it. This leaves Han Seung Yun dumbfounded as he suspects she might hold a grudge against him. But the White Crane Swordmaster interrupts his racing thoughts, urging him to lighten up, mentioning he was simply an easy mark for points. The administrator informs him she's formed contracts with several challengers before, yet never invited anyone here, except for Sun Yun. With that, she straightforwardly proposes he enter an additional contract with her. He's curious about the perks he might get if he follows her lead. She explains that, if he agrees, she'll make him her disciple, the White Crane Swordmaster. When Sun Yun presses for more details, she clarifies that an administrator can appoint only one disciple in their lifetime. Being labeled as an administrator's disciple in the tower signifies a special bond formed by contract. Also, disciples have the privilege to acquire all the admin's authorities. On hearing this, Han Seung Yun is taken aback, recognizing how significant a disciple contract is. He thinks of the iron-blooded monarch who never even detailed this, despite him being her disciple. Sun Yun mentions that the additional contract can be terminated any time, and queries why she would pursue this once-in-a-lifetime contract when it seems adverse for her. The administrator shares that she's doing this to achieve her heartfelt wish. Similar to the iron-blooded monarch, she's in need of the sharpest sword, one that won't bend or dull. She believes Han Seung Yun possesses the potential to become that sharpest sword. He, however, is puzzled by the term heartfelt wish, remembering the iron-blooded monarch's words, and can't help but ask the administrator to clarify what a heartfelt wish truly entails. White Crane Swordmaster goes on to explain, stating that an administrator's heartfelt wish stems from past regrets tied to their memories, and at the same time, it's a power bestowed by the tower to the admins, similar to the Tower of Trials. It's a challenge meant only for challengers bonded with admins. Once it's fulfilled, the challenger gets a reward. She informs him that if her heartfelt wish comes to fruition, Han Seung Yun will have the ability to alter the past. Leaving him utterly stunned, he's in disbelief. wondering if something so outrageous could even be possible. Nonetheless, the administrator believes he will discover the truth behind her words as he scales the tower. Han Seung Yun feels satisfied with the response, and while he's momentarily hesitant, he decides to ask another question. Our guy inquires how high he must climb to fulfill her heartfelt wish, and the White Crane Swordmaster bashfully reveals it's the lobby of the tallest floor in the Tower of Trials. Finally, the contract is sealed, and the administrator beams with happiness over the brilliant choice our guy made, assuring him he won't have any regrets. Han Seung Yun now stands recognized as the true disciple of the administrator White Crane Swordmaster, which boosts his authority and skills in the Muram dimension by 10%. Additionally, thanks to the disciple's benefit, his mana has surged by 3. With that, our guy officially becomes the disciple of 2 administrators, and he feels he can't pass up this chance to gain strength rapidly. However, he's jolted from his thoughts when the lovely administrator asks if he's heard anything from the iron-blooded monarch regarding someone seeking him. Seung Yun shakes his head, causing the admin to wince in frustration as she ponders what Iron Blood is thinking, since it appears she fully trusts our guy. The White Crane Swordmaster asserts her trust in him, but she has something important to disclose. She warns that sharing this info will use up all of Han Seung Yun's question vouchers and asks him if that's alright. Seung Yun doesn't mind, having been hoarding them without a real purpose. Challenger Han spends all his question vouchers, and the administrator explains that, in the Muram dimension, a formidable power known as the Muram Alliance exists. The person our guy defeated on the 9th floor, Bake, held a prestigious role as a High Elder within the Muram Alliance. Consequently, there's someone in the Muram dimension actively searching for our guy. This revelation leaves our hero in disbelief, as he really doesn't want a Muram Alliance member coming after him to kill him, but the administrator reassures him that rather than that, the Muram Alliance is currently in disarray due to the power struggle for the vacant High Elder position, as our guy wonders who might want him dead. The enchanting white-haired girl reveals it's the sword dragon from the Namong family in Tokyo, Shinjuku, the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. Namong Hook. He is famous among martial arts champions who have thrived in the Muram dimension for ages and is hailed as a genius. Although his primary motive for seeking our guy is revenge, the truth is, he's simply curious. The administrator warns Seung Yun that she can't predict when it will happen, but if he faces Namong Hook, he must be ready to stake his life. Following that, Seung Yun finds himself in the lobby of the 11th floor, mentally summarizing the shocking news that a Muram maniac is after him. Our guy buys the authority wings of Steel C++ and Returnstone F+, deciding to train intensely before encountering Hak Namong, his bloodthirsty foe. Seung Yun teleports back to Earth using a Returnstone and is baffled by the mountain of messages and missed calls from Hyon. Wondering if something has gone awry, our guy activates the Wings of Steel and heads towards the Hunter Association, where he overhears people gossiping about a recent incident in Japan. When Han Seung Yun arrives, onlookers are left stunned, speculating if he really just flew in. Inside the building, Han and her senior greet our guy, apologizing for the hassle caused inside the tower. After exchanging pleasantries, Seung Yun inquires about the urgent call and what's amiss. Han informs him of a significant event that transpired in Japan, explaining that she was worried he might rush there alone upon hearing the news, which is why she brought him here. Instead of giving a direct explanation, the senior opts to show Seung Yun the body cam footage, reasoning that the situation is dire. This footage shows a Japanese hunter, shared with them by Japan, with the scene set in Shinjuku, Tokyo. The senior explains that the Japanese Hunter Association detected a strong signal from a gate and dispatched a team of 7 A-rank hunters to investigate. Sadly, the individual who emerged from the gate slaughtered 6 of the A-rank hunters within mere seconds, although it's thought he might be an otherworldly challenger invading Earth's realm. Seung Yun suggests that all hunters should rally to support Japan, but the elder cuts in, pointing out that in such an exceptional scenario, nearly every nation is doing their best to safeguard their hunters. As a result, they're restricting their hunter resources from heading to Japan. The situation is no different for their own country, which means hunters won't be deployed to assist Japan. Following this, the elder reveals body cam footage of the lone survivor from the 7, showcasing the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon, Nam Gong Huk, declaring to the world that he has returned, seeking vengeance under Sun and Hawk's guidance. Hearing that name, a chill runs through Han Seung Yun, as he hadn't anticipated crossing paths with him so soon. Observing his serious demeanor, Li Hyun reassures him that going isn't mandatory. She then proposes they grab a bite first. Since it's been a while since they last caught up, Han Seung Yun tries to voice his thoughts, but the worried black-haired girl glances at him anxiously. He ultimately declares that following Japan's request, he will make his way to Shinjuku in Tokyo. Li Hyun loses her temper and questions why he continues to act recklessly without considering how it affects others. Even a little. Gently, our guy pats her head, assuring her that this is a matter he must settle himself. The scene shifts to Hayak's younger years, where young Hayak brandishes a sword while the surrounding kids gaze at him with trepidation, believing a light spar is too much. Bike appears, lauding Hayak as he witnesses his sword chi at merely 13 years old, thinking he's accomplished more than in his own youth. The old man pats young Hayak's head and cautions him that martial arts aren't meant for harming others but are a path towards self-transcendence. He should never inflict harm without justification. The Tower of Trials determines a challenger from the Muram dimension. Over time, Nam Gong-hook grows increasingly powerful while the crowds cheer for him. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. His ambitions aren't fulfilled by merely ascending the tower. He feels remorse towards his grandfather as he employs dimensional invasion tickets, claiming the thrill of annihilating humans is his true joy. Hu finds no pleasure in terminating evil people anymore. And though roaming the Murm to end lives is prohibited, he thinks someone named Han Seung Yun might bring excitement to his life. Smiling deviously, Han Seung Yun arrives in Japan, where a lady guides him into the room, leading him onward. Once inside, our guy spots Cha-suk and Sun-hoon already there, both pleased to reunite after their time on the 10th floor. He was anticipating their arrival, having heard from the association, and wonders if this is everyone assembled to respond to Japan's call for support. Sun-hoon mentions that an additional challenger from America will be arriving shortly. Our guy calculates in his mind that the mysterious monster that appeared in Shinjuku could potentially defeat them all. Thus, a strong challenger from America would be a welcome addition. Turns out, the American challenger is Catherine. Sun Seung Yun goes momentarily speechless at her presence, while the lady wonders if the two have previously crossed paths. Han Seung Yun admits they met briefly in the tower, but Catherine sulks, wishing it hadn't happened this way. Our guy wonders if she preferred a different kind of encounter, and Catherine argues she wished to meet him under more normal circumstances, leading Sun Yun to ponder that if they never met normally before, then how could they expect a normal meeting now? As they bicker, Sun Huna perceives it as a couple's spat, but our guy firmly rejects that notion, using the word never, much to Catherine's frustration. The lady who guided Sun Yun earlier reveals herself as the president of the Hunter Association in Japan. Arichika leaves our guy stunned as he learns she's the president, considering she personally came to greet him at the airport. Thus, Sun Seung Yun thought she was merely a regular employee. He suspects this emphasizes Japan's desperation, but he gets interrupted when Ari mentions that no further support for Japan is anticipated. The situation has turned out far worse than she initially assumed. She feels they are tightening hunter support. Chunuk is utterly astounded as he remarks that even if they're limiting their hunters, to have only 4 applicants out of the whole world is absolutely absurd. Catherine also finds the scenario to be more chaotic than she presumed. Arya Chika states that no nation is actively willing to assist Japan. With her body shaking, she bows deeply before everyone, overwhelmed with gratitude for those who stood by her when all others had turned away. Han Seung Yun swiftly pulls her upright, believing it's not the moment for bowing. This action leaves Catherine impressed, beginning to think that our guy, though tough on the outside, has a soft side. But he quickly follows up by stating that rather than bowing, the president should boost their reward right away. Sun Yun demands that she double the promised reward, pledging his full support to tackle this issue. The red-haired girl, hearing this, reconsiders her earlier thoughts about him. Meanwhile, Han Seung Yun wears a cocky grin since he didn't come here to be a hero. His true motive was for the reward and the growth from taking down Nam Gong-hook. Ari gathers her composure, convinced that the entity causing chaos in Shinjuku is an extraordinary monster. As they risk their lives, she assures them that the reward will indeed be doubled. She points to Catherine Bennett, claiming they have a real chance of victory because the red-haired challenger has the power to turn the battle's tide. One of Catherine's remarkable abilities is called fire suppression. If a stronger enemy touches the flame that triggers this skill, all their stats will drop by 10, and a portion of their skills will be sealed off. By utilizing this ability, victory is possible if the enemy makes contact with it. Han Seung Yun realizes that they need to create a scenario where Miss Catherine can unleash her fire suppression. News reports state that China's top-tier hunter Zhang, sent to aid in Shinjuku, has encountered the otherworldly challenger, and it seems they're having a chat. Nam Gong-hook inquires if he's Han, to which the guy replies, he's Zhang from China. Before their dialogue can continue, Jamun delivers a punch right to Hyak's face, and the martial arts enthusiast recognizes that his opponent is also skilled in martial arts. The fight kicks off as Han Seung Yun and the others observe from the plane, grumbling about Zhang acting solo. Sun Yun asks Catherine if she can land safely, even if they fall from the sky. Confused, she wonders what he means. Our guy proposes a clever idea, noting that the red-haired girl has a skill that nullifies damage from falls. Sun Seung Yun thinks if this plan works out, they'll deal serious damage to Nam Gong-hook in one shot. At that moment, he instructs Catherine to activate her ability. Without further explanation, Han Seung Yun apologizes in advance, grabs Catherine, and they leap from the plane using wings of steel. Chunok is thrilled to see that our guy hasn't changed a bit. Together, they jump out of the plane. Catherine argues mid-air with Seung Yun, but our guy tunes her out. Pleased that the Chinese hunter is drawing Nam Gong Hook's focus, he tells the red-haired girl to use her ability when she sees an opening. With that, he decides to go in first. Meanwhile, Jamun and Hook are locked in combat as Nam Gong wonders about the martial arts style and pushes the Chinese hunter back with a strong force. Just as Hook thinks he can catch his breath, something hits him with tremendous might. Suddenly, Han Seung Yun stands right before him. Nam Gong Hook shoots a sharp gaze at our guy, demanding to know who he is. Sun Yun smirks at Hook, announcing that he had been searching for him. Now that he's here, Hook doesn't even recognize him. Conversely, young Master Hook's hands swell with pain while our guy makes a grand entrance, admitting that diving from the sky at full speed wasn't the brightest idea. As Hyuk inquires about Han's identity, our guy activates Ashen Blood to lessen the pain he's feeling by 40%. Now ready. Han is taken aback that the guy doesn't recognize him after all his efforts. That's when Hyuk realizes he's face to face with the notorious person he's sought after. Our guy introduces himself and charges his sword with Sword Aura skill. Hai clenches his fists, eager to finally take him on. However, the young master soon realizes Han is merely a faker wielding a false sword aura. The young master smashes his hands together, breaking the lumps on his palms. However, the young master realizes that Han is nothing more than a con artist wielding a fake sword aura. The young master claps his hands together, shattering the calluses on his palms. His hands are bleeding, and Hyuk angrily declares that his frustration knows no limits. Yet, our hero couldn't care less as he charges toward his foe. Completely unarmed, Han chooses to make the first move, but Hyuk instantly conjures his sword. The swordplay kicks off with their blades clashing, and our guy narrowly dodges a deadly strike that could have spelled doom for him. Han then resorts to using Ashen Blood to lessen the damage, temporarily hiding behind his shield. He thought Hyuk would suffer considerable damage from his airborne attack, but that hope was dashed. Our hero feels his strength wane as another counterattack shatters his Retribution skill. At this rate, he won't benefit from the shield's reflection effect at all. Meanwhile, Sun Yun observes the true might of a sword aura as Hyuk's sword radiates power. On the flip side, the Swordmaster taunts Han for leaning on self-healing techniques, labeling him a coward for using cheap tricks from the tower. Our hero then unleashes an electric sword aura towards Hyuk, but it seems to have no effect on him at all, as if it's just smoke and mirrors. Suddenly, the young master finds himself under siege as Kim Seung-hun and Oh Chusoke ambush him, though he skillfully evades their onslaught. While Hyuk is distracted, Catherine appears from behind and unleashes her Curse of Flames, but to her shock, her powers fail to activate, and the young master leaps onto a street lamp, sword raised to the sky. The ground trembles as his sword radiates a potent aura, and Hyuk makes it clear that he won't allow worthless nuisances to ruin his enjoyment. We all know that after countless life or death situations, the hunters can instinctively sense one truth: there's no defense against this onslaught. Indeed, it's Hyuk's sword aura, which is heinously powerful enough to destroy anything that dares to cross its path. The young master goes completely berserk, launching a lethal attack as the three of them scramble for their lives, the energy enveloping the horizon. The scene flashes back to Han's memory, where the admin White Crane urges Han Seung Yun to accept her modest teachings as a token of gratitude, holding his hand while injecting a simple burst of magic energy. This is the way to genuinely connect with energy, instead of confining it to just a single injection. As the energy flows into Han, White Crane asks him if he can feel a difference. The first time our hero sensed an influx of magic energy, but the second time, it felt as if the admin had taken residence within him. White Crane beams at him and suggests he channel the energy into his sword, but she cautions him to practice it only after leaving the facility to avoid being penalized for gaining an unfair advantage from an administrator. Fast forward to the present. Hyuk's surging power reverberates across the sky, while Argai emerges as the first self-taught user of Sword Aura through pure enlightenment in the Earth dimension. The Tower of Trials celebrates Han for his incredible feat. He achieves the unity of sword and body. With that, Sun Yun's Sword Aura finally comes to completion. Han inquires if everyone is alright, and Catherine reassures him that they're all safe thanks to his efforts. Deep down, Catherine reflects on how Han countered Hook's sword arc in a split second, coming to the realization that these two fighters are leagues above their level. The young master chuckles maliciously, expecting nothing less from Sun Yun, saying that he nearly let him down. He thinks that the more effort invested in a sandcastle, the sweeter it is to topple it. He swings his sword, and as their blades clash, our hero takes a nasty hit. Han speculates that many of the dimensional invaders he's faced thus far have been somewhat arrogant, But this Japanese fighter is completely unhinged, and it sends him into a spiral. Our hero takes a step back, urging Catherine and the others to find a safer place. Han struggles to focus, constantly worrying about their safety as he did before, while Catherine refuses to back down. Sunung Hun agrees with him. It's tough to accept. But Sun Yun is undeniably correct. Deep down, the top player feels a pang of shame, knowing he's of little utility in yet another trial. Nevertheless, Kim informs Han that they will initiate Operation Blaze at the first available moment. Following that, Kim, Catherine, and Chu take their leave. Meanwhile, Hyuk and Seung Yun indulge themselves in their full-strength battle. Their energies blaze across the entire city, and explosive sounds echo as the three of them witness the intensity. Chu gets why Han wanted them to escape, as Bennett breathes a sigh of relief that our boy can hold his own against that behemoth. The masked player senses otherwise. It's subtle, but the enemy has decoded Sun Yun's moves, and if it keeps up, our buddy will be cut down. On the flip side, our hero is going against all odds. He wished that mastering the sword aura would bring him closer to matching that brute. Han recalls what the White Crane shared about Hak Namong's swordsmanship being top-notch, while his own is merely average. This creates a tremendous gap in their abilities. But our guy thinks this isn't merely a skill problem. Honestly, Hawk's strength is just frighteningly overwhelming, almost supernatural. Soon enough, our guy plummets to the ground after overexerting himself healing. As Hyuk approaches to ask if he's thrown in the towel, Han knows he won't be able to keep fighting like this. Yet, just when it seems dire, luck strikes as Catherine hurls him a potion. He tries to gulp it down, but a wild kick interrupts him. Honestly, our dude is a bit of a fool for thinking he could down a potion in front of a stronger rival. Instead, that jerk hack swallows the potion greedily. Catherine watches in shock, while Chun calls that Japanese guy a total fool, lamenting he didn't poison it instead. Afterward, Namgong smirks, believing it's human nature to cling to hope, thinking Sun Yun feels the same way. That potion restores a fair amount of Hyak's stamina. He mocks humans for deluding themselves with false hopes of victory if they simply give their all and escape unharmed. Yet, when optimism is shattered and every shred of hope fades into despair, that's when this guy plans to revel in their broken spirits. At that moment, Hyak turns more monstrous, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. The fight rages on, causing widespread destruction with relentless force. They crash to the ground when Hyak's eyes lock on Han's, a wave of dissatisfaction washing over him. It feels like there's still a glimmer of hope in Seung Yun's gaze. Frustration wells up inside him, and Hyak assaults him with even greater ferocity, sending our boy tumbling to the ground, trembling. Before long, Namung strides over, thinking Han barely has the strength to move. But what infuriates him is that Han's gaze still pierces through him. This cynical feeling drives Hyak to swipe his sword across Han's eyes, splattering blood everywhere. Our guy cries out in agony, desperately needing stamina to heal, but he's hit his limit. Nevertheless, he intends to muster the last ounce of strength he can squeeze out. Maybe then he could land one final blow. The Chinese dude leans in for yet another strike. With Han's injured eyes as a massive hurdle, there's little chance he could take down his foe in one strike. Our guy is tormented by his helplessness, pondering what his next move could be. In the meantime, Han's friends rush to his aid, but our guy yells for them to stay back, knowing that joining the fight would lead to their slaughter in mere moments. That's when the wicked sword hunter figures out why Han's face wears that upsetting glimmer of hope. It was his little bug pals. Regardless, Catherine dives in with her flames, but she can't keep pace with Hayok's unfathomable speed and gets slashed from behind. The masked player calls out to Catherine, battling Hyuk with lightning power, but the unescapable occurs, as Namung strikes Kim with brutal force, crashing him into the ground hard enough to crack it. Blood oozes from Han's eyes as the young master yanks Catherine by her hair, aiming his sword menacingly at her. The monstrous guy lightly brushes the sword against her neck, and as she screams in torment, he queries Se-Yun if he can smell the scent of his companion's roasting flesh. Our guy angrily cries for Hyak to let her go, calling him a twisted freak. The young master's face lights up with glee at the sight of Han's horrified expression. This is exactly what he was hoping for. In an instant, Ochunuk seizes the moment, stealthily striking Hayok with his icy power. He manages to bind Hayok's hand and his sword together and hurries away with Catherine. He quickly does his best to heal her while dashing off. Moments later, that wicked villain breaks out of his icy prison, unleashing fury upon that pesky metal nuisance. Just then, Hyuk leaps onto the scene in a single bound. Meanwhile, Chunok wraps the girl in a shimmering energy orb to send her as far away as he can. It's the best he can manage for now. As the energy orb bounces off, Chunok frantically searches for a hiding spot, while Hawk seizes his head in frustration. Hawk swings his sword at him, but the freezing power absorbs the hit, Watching his allies get pummeled, guilt crashes over Han like a tidal wave. He reflects that even after 7 years, nothing has shifted. He believed he had grown stronger, believing his ascent was limitless, but he remains helpless to defend anyone. As the torment festers within him, a swarm of rats suddenly rushes towards him. Those rats, it turns out, were fleeing for a reason: survival. Mistaking the chaos of the brawl as a cataclysm, thousands of rats stream into the open, all scrambling for their lives. Miraculously, thanks to this surge of rats, our hero finally discovers the perfect opportunity to unleash his final attack. That's when Seung Yun's mind springs into action, and after exterminating the horde of rats, he absorbs their departed souls to replenish his strength. Meanwhile, the sword-hunting fiend chops off one of Seung Hun's arms and holds it aloft. At that moment, our hero tells Hyak he has crossed a line, branding him a repugnant Miram freak. The sword hunter chuckles, oblivious to the looming danger, and swings Kim's severed arm around, relishing Han's desperate attempts to fight back. In an instant, a devastating fiery punch crashes into Hyak's gut. The flame's power seals Hyak's sword aura for 10 minutes and weakens his stats. This attacker turns out to be Ziwen Pang, the legendary hero of China, who reveals that this scoundrel, Hyak, failed to end his life. It seems that Ziwen has transferred Catherine's flames and has come to strike at Hyak. Now that his role in the fray is over, he takes his leave. Namong is severely injured and vulnerable since the Curse of Flames has sealed his sword aura. Suddenly, floating swords surround the area, signaling a forced duel. In that moment, a dueling zone is established within a 100-foot radius, using the innate trait of forced duel. All players except Hyak and Seung Yun are barred from entering this zone, even without his sword aura. Hyak grins maniacally since he can harness his fist aura. His cocky demeanor makes him confident that Seung Yun, robbed of his sight, stands no chance against him. While it seems like doom awaits our main character, a surprising twist unfolds. In that critical instant, our hero can't quite recall when he gained the third eye skill, enabling him to sense attacks from beyond his regular vision. He had thought that was the full extent of the third eye, but it has proven much more. Han can vividly discern the boundary surrounding the area, noticing every single rock and pebble within the dueling zone. Ironically, he can see clearer now than when he had his sight. Realization hits him: he hasn't fully tapped into the potential of the third eye skill. It truly lives up to its name. Just then, the third eye manifests on Han's forehead, granting him a vision that exceeds his wildest dreams. Thus, our hero uncovers the true essence of the third eye skill, and it ranks up from D to B. After battling for his life, relying solely on his senses, his instinct skill also advances to rank B. With this enhancement, his senses sharpen even more than before. Player Han emerges victorious in the clash against the Swordmaster, elevating his Demon Slayer style skill. Additionally, his body undergoes miraculous healing due to the extensive injuries he's endured. Now that the tides have turned, Hyak's confidence falters as our hero dodges his attack. In that very moment, Seung Yun's eyes expand wide, and a dark hellborn glow seeps through them as he finally can confront Hyak Namong on equal footing in his diminished state. Suddenly, the situation takes a wild turn as Master falters against our hero. Bewildered by the deceptive tactics at play, Hyak senses his movements sharpening with each maneuver, as does the sharpness of his blade. That's because our hero activates the skill Silent Shadow, allowing him to blend into the shadows. Han gives it his all, maximizing his speed skills, including Grace of the Wind and instant acceleration. He moves at the speed of light, enhancing his blade speed with the Wild Sword Flurry skill. Our hero launches into a fierce sword attack, but Namong skillfully dodges every attack. In that moment, Han reflects that he's squeezing every bit of his strength, yet this fight is still far from a fair one. He feels like he can't keep this up much longer. Plus, his energy reserves are running low since Hyak's stat debuffs will wear off in 10 minutes. Simply put, Seung Yun has to finish this while Master is still trapped by the Flame's curse. Therefore, only one thing can break this deadlock: a wild card. Our hero hoists the sword and hurls it with immense power. Namong grins like a fiend and sidesteps that sword with ease. He calls Han's move foolish, a desperate gamble born from panic. The Swordmaster's arrogance gets the better of him as he moves in to throw a fiery punch, and a freezing glare shoots through Han's eyes as he declares, "Iron Blood Sword." Just then, the sword appears magically, and, at Han's command, plunges straight into Hyak. The guy is caught off guard by this unexpected turn, and blood spills from his mouth. With the sword embedded within him, Hyak realizes Seung Yun has struck at his core, so he must act quickly to fully recover. 10 minutes seem to go by fast. The Flame's curse lifts, and the forced duel ends as well. The barrier around the duel begins to fade, while the Swordmaster laments his distraction by this trivial charade. He yanks the sword free and tells Han they should finish this battle another day. Hyak holds a red stone as a gateway appears, leaving everyone in shock. The Chinese guy, Ziwin, figures out he's attempting to return to the Merm dimension. In that moment, a strong sense of foreboding washes over them all. If they don't eliminate Hyak Namung for good, he will one day return to Earth and unleash an even greater disaster. They can't allow him to escape. So Chunok, Catherine, Kim, and Ziwin charge at the Swordmaster. The command, "Get away," echoes in Hyak's ears, shattering his pride. A blaze erupts from the blade, shaking the whole Shinjuku district and flooding the horizon with light. Buildings collapse, and the inferno pierces through Sun Yun's shield of vengeance. That force sears one of our guy's arms. It withers like dried leaves in the wind. Catherine cries as she sees his injured arm, shouting out, but Han urges her to calm down, reminding her that the enemy still stands before them. At that moment, the Swordmaster taunts Han, clarifying that, from the very first encounter, he could have ended him in a heartbeat if he wanted to, daring him to continue. These words infuriate our guy, but he can't retort. Master turns away and tells Han not to worry, as he will be back for him soon. Once the guy departs, Seung Yun collapses as everyone rushes to his side. In the Merm dimension, the servants welcome their young master back home, but Hyak is in terrible shape as blood spills from his mouth. He seethes with rage, determined to drown Han Seung Yun in despair, even if it means sacrificing everything. The scene shifts to a hospital near Tokyo, where President Eri hurries to Han, who is finally awake, his body wrapped in bandages due to his serious injuries. Seeing Han's arm, the president sighs, acknowledging the sacrifices he's made and expressing gratitude to our hero. Suddenly, our fella activates the skill, Ash and Blood, and in an instant, his arm regenerates, leaving Ares speechless. After that, our guy seeks out the others and goes to check on Catherine first. Han slides open the curtains, only to find Catherine sitting there in her undies. He gets greeted with a slap. Outside, Oh-chun is hopping along with crutches when he spots our guy in the hall, sporting a slap mark on his face. Our guy explains he was in Catherine's room, where she seemed full of spirit. Nonetheless, Han asks about Kim Seung-hun, since he hasn't seen him around. Chunok replies that he did see him earlier that morning, adding that he has a lot on his mind. He elaborates that Seung-hun lost his right arm in their last battle. Later on the hospital roof, Han finds Kim, who greets the sword demon. Our guy is puzzled by that nickname as Sun Hun glances at his arm, which is now completely healed. The masked man asks Sun Yun if he used a skill to heal, and he's impressed by our guy's amazing powers. The masked fellow admits that Han always finds a way to astonish him and shows off his own arm, which is partially healed, saying he was not as fortunate. Just then, Han apologizes and blames himself. He mutters that things wouldn't have spiraled out of control like this if he had been tougher. Sun Hun, however, counters that there's no need for apologies since he possesses a skill that lets him operate normally. Han lays it all out, confessing he's been tearing his way up the tower like a maniac, driven by the desire to grow stronger. He admits he was totally consumed, disregarding everything else in his path. He morphed into a soulless beast. Well, Kim sees nothing wrong with igniting his ambition through the hunger for more power. Still, he firmly believes that the strong must also stand up for the weak. At least, this is the principle that fuels his battles. Han appears to have absorbed a lot from this mission, learning a crucial lesson he must remember. Hearing this eases Kim's mind, knowing that someone as powerful as Han isn't a bloodthirsty fiend. Yet, to be fair, when they initially met in the tower, Seung-hun had his doubts about Han's motives. That's when Kim pulls off his mask to take a puff from his cigarette. As our guy steals a glance at his face, his eyes widen in disbelief. Our boy finally realizes who he is, while Kim chuckles, apologizing for not introducing himself sooner. Following that, all the hunters who returned from the mission get snapped for photos, and Han takes part in an interview. Later, he finds Catherine and returns a choker she misplaced. All the hunters don their tower attire and step out. Since our boy is the last one lingering, he wraps himself in his red tailcoat and feels a wave of change. He beams and wonders if the association guys had spruced it up during repairs. Truth be told, all his gear is in immaculate condition. But that's the least they could do after the hunters stopped a national catastrophe. He flops onto the bed, reflecting on how the past 3 days with the return stone zipped by in no time. Han never aimed for fame and stumbled across an image from the fight that had already gone viral. He figures the Japanese association must have been capturing them from a helicopter and checks out the comments giving him the title, Sword Demon. He finally understands why Sun Hun referred to him that way earlier. Still, our guy is taken aback, having no clue that the man behind that mask was the Lightning Lord. It's then revealed that the Lightning Lord towered above everyone else. Even among the 30 elite S-hunters in Korea, He demolished gate after gate at a pace no S-grade hunter could keep up with. He was revered as a hero in Korea. The scene then shifts to Seung Yun's flashback, where the Lightning Lord, Kim Ong-hun, hands him a card, stating this is a call for recruitment. Kim tells our boy to reach out whenever he wants. Fast forward to the present. Han's time on Earth is drawing to a close, and he decides to postpone that recruitment call for now since he needs to focus on training and living up to the Sword Demon title. With that, our boy heads back to the Tower of Trials. He steps into the lobby on the 11th floor and contemplates the lessons he's gathered from his fight with Hyak. Han realizes he lacks sufficient stamina. Even though his Ash and Blood skill heals most wounds better than any other, the Reen effect doesn't kick in when his stamina is low. That's why our guy figures it's time to find a new way to boost his stamina. Seung Yun continues browsing the skill store, but nothing catches his eye. Just then, he finds a method to stop overthinking and decides to snag everything he can. With that, our guy purchases every skill he deems useful. He picks up Auto Stamina Reen, which recovers a total of 0.07 stamina every 180 seconds. He also grabs the Lunar and Solar Synthesis skill, which boosts base stamina by 100% when exposed to light. Argue then activates Skill Synthesis, merging the two compatible skills, Solar and Lunar Synthesis. This produces a C-grade skill, Photosynthesis, that enhances base stamina by 200% and lets users absorb magic energy from light sources. Combining the perks of both skills, Han is thrilled with this new skill and speculates that if he blends the vampire skill Call of Blood with photosynthesis, he'll strike gold. However, to his dismay, the new skill Blood Covenant created didn't enhance his abilities and completely nullified the effects of photosynthesis. Seung Yun deduces this skill was a flop. In that case, he snatches up another vampire skill and attempts to merge the failed Blood Covenant and Call of Blood once more. After they combine, a new B-grade skill, Blood Prophet, is birthed, enabling him to siphon health, stamina. Our hero is pretty intrigued by the idea of manipulating blood and wonders what it really means, so he decides to cut his hand to explore. As his blood starts to flow, he discovers that Han can literally control it. The droplets move around at his will, morphing into any shape he desires, even pushing them out without slicing himself open. It's totally impressive, and Seung Yun figures he'll save this skill for when he needs a lot of blood. He's sure that his blood manipulation skill will be super useful. With that, he dives into maximizing his time. He enhances the Eyes of Truth through the synthesis menu, crafting an A-grade skill called Fireworm's Eye, granting Han the fiery power of the Fireworm and the ability to see hidden things. Plus, this nifty skill lets him gather intel on objects, and he can tell if someone's lying with his dragon sight. Han activates this skill and examines all the gear he's wearing, like the vampiric Count's fancy tailcoat and those speedy boots. When he checks out the Sanguine Demon Sword, he learns that its true abilities can only be unleashed by a user who has reached the Firebrand level, utilizing the unique effect of Blood Aura to the max. Suddenly, it hits him that Firebrand is the level of power that once allowed Hyuknamong to wipe out the entire Shinjuku district. He figures that only someone with that level of power can unlock the sword's full potential. Initially, Han thought this sword was just average, but now he's curious about unlocking its complete power. Not long after, Han enters the trial on the 11th floor, a mental test. This time, his goal is to reach the 7th gate within 7 days, with a reward of an antique mirror of testament and a death penalty for failure. Just as our guy steps onto the floor, he meets Priest Yoan, who welcomes him at the Temple of Testaments. The priest shares with player Han Seung Yun that he'll take on the trials set by the God of Testaments. These trials will continue until he takes his last breath. Since a simple adventurer like him dared to face these divine testaments, he'll need to face the repercussions of his choices. Han takes on the challenge and asks how to complete it. The priest questions Han, questioning if he doesn't know the trial rules designed by the 7 gods of Ares. In that moment, it dawns on our guy that if he's in the Ares dimension, this is where the Black Knight from his 5 trials originated. Yoan is surprised that such a clueless adventurer like him made it to this dimension. However, he explains how the trial works. The examination takes place in the Temple of Testaments, focusing on the testament of the body, mind, and faith. After player Han endures the first testament of the body, he moves on to the ultimate yet toughest challenge, the testament of the mind. Now, regarding the gates, each trial chamber contains a high priest whom he must either persuade or eliminate to progress further. Simply put, Han's got to do whatever it takes to get through these gates. The priest smirks, believing he's shared enough, leaving the rest for Seung Yun to figure out. With that, the first testament kicks off, with Priest Yohan becoming our guy's opponent. He swiftly lunges at our hero, and there's no doubt his strength is terrifying. Initially, Han halts the punch with his palm, and soon, they're locked in a clash. Feeling the grip, Han realizes this big dude is equal to a challenger with pioneer status in the hard level. Immediately, Seung Yun activates his blood prophet skill. Discreetly pushing blood from his finger, he shapes it into a bullet and fires it straight into his opponent's forehead, instantly ending him. Just like that, our guy takes down the priest and marvels at how insanely powerful the blood prophet skill is. Anyway, Han shows gratitude to the deceased for the insights and absorbs his spirit. The admin, priest of the seven gods, is stunned by Han's outrageous actions, calling him an interesting player while nodding at his ruthlessness. Judging by the admin names, our guy figures that the gods of this trial must be pretty riled up. Meanwhile, the admins, White Crane and Lord of Iron and Blood, are let down seeing Han jump into the trial without any heads up. Our hero claims he has no way to get in touch with them. After that, he digs through the priest's garments and uncovers an intriguing item. While the Ares admins watch, dumbfounded by his greed, the Godslayer nods, signaling that they comprehend his antics. To decipher the information about the mirror item, our hero activates the Fireworm's eye and realizes it's the priest's divine mirror. He swiftly accesses the true details of the item through the dragon eye, uncovering that the divine mirror harbors the holy energy of the God of Testament, which can even guide the user in shaping their own destiny. Han is utterly perplexed as he contemplates how to determine his fate, surmising this item might at least provide a one-time protective shield. Soon, our guy strolls toward the next gate, hoping it's also the Testament of Body. As he swings open the gate, he comes face to face with a beautiful girl, priest, who's taken aback by his swift arrival at the chamber. She suspects that Priest Yan must be unfit to judge anymore. The girl introduces herself as Jane, a priest of the Second Testament. Unexpectedly, she grabs a chair and hurls it at him, and Han is not impressed by such a hostile greeting. Our hero assumes it's another testament of the body, and Jane concurs as she charges at him fiercely. She swings her sword toward him, but Han dodges it with impressive agility. While evading, Argy notices that Jane's sword aura is strikingly similar to the one he used to wield. Han energizes his weapon, unleashing two sword auras, and strikes Jane's arm. She crashes against the wall, stunned to realize she's facing an aura user. The priest finds it hard to believe that a mere adventurer could command such an aura. Our guy retorts that he wields the aura just like she does, questioning why it surprises her. That's when Jane explains that their holy energy is gifted to them by the God of Testaments, a blessing that grants them immense power. Naturally, she's taken aback that a guy like Han, stripped of holy energy, could harness a sword aura so formidable. As Jane mends her arm with holy energy, Seung Yun suspects it should have been a catastrophic injury. Nevertheless, the priest leaps once more, and our hero senses that this holy energy is about to be quite troublesome. Their swords clash as Han muses in the midst of the action. He mutters that the first priest told him he could pass the gate without needing to kill her, but he asks Jane if there's any chance she could be convinced to let him through. Jane smirks, thinking his knack for chatter would need to be charismatic enough to impress a god. Ignoring her, Seung Yun inquires about the number of gates in the Testament of Body, but his attitude annoys Jane, who gives him a seething glare. Seeing him overflowing with arrogance, she bluntly tells Han to reserve his cliché questions until after the battle is wrapped up. Our guy stands firmly and activates instant acceleration. In the blink of an eye, he yanks the priest's sword from her grasp and slams her into the wall. He seizes her hands and cockily declares, "The battle is over." True to his word, our guy wants to learn more about the testament process. The priest nervously queries Han if he plans to take advantage of her. While the admins eagerly anticipate his response, some scowl at him, and Seung Yun makes it clear he's not about to do anything of the sort. Jane chuckles, feeling lucky. The Lord of Iron and Blood heartily agrees with her, while the White Crane exhales in relief. Our guy doubts that anyone capable of such acts could have made it this far, and Jane incredulously asks if he truly believes his words. If he does, she calls him exceptionally naive for a hunter. Regardless, Han insists that she'll spill all the details as promised. Being obedient, Jane reveals that there are two remaining goods in the Testament of Body, and the Testament of Faith will commence at the 5th gate, concluding at the 6th gate. This implies that the Testament of Mind occurs at the 7th gate. Before he reaches the 7th gate, Jane strongly advises our hero to rethink this trial altogether. She discloses that no soul has ever breached the 7th gate of the temple. All who attempt to pass through either go insane or bleed out from every bodily opening. Seung Yun taps into his Dragon Eye skill and realizes she's not fibbing about this. Once the priest wraps up her speech, Jane delivers her final words and thanks Han for an epic battle. In that moment, our hero poses one last question, curious if there's any way to pass through this gate without taking her down. However, Jane is convinced that such a feat is beyond his current skill set, making our guy wonder if she's actually scared of her own fate. Jane grins like a lunatic, showing no fear, and believes that death itself is a sign that brings them closer to the divine. Just like that, Han ends her life on the spot because dragging it out would be nothing short of cruel. He then absorbs Jane's spirit, convincing himself he did what was necessary. Still, he can't shake off the feeling of being a lowlife. With that, Han steps into another chamber and encounters Retribution, a sword meant to be wielded by the Divine of Testaments. Retribution then puts Han's warrior skills to the test and raises his sword to unleash a powerful aura. A shimmering fire aura bursts forth from the sword, leaving our boy wide-eyed. It's not as stable as it should be, but Seung Yun realizes that he's facing a Firebrand user. Our boy feels anxious about confronting a Firebrand user so soon. Just 3 gates in. This means Han will indeed need to risk it all. He charges at his opponent, and as their swords collide, Retribution drifts back. In that moment, Han senses something is off. The old man's stats are lower than his. Not only that, the force of his strikes feels weaker in comparison, but still, the old man keeps breaking through his sword aura. Our boy remembers witnessing Hyuk Namong use Firebrand. Naturally assuming it outclassed a sword aura, he ponders whether the maniac Hyuk was simply exceptionally strong. Maybe, just maybe, the Firebrand skill isn't merely an upgraded version of sword aura. To put his theory to the test, our boy clashes swords with his opponent and realizes that it's only the sword aura that shatters over time. Meanwhile, the swordsman steps forward, explaining to Han that his aura will never break his sword. Oddly enough, the old man reveals that the only way to break his blade is to control what's invisible. That's when Han pieces it together. This swordsman is a Firebrand user. Despite being weaker than him, it's like a kid who's terrible at studying suddenly outscoring the rest. A wicked grin spreads across Han's face. He dismisses the old man's chatter, focusing solely on demolishing that dude's sword. Seung Yun pours every ounce of strength into breaking that sword. But the swordsman insists that only those who command the unseen can wield a sword capable of slicing through everything in existence. It is then that an aura of incredible strength is conjured. Han keeps slashing at his opponent when, suddenly, his sword radiates a fiercer aura. In that very instant, our hero's sword breaks through Rillian's sword aura and lands a blow on his face. He then finally grasps the difference between sword aura and Firebrand sword flames. He realizes that activating a sword flame requires an intense mental focus, sheer determination, willpower. In other words, Priest Rillian coughs up blood but smiles, thrilled to see Seung Yun surpassing his sword flame. Oddly, the man looks genuinely happy for our hero wielding the true Firebrand and praises him. Our guy is baffled, wondering why the old man is so pleased. Strangely enough, the priest is more concerned about someone else's growth than his own demise. The priest trembles, overwhelmed with joy, at the thought of our guy learning it so swiftly. With that, our guy proves himself as a warrior, and in a flash, Han brutally decapitates the priest with a single swipe. He then absorbs the lifeless priest's soul, and the skill of his innate trait, Necromancy, maxes out at 100%. In that instant, the Necromancy skill upgrades to grade B, and he's excited to discover the new abilities he's unlocked. This time, he acquires a secondary effect skill that allows the user to pull a power from a target when absorbing the soul of a more formidable foe. Our guy hits the jackpot because each time Necromancy levels up, it's never a letdown. Even more impressive is how strong it already is at only grade B. He eagerly anticipates the perks he will gain when he reaches grade A or S. After that, Han opens his status window and notices he's nearing 3-digit stats already. Our guy recalls his training days when he believed such a feat was only for prodigies. Meanwhile, Han Seung Yun absorbs all the deceased priest's souls, including Jane, Johan, and Retribution. Plus, thanks to his newly acquired skill, he snatches the ability Indomitable Will right from Rillian's essence. This ability symbolizes those who face the impossible until the very end and refuse to yield, boosting the user's physical stats and concentration when up against a stronger foe. Han strides into the next chamber, spotting an angel hovering who presumes that Priest Brailian has finally kicked the bucket. Quite the surprise, isn't it? That's when our hero hesitates for a moment, and the admin Godslayer reminds Han to tread carefully from here on out. The admin White Crane tells him that the priest wields a genuine sword aura, not a fake one, and the Lord of Iron and Blood is taken aback by the priest's powerful aura, coming from the God of Testaments. Out of nowhere, our guy swings his sword without thinking, sending the priest crashing to the ground. Interpreting that Han isn't much of a chatterbox, the priest glares coldly before diving straight into the Fourth Testament. He reveals himself to be Karen, a disciple aspirant dedicated to the God of Testaments. Our guy receives a heads up that he's up against an opponent who outmatches him and activates the skill Indomitable Will. At that moment, Han senses Kern's aura, significantly stronger than any priest he's battled before. Kern conjures a broken mirror that radiates a dazzling aura. As our guy dodges that lightning bolt, Kairen's weapon's aura reflects and aims directly for Seung Yun. Han is frozen in disbelief and quickly triggers the Dragon Eye, allowing him to counter with his sword aura. Our guy finds that beam of light quite bothersome as it keeps bouncing off the mirrors, and he feels the urge to strike at the priest before those beams can overwhelm him. Just as they're about to clash, Chiron flaps his wings, unleashing a relentless force that sends our guy reeling and tumbling. Han manages to survive by blocking those beams with his sword as it collides with the glass. Our boy is astounded to encounter another sword wielder. Then he sees Chiron take flight, intrigued by his strategic advantage. Those wings. Han anticipates that Chiron will use those beams to launch long-range attacks. Even if he dodges the first onslaught, they'll be amplified by mirror walls, catching him off guard. But as Han closes the gap, the priest uses the gust from his wings to throw off Han's balance, countering his sword flame. It sounds tricky, but despite everything, our guy is impressed, since beams and sword flames make quite the fierce combination. Han realizes that he can't just recklessly smash those mirrors. If the shards from the broken mirror break the beams into countless tiny beams, there's no way he could avoid every single one simultaneously. The admins start to panic, questioning the challenge level of this trial, while the other admin, Sable Demon, is eager to witness player Han's downfall. Reading this, our guy feels a hint of anger, while the admins rooting for Han eagerly anticipate his next move. Han breathes a sigh of relief that at least his supporters don't seem overly anxious. Meanwhile, Priest Chiron reappears with another mirror, insisting he won't hold back this time, wondering if Seung Yun can withstand it. In that instant, the disciple goes wild, and light flashes and reflects from 4 different angles, making it impossible for our guy to avoid multiple beams. Ultimately, the beams hit him, resulting in an explosion. But due to Han's skill, Shield of Retribution, it absorbs all the damage. And now, our guy is ready to unleash all the amassed damage. It's akin to an Uno reverse attack. That's when our hero releases the damage, and the beam surges through the shield. A furious beam pierces Chiron, leaving him reeling in shock. The disciple is left dumbfounded by the unexpected turn of events. As he coughs up blood, he's convinced that Han isn't a trained mage, figuring he must have been touched by God. But our guy retorts that he knows nothing about divine blessings. With a hole punctured in his body, Priest Chiron concludes that Han neither fled from his testament nor succumbed to it. Thus, he has proven his worthiness. Following this, the priest collapses, and Han absorbs the deceased disciple's body. He also extracts a power from Chiron's lifeless soul, which was more formidable than his own. Suddenly, our boy's soul is infused with the holy energy he acquires from the priest. Realizing this must be the very power the priests here utilize. Much like hunters wield magic energy, our guy feels an odd energy bubbling in his chest. But moving is a chore. He realizes it's nothing like magical energy, leaving the admin White Crane puzzled as to why Han's central energy core shines with holy energy. Meanwhile, the Lord of Iron and Blood is in a tizzy, noticing his heart shows no signs of divine presence. Moments later, Han steps into the next chamber and meets an ancient man who calls out to him, dubbing him the warrior consumed by battle's frenzy. Han, looking puzzled, inquires what that even means. The old man speaks of Han's ultimate destiny, saying he must keep charging from one victory to the next until he reaches unparalleled growth, standing atop all strength. The old man seems to have peered into Han's psyche, yet our guy thinks reaching such power is a lofty claim. Abruptly, a woman breezes past him, chiming in that it's not a boast but a truth he'll discover himself in due time. In that instant, a chill shoots through Han. How does she know what he's thinking? He spins around, brandishing his sword. The old woman calms him down, explaining this isn't a test of the body, but a test of faith. Han is overwhelmed as the woman shifts positions in a heartbeat, baffled by such incredible speed. Suddenly, he feels sheer dread, fearing his mind has been invaded. He finds himself ensnared in a void, grabbed by unseen hands while a woman gnaws at him. Intrigued by the challenge, the old woman surprises everyone by declaring Han has passed the test. Though he's utterly baffled, the old lady reassures him that he is fit to move beyond the 5th gate. Han, astonished, queries how that's even feasible. She explains that the 5th gate begins with a deep exploration of one's mind. Only those with unwavering will can catch a glimpse of their own. She admits sensing an indomitable will within Han, a thirst for violence, prepared to eliminate anyone in his path toward power. The lady detects Han's desire to grow stronger, even if it means taking lives. This darkness lurks in the corners of his subconscious. Lady Henner warns him to act quickly if he succumbs to his ambition, whether by his blade or the whims of faith. But our guy insists he has no intentions of harming her since he already cleared the test. The lady, amused, teases Han, suggesting she ought to unleash the full force of the test of faith. Seung Yun, irritated by her arrogance, readies to strike. Yet, she shifts her tone and offers him safe passage, giving him a reassuring pat. With that, our hero strides onward toward the next trial, diving into darkness as he delves deeper. Shortly after, he notices the mirrors darkening, swallowing him in complete blackness. At that very moment, a whisper tickles his ear, sending a jolt through him as he swings his sword, praying it's not the same ordeal again. To his dismay, the Holy Maiden tells Seung Yun he's already lost in the confines of his mind. She reveals that Lady Hanir cleverly planted a guiding seed to escort him further into his thoughts. Our guy realizes Eileen is talking about the old lady who had given him a friendly pat. Apparently, she sowed a seed deep in his mind. Now, it seems the Holy Maiden is nestled within Han's consciousness. He feels trapped by mysterious threads, and she assures him she's keeping a close watch over his physical form in the real world. This notion unsettles Han deeply, and Eileen informs him he's indeed stuck in a quagmire. Offended by his arrogant demeanor, the maiden suddenly points a dagger at his throat, warning Seung Yun she could easily make a quick strike. Our guy quickly finds himself humbled and apologizes, claiming he just wanted guidance on how to prove his faith. Eileen chuckles, finding it charming how swiftly he regained his manners. She continues to explain that this world is just a mirror reflecting his own emptiness. Here, player Han must learn to peer into the deepest shadows of his mind. Only then will he conquer the sixth gate. Eileen emphasizes that a sentient's mind is shaped by their core beliefs, and few are blessed with the ability to see their own mind clearly. She points out that the world is hard to understand, just like how he sees a thick darkness when he shuts his eyes. In other words, she tried to convey that Han needs to train himself to discover his true self in this dark world. The Holy Maiden Eileen then began his sixth test. Out of nowhere, the water below Seung Yun starts to ripple wildly, until our guy ultimately finds himself submerged. Eileen, on the other hand, comforts the poor boy as he drowns in his imagination's illusions. She's convinced that the suffering feels as real as it can get. The Holy Maiden hopes Han figures it out quickly, because if he doesn't, he'll end up experiencing the unique sensation of drowning while on dry land. While she's pushing Han's limits, our guy activates the clear-headed skill, which reduces the mind control's grip and helps him remain calm. He feels a sense of relief and understands that he needs to stay collected and breathe deeply as long as necessary. As Seung Yun manages to stay afloat, he suddenly feels something brushing against his fingertips. Eileen admires his grit because she never thought he'd be able to move while his mind was still trapped in the mental realm. Turns out, our boy inadvertently scratches the Holy Maiden's neck with his blade. Caught off guard, Eileen cannot believe a hunter can defend himself deep within his own psyche. That's when it hits her. She's ensnared a monster in her trap. The mental realm starts to disintegrate. In the water, Han flexes his muscles, delighted to regain his physical sensations. Eileen spirals into frenzy since Han was supposed to be entirely devoid of sensations in the mental realm. She wonders how in the world he managed to regain his senses in just 2 hours. Is he even human? Our guy can't believe the Holy Maiden said it's been 2 hours because it feels like he's only been here for a minute. That's when Eileen discloses that time moves faster in the mental realm. A realization strikes Han as he thinks he might be in big trouble. Well, smartly considering, if he squanders most of his remaining 7 days at the sixth gate, he could flunk the whole trial and face a death sentence. The weight of expectations sinks in, and our guy feels a mad desire to learn to navigate the mental realm as quickly as possible since he's racing against time. He acts decisively, speculating that he regained his senses thanks to the clear-headed skill, prompting him to believe he can activate his other skills too. Han attempts to trigger the Fireworm's eye, granting him the ability to see what isn't visible. At that moment, our guy lays his eyes on something outrageous. He gazes at the stream of blood flowing like a cascade. The Holy Maiden gasps and asks Han how he pierced through the mental realm so swiftly. Well, it's all thanks to his skills buffet. Suddenly, Eileen jumps in shock and questions if he's even human because, from her understanding, a typical human doesn't sprout iron wings from their back. It appears that Seung Yun activates the wings of steel and soars over the ocean. Our guy narrates that when the Fireworm's eye opened the world of his mind, he could barely fathom the meaning of the vision he faced. To add to that, he felt twisted and unnerved in a chilling manner. Following that, Han zips through his mental realm in an instant, making a chaotic entrance as he grabs his sword, questioning the Holy Maiden if he created a disaster. Eileen falters upon seeing Han, her biggest nightmare. She insists that it wasn't her fault, while the admins breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing our boy regaining his consciousness. Our boy then curiously inquires if this was genuinely the testament of faith, and Eileen explains that the testament of faith involves facing and accepting one's deepest self. She elaborates that humans experience life with little faith in their true beliefs, ignorant of what they strive for or what they truly believe in. What one thinks, believes, and acts upon shape their mental realm, and that's what Han confronted in this testament. Eileen then shares her insights on what she saw in Han's mental realm. He aims to rise above his woeful past and attain even greater power, but without sacrificing his humanity. She then bids farewell to that inhuman strength, ending with a note, asserting that sometimes staying true to one's desires, as he does, is the most authentic path of all. With that, Seung Yun steps into the 7th gate, where he encounters a light that fills him with dread. The light crackles and reveals itself to be an eye. Our hero is left trembling in panic when the God of Testaments locks eyes with him. In that instant, he remembers Jane's words about the 7th soul being untouched by another soul. Han suddenly comprehends her true meaning, and a brilliant light bursts forth, shaking the very ground beneath him and sending our hero tumbling. That fearsome, overwhelming aura fills him with dread. Seung Yun feels as if he's encountered an invincible force he can't withstand, and he begins to surrender to despair. Even though their gaze barely met, he finds it impossibly hard to recover and realizes the sheer might of God. Yet, Seung Yun refuses to be so easily crushed. With determination, he activates the skill, Ash, and Blood, which lessens his pain by 17%. Seung Yun holds onto the belief that there's always a way to break through, as that's how the Tower of Trials is designed. Though he isn't certain if he can truly cut through those intense eyes, he's willing to take the plunge. Even if it's just the tiniest hope, our guy gazes defiantly at the god, gradually losing consciousness when the God of Verification acknowledges his bravery. The system announces that the God of Verification is thrilled to see a challenger with such mental strength after a long time and notices Han's unyielding confidence as he requests him to validate himself. With that, the god informs our hero that the 7th gate is opening and vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, Han Seung Yun is still reeling in disbelief, struggling to accept that beings like God actually exist. As he stands before a mirror where the system instructs him to connect with his future self to initiate synchronization, the mental verification kicks off, and our guy's assimilation rate in the mirror starts to rise slowly. The system deems this verification trial to perfectly suit player Han Seung Yun and urges him to affirm that his beliefs will remain unshaken. Even down the line, we see Han Seung Yun progressing to a spot where he encounters Yan from Gate 1, who's in tears, searching for his mirror. Our guy perceives his surroundings to be Korea, spotting his future self, which leaves him puzzled about what he's up to. His future self mercilessly takes down innocent beings while Han Seung Yun desperately tries to intervene, causing the assimilation rate between the mirror version and his real self to spike forcefully by 10%. Seung Yun feels his chest being ripped apart as he wrestles with a torrent of emotions, guilt, madness, and outrage. Suddenly, Yoan appears behind him, demanding to know if he's the one who took his mirror. With that, he performs an action on our guy that seals all abilities that interfere with Challenger Han's mind. Our hero fights back, understanding the critical need for mental defense in this mind verification, and ponders what to do if his serene mind skill gets blocked. The assimilation rate between our hero and his mirror self spikes forcefully to 20%, overwhelmed by mental trauma. Han Seung Yun suffers from the abnormal status, chi deviation. Trapped in his thoughts, Han wonders why his future self would commit such cruelty, obsessed as he is with power. Yet, there's simply no way he would act that way. With our boy suffering the chi deviation status, if he doesn't resolve this proficiency, the system warns that his mana circuit could drop by as much as 10%. The mana circuit proficiency decreases by 0.3, then 0.7, and then 0.4. Seung feels his mana circuit overheating dangerously. Our hero glimpses the Murm world, where he spots his future self demanding to know the Murmur Alliance leader's location while menacingly threatening lives if they don't comply. Murm's alliance leader, Lee Jinan, surfaces, discussing the whispers surrounding a lunatic known as the Sword Ghost in Morm, and upon seeing Han Seung Yun, he acknowledges that he indeed deserves the title. Before he can utter another word, future Seung Yun launches an attack, igniting an epic clash between them. Ultimately, future Han Seung Yun eliminates all the alliance members he claimed he would spare, leaving Lian Wan utterly flabbergasted. The alliance leader questions the madman before him about his lack of shame, but Seung Yun's future self rejects the notion, convinced that weaklings are mere resources, never tiring or getting hurt, and that they hold no higher value from our hero's perspective. The assimilation rate between our guy and his mirror self surges forcefully to 30%, leaving him coughing up blood. The storyteller shares that as the mirror's location shifted countless times after his future self mercilessly took thousands of lives and grew infinitely stronger, our protagonist found himself resembling a monstrous creature, consumed by madness and solely focused on gaining more strength, an unstoppable beast who never faces defeat. The bond between Han and his future self forcefully escalates to 40% and then 50%. If this rate keeps climbing, things could get dire. Yet, our hero wonders what this strange feeling is, and why he's experiencing a thrill from it. We see Challenger Sun Hun storming in, fuming as he confronts Han Seung Yun, questioning if he really believed he could escape after committing such a heinous act. Eri Chika stands shocked, witnessing the horrifying sight of future Sunung Yun holding the lifeless body of Chaeyeon Suk after executing him without mercy. The president of the Leaders Association challenges our guy, demanding to know why he's willing to take innocent lives just for the sake of gaining power. Yet, our protagonist finds this inquiry ridiculous and simply states that he kills others to grow stronger. Kim Song-hoon reminds our hero of his ability to harness lightning and fiercely warns him to be ready to meet his end as he launches an attack. Sunung Yun recognizes that Sunung Hun is not someone to be underestimated and, with a smile, dispatches him by cleaving him in two. Ari is left traumatized, screaming at Han Seung Yun to pull himself together. Meanwhile, the real Sun Yun struggles to find an escape, painfully aware that one wrong move could mean being devoured by this fiend's psyche. Even achieving 50% synchronization feels like shattering his own mind. With this in mind, our protagonist resolves to escape before it's too late. The synchronization rate spikes to 60%, while his mana circuit proficiency plummets by 0.1. It drops first to 0.5, then to 0.2%, while assimilation soars to 70%. He starts to lose hope as he can barely hold on. The mental shock is overwhelming, blurring the lines between agony and ecstasy. Sunung Yun sinks deeper into despair, but suddenly recalls Johan's High Priest's mirror, a mirror infused with divine essence by the High Priest Johan each day. Argi activates the High Priest's mirror, forming a divine barrier that shields him and purges all mental corruption of a certain level. With the status abnormalities and energy distortions undone, Han Seung Yun breaks free from his stupor and has now achieved the Mind of Steel, boosting his stamina by 1. Our protagonist demonstrates that his faith remains unshaken, and the validation of his mind concludes with the iron-blooded Monarch, White Crane Swordmaster, and Fallen World Soldier relieved to see their challenger safe. The god of verification expresses satisfaction with Han Seung Yun's efforts and wishes to meet him in person, forcibly summoning him to the divine realm. Our guy feels perplexed, but learns that the god of verification wields divine authority over the Tower of Trials temporarily, meaning the administrators can no longer keep watch over their challenger. The Tower of Trials allows summoning as long as the player remains unharmed. With that, RG steps into the realm of verification. The verification god ascends and queries RG, asking who he is and why he radiates divine aura. Sun Yun gazes at the deity, yet the god tells him not to look at him that way, assuming the challenger perceives him as a mere glow. Anyway, the god finds it odd to see our guy in person and inquires whether he's a divinity clone crafted by the tower. Our hero appears baffled when the god mentions he's referring to the administrator. The god asks if our guy is a being who gained divinity via a pact in the tower, and Seung Yun clarifies he isn't an administrator, merely a challenger. The verification god informs him that he possesses divine power unique to himself, noting growing intrigue toward the tower in his absence. He goes on about how the tower system realized they couldn't create the genuine article using mere divinity clones. However, to create the real deal, they must utilize an apostle of a divinity clone. The god realizes that challenger Han Seung Yun is no ordinary being. Sunung Yun, on the other hand, feels confused, thinking the god speaks as if he's accomplished something extraordinary. But to him, it was merely a case of killing Charon and unwittingly acquiring divine power. To actually create a genuine one, they must utilize a divinity copy's apostle. The god discovers that challenger Han Seung Yun is no ordinary individual. Sunung Yun, on the flip side, feels baffled as he ponders how the god implies he has done something significant. Yet, all he did was eliminate Charon and serendipitously gain divine power. Our hero questions the deity about the true significance of this divine power. However, the verification god is taken aback to learn that Sun Yun is completely unaware of it, even after he had claimed the divine power himself. Observing Sun Yun's ignorance as he nonchalantly mentions stumbling upon this divine power, the god mocks him for flawlessly masking any signs of divinity from the power granted to his followers. The god reveals that seizing Charon's divine power wasn't pure chance. He senses a distinct cause and effect, especially given the Tower of Trials' lofty expectations for our hero. Our hero is left stunned by this revelation, and the verification god regrets spilling the beans since he wasn't meant to disclose it. Making the tower engage, the verification god says his goodbyes to Sun Yun, informing him that he will be keeping an eye on his journey. Yet, our hero still has lingering questions about what becoming of his future self entails, as well as the divine power and influence the god alludes to. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces our hero's head, and the god realizes he's delved too deeply into his future. Because when one gazes into that abyss, the abyss gazes back, always seeking a way to invade our thoughts. With that, the verification god cautions Seung Yun to be vigilant, and tells him he will soon find himself back where he started. Sun Yun yearns for more discussion. But the god has no options left as the tower poses a challenge even for deities. He reveals that if our hero visits the Temple of Verification later, he might find answers to some of his queries, offering final advice. The verification god warns Seung Yun to distrust any god, as they will now see him as their adversary. The 11th floor is conquered, and the ancient mirror of verification is transferred to Han's inventory, awarding him 70,000 points and 30,000 SP, along with a bonus. With this, Han returns to the lobby, realizing what the god revealed about the divine power he pulled from Shiran wasn't mere coincidence. It was a clear cause and effect at play. This indicates that the Tower of Trials aimed for our hero to seize the divine power and adopt it as his own. Sun Yun ponders everything he's just uncovered, feeling utterly bewildered and frustrated. At least, our hero feels relieved knowing that the gods can't touch him, even if they view him as their foe. All thanks to the tower. The system announces that it's expanding, listing Earth as an official climbing dimension within the Tower of Trials. As a bonus of this registration, the dimension will now carry added defenses against invasions. Challenger from other dimensions will now face penalties while visiting Earth. Plus, as another perk, challengers aside from pioneers can now earn a halo. Challenger Han Seung Yun becomes visible to the administrators once more, prompting relief for the iron-blooded Monarch and White Crane Swordmaster to see him safe. Our hero flashes a grin, but then recalls the verification god's warnings about how the administrators embody a form of divinity, leaving him questioning whether he can trust them. Sun Yun realizes that suspicion is his best friend right now, finding the situation incredibly vexing. With that thought, he steps into the Iron Blood world. The administrator, the iron-blooded Monarch, trying to express her concern, is met with an aggressive stance from Sun Yun, who demands to know if all the administrators are conspiring with the tower to manipulate him. This revelation hits the iron-blooded Monarch. Understanding that our hero is still feeling the effects of mental verification, Han Seung Yun launches a blind assault on the administrator, while she endeavors to pacify him, urging him to regain his composure. Yet, our hero isn't in the mood to listen. He reminds her of the exploitative relationship between the administrators and the tower towards challengers. The administrator defends herself, explaining that it simply doesn't add up, and advises Han to get a grip. Sun Yun retorts, asking why she insists on telling him that, since he believes he's totally composed, and proceeds with a full-on attack. The iron-blooded Monarch attempts to shield him from his assault, but it's already too late. This pushes the administrator to her breaking point, and it's her turn to showcase her true power as she retaliates against Seung Yun. Eventually, we see Han hanging upside down, revealing the consequences of the escalating conflict as the administrator acts decisively. Bound by ropes, he apologizes and mentions that his sanity has made a comeback, so she can finally free him. The administrator reassures him that she'll set him free. Yet she's concerned that the next time he swings by, her house will disappear into thin air. She thinks the Sun Yun she witnessed when he claimed to have it together reflected remnants of the abyss that hadn't fully vanished and had become a permanent part of his personality. Even if our guy's a little twisted, that's still another side of him. So, she figures his suspicions about the administrators weren't entirely baseless either. That said, she clarifies that no one can truly decipher the tower's intentions, including the administrators. Sun Yun ponders if the tower expects something from him, but Iron Blood firmly believes there's no way. After slicing through Han's rope, she shares what she knows, stating that the tower has never revealed its desires to any challenger. Thus, the idea that the tower would expect something from any one challenger perplexes her. Noticing his uncertainty, she suspects he must have heard something from someone. Sun Yun tells her about the verification god's claims regarding the tower, indicating that it expects something from him, and the iron-blooded Monarch then pieces together why our guy had his doubts in the first place. The administrator reiterates her earlier statement about being a subordinate of the tower and is pleased that Sun Yun is enjoying his tea, which, surprise, is brewed from the urine of a black dragon, making our guy gag and spit it out. Suddenly, he recalls that the verification god mentioned that administrators are beings who earned divinity copies through a deal with the tower. Iron Blood understands what Sun Yun means, but she insists that she can't divulge anything about divinity copies right now, even if he doesn't want to know. It's something he'll uncover pretty soon. Sun Yun has one last query regarding Iron Blood's genuine desire. She had mentioned it before and reveals what the White Crane Swordmaster told him. It's a privilege granted to the administrators by the tower to achieve their objectives through challengers who've signed disciple contracts. The red-eyed administrator looks irritated that her colleague spilled the beans about the earnest wish to Sun Yun. Our guy wonders why she hadn't shared this info earlier. And Iron Blood admits she felt hesitant because she believes Sun Yun is underestimating himself, having seen how dedicated he is to his progress. Hence, for his growth, she figured he would soar towards the earnest wish trial and tackle it like it was a walk in the park. Han Seung Yun agrees, Knowing he has no other option, he is convinced that he lacks talent. The administrator questions what he defines as talent, but warns him that he will soon realize just how much he's undervaluing himself. Additionally, the red-eyed administrator unveils information about the 12th floor trial. With that, our guy makes his way back to the lobby. The author tells us that talent is a burden you can't shake off. It's a gift from the heavens. Divided into 3 abilities in the world of hunters: skill acquisition, stat increase, and trait enlightenment. These are the 3 gifts for a hunter, but Seung Yun wasn't bestowed with any of these. Our guy couldn't develop a skill. His abilities didn't grow, and he couldn't even enlighten a new trait. Han Seung Yun thinks a lot has changed after stepping into the Tower of Trials. But the truth hasn't. The cold hard truth is that our guy, lacking talent, couldn't progress due to his traits. He's dead set on the notion that the iron-blooded monarch is wrong about him having any talent, because if he had something like that, he would have become a renowned hunter even before stepping into the tower. Seung Yun then recalls the administrator's words about the 12th floor trial being a battle with himself. A fight where he needs to conquer a replicated version of himself. He shrugs away these worries, viewing this as a golden opportunity to sharpen his fighting skills while pulling out a skill proficiency healing potion. It's a specialized potion crafted by the tower, which, when consumed, randomly boosts one of your skills by 10%. During the showdown with Namong Hook, our guy received this as a reward from the Japanese government, and Catherine handed Seung Yun hers as well. So now, he's got a total of 3 of these potions. Han Seung Yun downs a skill proficiency potion and now has to pick a skill he wants to boost. Our guy selects Magic Management, the skill he unlocked after defeating the Dark Monarch on the 10th floor, which serves as the foundation for all his abilities. Thus, Seung Yun figures it's a worthy investment. He retrieves the old Mirror of Verification, a prize from the trial, on the 11th floor. When he channels magic power into the mirror, the exclusive effect of Lingering Thoughts activates, limited to the first time the skill Flame Dragon Eye is used. Since it's only for the initial activation, our guy can learn the skill embedded in Lingering Thoughts. However, the user can't choose which skill is embedded in these thoughts. The system informs him that the God of Verification has made a special change to one aspect of the effect for a single challenger. With that, the exclusive effect of Lingering Thoughts from the old verification mirror kicks in. As it does, Seung Yun randomly acquires the skill embedded in Lingering Thoughts. Our hero inherits the skill, Fighting Concentration A+, and the system embeds the fighting experience into the skill. The system announces that the fighting experience of Lingering Thoughts is now 11% more proficient, and Seung Yun feels pleased with his new skill. With that, the system alerts our guy that the 12th floor trial has begun, with 48 hours left. In this trial, he must defeat his duplicated self within the time limit, where failure means either his death or the clock expiring. The completion reward is a crown of ashes from an ancient emperor, rated A, and the penalty for failure is death. As Han Seung Yun enters the trial on the 12th floor, the blessing from the God of Darkness detects an intruder in the ancient palace and conjures a guardian fighter. The intruder, our very own Seung Yun, must now ponder what this guardian knows about him, discovering that the guardian has copied his item, the Vampire Count's old tailcoat. The task is to eliminate the version of himself that the God of Darkness has created. Seung Yun recalls the iron-blooded monarch's warning about this guardian fighter, who doesn't merely replicate but also mirrors our guy's experiences. Because of this, Seung Yun understands that his duplicate is aware of all the strategies he plans to use right now. The administrator's caution echoes in Seung Yun's mind, reminding him that this replica has even mimicked his talents. So, he realizes he can't underestimate himself, and our guy resolves to verify this. Han Seung Yun feels a chill as he wonders why he's always getting entangled with these gods while observing his duplicate. Noticing it's disturbingly similar to himself, our guy believes, based on what the iron-blooded monarch revealed and what he learned from his question vouchers, that his replica can only copy one item, which he chose to be the Vampire Count's old coat, a defensive item. Thus, our guy surmises that, if this replica truly imitated him accurately, this is a fantastic chance to measure himself accurately. Seung Yun activates the skills, Instant Acceleration and Wind's Grace, boosting his speed by 70%. Our guy decides it's time to test his talent and activates Fighting Concentration, doubling his focus. Next, he unleashes the power-burning sword intent as he leaps toward his opponent. His replica draws the iron-blooded sword, and Seung Yun thinks this move is far too predictable, anticipating a counter-shield next. Seung Yun assumes this will be the only option for the replica, but what surprises him is the replica morphing the counter-shield into a sword. It's a dual sword art that even Han Seung Yun has never utilized in a real battle, as it demands a significant amount of mana and mental strength. Because of this, our guy chooses not to wield it. This leaves Seung Yun puzzled about why he adopted such an inefficient approach but unable to grasp the reasoning behind it. While they battle, Han Seung Yun notices that his copied version exceeds him in pure skill. Pondering if it's due to an indomitable will, our guy knows he currently dominates in terms of items, but the indomitable will he absorbed from Lucilian has activated for his replica. Seung Yun contemplates that if his replica's abilities surpass his own, and if he's pushed fighting concentration to the limit, showcasing a transcendental level of focus. So, it all clicks now. But the real issue lies in the fact that the replicated swordplay is being executed with double swords. However, Seung Yun knows deep down that it's undoubtedly Namonghuk's unique swordsmanship. Our guy encountered him only once. Yet the chilling godliness from that meeting still haunts him, making him realize his previous arrogance towards skill. Seung Yun understands it wasn't just skill or brute strength, but rather an impeccable technique. This leads our guy to ponder whether, as Namonghuk suggested, they could outdo traditional skills altogether, since not a single skill was being employed. He concluded that mastering it solo was a faint hope. Now, he's come to realize that the genuine talent the iron-blooded monarch referenced was precisely this. The system alerts Seung Yun that he's facing a formidable adversary, and it's clear that our guy will struggle against it. As the replica triggers the indomitable will skill, our guy recognizes that the system believes he's at a disadvantage, leaving Seung Yun questioning if this is the end for him. Han Seung Yun activates the skill fighting concentration, which elevates his focus tenfold. Yet, as he fights to keep pace with his doppelganger, he amps his concentration up to 15 times and unleashes the power wings of steel for maximum speed. Seung Yun's focus skyrockets to 17 times. Just as he's about to reach him, the replica blasts his arm to shatter and escape, instantly putting him at a disadvantage. The copied Seung Yun readies to strike toward our guy, who realizes death is imminent. His concentration surges to 20 times, plunging him into an extraordinary focused state. Han Seung Yun feels as if his life is on the line, and his aura undergoes a dramatic shift as he curses the duplicate, while the system informs him that he's entered a heightened concentration state, which will result in severe mental backlash. It's as if Han Seung Yun has transformed into a completely different warrior. As he assaults his replica, his strikes do land. Yet his doppelganger is absurdly strong. The iron-blooded monarch overseeing this skirmish is furious to see this repeated outcome, and she cannot help but fret over the tower's potential response. She attempts to communicate with Seung Yun, but the system swiftly disables her message to prevent any advisory content. The administrator mocks herself while pretending to offer her contractor some tea. Meanwhile, we see Han Seung Yun striking himself, realizing it's actually his future self in control, while he grapples for dominance. Seung Yun screams at his future self, demanding he stop meddling with his body since our guy believed he had dealt with his meddlesome future self from the last trial. Future Seung Yun gripes that he intervened for our guy since he was moments away from perishing. Yet, there's no gratitude in return. Our guy isn't listening, snapping back at him, questioning why he won't vacate his body. His future self calls him a fool, urging him to observe the unfolding situation closely, and reminding him that despite all his training and climbing up to the 12th floor of this tower, he's still incapable of truly assessing his own skills, thus labeling him a pitiful loser. Seung Yun feels irritation bubbling up and attempts to hit his future self, but he finds himself trapped, leaving him shouting and screaming. Before parting, Han Seung Yun's future self seeks to impart some wisdom, advising him to break the habit of fully depending on his skills since he can't harness the real techniques. With that, he declares that our guy should resign himself to a life of obscurity, as he plans to take full control of his body. Meanwhile, our guy's future version continues to battle on, and as he senses he's starting to get it right, the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, sends a special item his way. A creation of the Black Dragon, our guy struggles to reclaim control for himself, attempting to consume the Black Dragon product. As he does so, the true Seung Yun re-emerges, regaining dominion over his body. As he proclaims his return, our guy realizes that during his doppelganger's fight, he genuinely experienced a shift in letting go of blind reliance on his skills, because Seung Yun believes, if the replica can achieve it, he can too. And with that, his focus amplifies 20-fold. Han Seung Yun's mind races while his wild side starts to rear again as he dives into the turbocharged realm of his pristine thoughts. He finally experiences a flash of clarity in a moment that stretches like an eternity. Our hero reckons he has to shed every bit of reliance on his past skills, because he must wipe the slate clean and adapt. Seung Yun casts aside logic and stubbornness, ultimately liberating himself from all mental images. The system chimes in that, thanks to his independent enlightenment, his mastery of magic management boosts by 10%. Our guy earns the Enlightenment achievement, and his stamina increases by 1. Seung Yun also earns the Trance achievement, gaining an extra 4 mana. The system evaluates that the user is facing a foe they can utterly conquer. Deactivating the Indomitable will skill, Our guy resolves to flip the script from this point onward. Han Seung Yun continues battling his replica, yet feels a strange sensation about Nam Hook's formidable sword skills being just within his reach. Our guy bolts at lightning speed, aided by Wind's grace and instant acceleration, and clarity slowly begins to dawn as their duel progresses. While watching his clone, he contemplates technique rather than skills, and Han Seung Yun starts to grasp the very essence of technique itself. Even at an unimaginable pace, the duplicate struggles against our hero's might now. As Sun Yun completes his understanding, he spots the unnecessary movements in the replica's dual sword technique, revealing that this clone isn't fully channeling Hyak Namung's sword skills. Instead, he's too preoccupied with simply mimicking Hyak. Our guy activates the iron-blooded sword and ponders how the seeds of doubt can dull the sword cheese sword flame trait that slices through anything. After all, even Han Seung Yun, while honing Namong Hook's sword skills, should focus on enhancing the sword flame. Our hero triggers the Truth Seeker of Blood skill and manages to land a hit on his clone. But the copy swiftly counters the attack by spinning his shield like a whirlwind. Han Seung Yun gapes in shock as he sees the duplicate's previously aggressive swordplay suddenly shift into a smooth, graceful style. This mellow sword technique is yet another of Namong's skills, and it irks our guy as he ponders just how much this clone can replicate Namong. Han Seung Yun realizes that victory is out of reach unless he weathers all dangers and activates the counter shield skill while attacking. Just as he anticipated, the clone's sword charges up quicker than his, prompting Seung Yun to devise a clever ploy. Our guy suspects his duplicate will absorb the attack thanks to the transforming counter shield, meaning that Han's counter shield will recharge instantly. At least, that's what he thought. Seung Yun figures that, if the clone is truly him, now that the energy from the counter sword and their deadliest attack is dissipating, his replica will seize the moment as an opportunity. Han Seung Yun praises his own strength for being ridiculously potent. With that, he lunges at his clone with the iron-blooded sword, thrilled that his plan is coming together. As our guy decides to wrap this up and charges at his replica, he witnesses a shocking transformation. His clone morphs into a monster, leaving him bewildered and questioning what in the world is happening. Sun Yun's clone loses it, evolving into a literal titan monster, and leaps at our boy. While our fella darts away, the clone bites off its own fingers and hurls them at him, turning them into explosives. Han feels a surge of anxiety from this sudden monstrous assault. Plus, the attack patterns have shifted, rendering it 10 times more excruciating. The gigantic hand crashes down, and our guy fights to escape. Soon enough, a tremendous explosion erupts, and the clone's attack is thwarted by Han's shield of Retribution. Our hero gets lucky as the cooldown on this skill just expired. He inquires to the clone whether the chaos will continue, and the titan monster frantically charges toward him. Sun Yun concludes that this clone has completely lost its marbles, especially since it's turning its own body parts into explosives. Yet, he considers it might just work as a surprise attack at close quarters. Still, if the clone keeps launching its body parts like this, Han's skill, ash, and blood will sap far too much of his stamina. But it's only a matter of moments before the monster runs out of tricks. Eventually, it staggers back to its feet, quaking slightly as the smoke begins to roll in. With that, our hero slices through the clone's arm, and since there's no use in dragging this out, he goes in for the kill on the monster. The monster, however, darts off to save its own tail. Yet, it's definitely not done. As it gathers energy once more and lashes out at Han, the shield of Retribution takes in the blows, and our protagonist figures out that the clone's a real powerhouse. Its raw strength still intact, thanks to the monster. Han now has enough energy saved up in the shield to shape it into an orb. Just like that, our champ hurls that magic orb with his sword, landing a hit right in the clone's face while proclaiming, "Release." At that instant, an overwhelming wave of energy pours forth from the orb, blasting the monster into smithereens. The beast is vanquished, and our hero successfully completes the 12th floor trial, racking up a bundle of rewards along the way. Han's skill, Shield of Retribution, levels up a notch, now becoming a B-grade skill. In addition, his skill, Combat Focus, turns off, and he feels the after effects of stretching his concentration beyond its usual limits. Our poor lad coughs up blood, but thanks to his ash and blood skill, he bounces back instantly. He suspected that this skill could negate the aftermath of the Combat Focus skill. Our hero acknowledges that without the ash and blood skill, he would have never made it this far. Nevertheless, he wishes things could ease up a bit inside the tower. Not that he expects them to. Though, suddenly, he spots his clone's lifeless soul hovering, and finds it compelling. He's pulled back to reality by the admin, Lord of Iron and Blood, as the connection reestablishes after being turned off to avoid giving him unfair advice. The admin grumbles about being put under restrictions just for offering their contractor a cup of tea. Just to clarify, That tea was a black dragon's essence that boosts immunity and mental clarity. The admin chastises Han to show some appreciation for crying out loud, and our hero thanks her for her earlier assistance. He remembers when the Lord of Iron and Blood sent him that dragon essence item, and realizes that even admins can be restricted for meddling too much with their contractors. Out of nowhere, our hero is inundated with countless admin messages praising his astounding talent. Even Han is taken aback to find out that several admins had their eyes on him. Some were amazed by his abilities or the sheer challenge of the trial, while others looked exasperated, wondering whether he even had a place at level 12. Strangely, the admins just stare at him like sneaky spies, and our hero feels a bit uneasy because usually, the admins grow bored and leave after sharing their thoughts. But now they're just lingering around with no clear reason. He gets annoyed and asks the admins what on earth they want from him. Our hero assumes they must know he's already under contract. Yet, they act as if they're here to claim his attention. At that moment, the idea hits him that perhaps his tower system is about to expand in a way that benefits them somehow. It's just a hunch. But Han senses that their clingy behavior means he's onto something. A mischievous grin spreads across Han Seung Yun's face, as it seems he's about to score a system expansion that could benefit admins he doesn't even have a contract with. Our hero suggests that instead of sending him cryptic messages like they're on a dating app, it's wiser to be upfront about what they want. He makes it clear that if they're after something from him, he expects them to grant him a power as an upfront payment. Han acts all cocky, promising the admins he'll return the favor once the system expansion kicks in. However, the admins don't take this lightly and show their displeasure at Han's attitude. They reject his offer and urge him to be more humble. In response, Han turns up the heat, declaring that his offer is open only to 3 of them. It's a first-come, first-served situation. Our hero is well aware of what he's doing because the moment he says that, the admins get all riled up, eager to add power to his collection. Now, moving on to a more urgent subject, Han's clone, which mirrored him exactly in skills, stats, and abilities, has his curiosity piqued. He's itching to know what happens once he absorbs the dead spirit. Therefore, our hero absorbs his clone's soul, which has the same soul makeup as his own. The system attempts divinity extraction, leaving our lad utterly astonished. His power, holy energy. He's in the loop about the upcoming upgrades, but is totally baffled by this so-called holy transformation and divine buildup. Memories flood back of receiving divine power from Priest Carrion, and how he was too spooked to even touch it, mostly because he had no clue what to do. Yet, now he views this as a chance to put that power to use. With that thought, Han strides into the 13th floor lobby. After the system update, he finds out that the community function, which used to be scattered across different nations on Earth, has been fully unified. Plus, teammates and group challenges will now be paired up without any nationality limits. Our guy figures he'll soon encounter foreigners in group trials, since this expansion feels a tad anticlimactic. However, there's more he just learned. It seems that other dimensions might eventually merge with theirs too. Soon enough, Han spots the scoreboard, and his eyes nearly pop out. Our boy reflects on the incredible power at stake. Ascending the tower was his primary aim, and now it feels like his life's mission. He's taken another big leap towards his ultimate ambition, snagging the top position on the scoreboard. For now, at least, he's the most formidable player in the Earth dimension. Definitely something worth bragging about. However, the Tower of Trials has been around in other dimensions, like Ares, Kalon, and Myrm, far longer than on Earth. In comparison, Earth just got its badge as an ascended dimension, and its collective strength is still pretty weak. Unless Earth bands together to bolster its battle capabilities, it's just a matter of time before they become a target for another dimension. Still, none of this alters his core desire, the overwhelming power to crush anyone who gets in his way. Han then opens his inventory and stumbles upon the skill Emperor's Ashen Crown, which boosts charisma by 30%. What's even cooler is that upon wearing it, the user can reign as the Ledge Lord of Departed Spirits. Being a high-grade item, our guy surmises it must be powerful. He then navigates to the bonus clearance reward and grabs the skill Last Stand, which nullifies life-threatening injuries, but consumes 88% of stamina. This skill leaves Sunsei absolutely flabbergasted, because it essentially offers him a lifeline from death, albeit just once. Despite the cooldown of a week not being stellar, it's hardly a price to pay given what it accomplishes. Han smirks, realizing that besides all the usual rewards from the last trial, he also scored new powers courtesy of the admins. He opens up the list of powers and selects the patron powers. Our guy spots 3 skills, noting these are decent C-grade skills. Han quickly snaps them up without a second thought. No sooner has he bought these skills than the admins start bothering him, eager to remind him of their support, which seriously annoys him. He then recalls the dead soul of the clone he absorbed and is stunned by how the divinity extraction kicked in out of nowhere. He vividly can recall when the divinity extraction activated. He felt a strong force that hadn't been there before, settling into his heart. A light erupted from deep inside his chest. And Han finally comprehends what holy energy truly is. But when he tries to test his powers in the lobby, he realizes there's no notable difference at all. All this holy energy seems to do is cause his body to glow. He muses over how the priest in the 11th trial used it for healing and weapon enhancement. Yet he couldn't manage that either. Our guy is seething with anger because he built himself up for nothing, which only fuels his frustration. Han attempts to soothe his rage by taking deep breaths, hoping to keep it in check. But just then, the admin, White Crane, drops in and offers to train him in using holy energy, inviting him to her admin area. Our fellow turns her down politely, leaving White Crane shocked by his straightforward refusal, asking why he passed up her offer. Seung Yun assures her he'll reach out if he needs help, but for now, he wants to see how far he can go on his own. White Crane respects Han's determination. Honestly, holy energy isn't a priority for him right now. In that moment, the thought of Swordmaster Hyak pops into his mind. Our guy is resolute to focus on whatever will make him stronger at this moment, at least until he can take down Hyoknamong. The thought of the Swordmaster Hyak flashes through his mind. He resolves to center his attention on anything that boosts his strength right now, at least until he brings down Hyoknamong. There's not a single doubt in his mind that Hyak will return. With that thought, Han checks out the admin powers he's acquired and activates the Divine Sanguin Heart Style, only to be suddenly surrounded by a dark, monstrous aura. Our hero struggles to understand the sensation. It feels like he's been turned into a relentless killing machine. A surge of power courses through him as he senses his blood throbbing. He realizes this is precisely what he needed. But just then, things take a wild turn. Hans's clone suddenly appears within him and playfully pinches his cheek. The clone mocks him as a greedy bastard, questioning whether he thinks he can enjoy all the fun alone. Meanwhile, our guy is left in chaos, wondering what on earth is happening. His clone, an alter ego of himself, manifests at the exact moment as him, an unprecedented occurrence. Suddenly, the situation escalates, with Seung Yun grabbing one sword while holding another in his other hand. They face off in a duel of self against self, and our guy accuses him of cowardice, because if he falls, the clone also meets his end. But Hans's clone is brimming with confidence, calling him a loser instead. The wicked grin of the clone reveals a sinister truth. If he can't have it, then nobody will. Our hero is stuck in a tight spot, needing to battle himself once more, barely managing to parry the clone's sword as it clashes against his. In that moment, Seung Yun's summoned blood aura through the Divine Sanguin Heart Style seeps into his sword, and just at the right time, Han's sword is charged with the Sanguine Demon Blade, and he grips it tightly, ready to unleash his blood. Our boy's sword engages with the clone's weapon, and in the blink of an eye, he plunges the sword deep into his chest to use the blood aura to force that pesky alter ego out of his body. The sword piercing his chest gets drenched in his blood as our boy cries out in agony. However, the pain proves to be worth it, as the conditions to unlock the true power of the Sanguine Demon Blade are finally met. The item name changes to True Sanguine Demon Blade. The skill is upgraded to Grade A, and the sword gains a unique effect known as Blood Fage. Clots of blood phage begin to form, and to uncover its true nature, Han activates Fireworm's Eye, discovering that this effect enables the user to absorb the blood of enemies slain with the Sanguine Demon Blade. What's amusing is that our hero can imprint up to 3 skills onto the sword without costing him anything. With Han having unlocked his full potential as a sword flame user, he concludes that this item might hold the most significant growth potential of anything he's encountered till date. With that determined thought, the 13th trial kicks off, with the goal of teaming up to eliminate the vampiric count within a 14-day time limit. The reward for completing this trial is a book of skills. Our guy isn't thrilled about another mass trial. Given past experiences, group trials haven't exactly been a walk in the park. Nevertheless, Han is slightly intrigued by the reward, a book of skills, reasoning that an A-grade reward can somewhat make up for the hassle. Without further ado, our hero jumps into the trial as the system reveals the map, highlighting the city now controlled by vampires and priests in hiding amidst the vampire-infested region. Han speculates that they need to rescue some priest, which frustrates him, pondering why they can't just storm the city and eliminate all the vampires. He's itching to do this the fast way, as single-handedly dismantling a city is cakewalk for him. Meanwhile, all of his teammates arrive, and a boy named Turovsky realizes that the system expansion was meant for the mass trial, with the 2 members, Fabled Ninja and Clock Tower Sorcerer, showing up. Their names ring a bell for Seung Yun, reminding him that they're all top-ranked players on the scoreboard. The sorcerer scans the area and remarks, "This place reeks of blood." Well, who could be surprised? What they witness is a horrific scene of carnage where people lay on the dining table, drenched in blood. It seems the vampires have had quite the banquet. Just then, nefarious-looking vampires creep up on the clock tower sorcerer. While the poor old man panics, the vampires ominously admit to having slaughtered those people. And now, their dessert is elegantly presented on a silver platter. Referring to the elderly man, they lunge forward, ready to strike. However, Turovsky and the ninja burst onto the scene. Slicing those vampires into bits, the ninja instantly recognizes Turovsky and proudly states he's from Russia's top guild. The Russian guy emphasizes he had no intention of keeping it a secret. He reveals himself as Andrei Turovsky, the guild leader of Carpedium. The ninja then presents himself as Sachio Mishimoto, an S-grade hunter affiliated with the Japanese Hunter Association. Andrei quickly realizes that Mishimoto is quite the celebrity. Confident that everyone knows him as Japan's one and only S-grade hunter, Sachio blushes and hopes Andrei is all set for a showdown. Explaining that since vampires can sense their own kind's demise, they'll be swarming them soon enough. Yet, the sorcerer reassures them there's no reason to worry. He had already cast a barrier beforehand to keep any signs of struggle contained within this room. Mishimoto raises an eyebrow, curious about this old man, who introduces himself as David Taylor, a modest mage serving the clock tower. Sachio is impressed since the clock tower is the world's most renowned magic tower. As Andrei concludes, David must be an archmage nearing retirement. He reflects on the misfortune of being summoned to the tower. However, David barely considers it a stroke of luck in his later years. To an organized mind, the tower represents the next grand adventure. Now there's Han Seung Yun, who reveals he's a C-grade hunter from Korea. Following that, based on the admin's report, the sorcerer elaborates that even the weakest vampires distinctly outclass C-grade hunters in a fight. Meanwhile, the vampiric count is a strong match for the fiercest S-grade hunters, capable of regeneration, making them not easily defeated. Thus, the wisest strategy would be to rescue the priests hiding around the city and enlist their assistance in taking down the vampiric count for good. However, Turovsky voices his concerns, questioning how they're going to enter the city when it's crawling with vampires. The old man acknowledges it's far too risky to barge in recklessly, and Sachio infers that they'll attract the enemy to them long before they even set foot inside. They discuss crafting the most effective strategy to tackle the enemy as a cohesive team. The other members deduce that if everything goes to plan, they'll finish the trial in about 10 days or so. But Han is uneasy, presuming their bonus clearance reward is at stake if it takes them a full 10 days. That's when our boy steps in, clarifying that there's been some sort of misunderstanding, asserting that their current plan is hardly an efficient way to clear the trial. The old man asks Han to shed light on a superior method, and our buddy grins, preparing to share precisely how they can tackle the trial in the most effective manner possible. The Russian player is left wondering what could possibly be better than their suggested strategy, while Mishimoto is intrigued by Han's secret plan, recognizing him as the top-ranked player in the world. Suddenly, our boy bluntly recommends that they simply charge in. Upon hearing this, David thinks he must be mishearing in his old age, shocked that his strategy could lead them to disaster. Han suddenly whips out his sword, slicing open the wall, revealing a massive horde of vampires lying in wait. Confronting them, our guy tells his teammates that they just need to rush in, slay everything in their path, and clear this annoying trial. Well, our main character is far too arrogant to consider any other methods. Just slash, kill, and claim victory. The vampires detect the humans, eager to indulge as the smell of fresh blood hangs in the air. Meanwhile, the teammates spiral into panic, pleading with Han if he's really so desperate to drag them all to doom. But our guy disregards their fears and commands them to begin their operation. Kill everything. With that, the vampires charge at them like crazed lunatics, brandishing their weapons. The blood arrows fly. But suddenly one of the vampires warns the others that these humans have a mage on their side. In that instant, Andrei realizes David has cast mass invisibility. Although it's not easy to maintain, the clock tower sorcerer clenches his teeth in frustration, suspecting that there's always one player in mass trials who ruins any chance at teamwork. That's when the ridiculous old hag suggests abandoning player Han Seung Yun to retreat and fight another day. This sounds like a blatant act of betrayal and cowardice. Our dude is totally stunned as he sees that vampires can control blood just like his skill. Blood profit. Meanwhile, the desperate vampires are trying to munch on Han, launching blood arrows at him. During all this, cowardly David Taylor and that Russian guy sneak away from the fight, while Sachio is left scratching his head, wondering why Han would act so recklessly. Suddenly, the Japanese player halts everyone and yells to look back. It's our guy ramping up the skill, blood profit, leaving the vampires utterly flabbergasted. The enemies are thrown into chaos as they see blood manipulation being performed by a human when they thought only their kind had that power. They panic because Han's blood control is way stronger than theirs, leaving them clueless. Our hero shows who's boss and crafts blood arrows that slam right through the vampires, being the real deal. He wipes them out all alone and absorbs their souls. Mayhem breaks out among the vampires, and they can't believe Seung Yun is just some regular human. Meanwhile, the mage, David Taylor, watches the carnage in disbelief as he realizes you have to strategize and fight smart when facing such overwhelming odds. But he's left speechless when he figures out that Han's crude method turned out to be effective. This leads the elderly man to question his own abilities, wondering if he simply lacks brute strength. It's revealed that David Taylor was once a top-tier battle mage with loads of experience. His fame was rivaled only by his brains, as his knack for advanced strategies earned him fame inside the Tower of Trials, where he zipped through challenges to become a high-ranking player. As usual, he had crafted a genius plan to conquer the 13th trial. Clearly, his plan was the ultimate strategy for the trial, and yet, our guy stomps all over his brilliant scheme by suggesting they just charge in. The old man sees the arrogance of youth making fools of them all. He thinks, there's no way to solve problems without a solid plan. But Han Seung Yun messes with his idea of taking down everything in sight to conquer this trial. Meanwhile, our monstrous hero slices through the vampires effortlessly, leaving Andre and Makimoto wide-eyed since they've never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, the Russian guy thinks they've passed the point of strategy and figures it's better to support Han from the back instead. Sachio nods in agreement. In contrast, David thinks logically, even if he can't deny that Seung Yun has really blown their expectations out of the water with his raw power. However, their foes are legions that could overrun an entire city. So, no player can seriously expect to take them all down alone. The old man admits there have been countless hunters with unfathomable strength in the past. Yet, there's a reason people usually team up. No matter how strong you are, you face a ton of variables when battling. He concludes that it's completely arrogant nonsense for one player to tackle every fight solo. On the flip side, our guy keeps slashing through the vampires, when out of nowhere, a bunch of them grab him. Suddenly, Han's arms inflate like balloons. And then, boom, the swollen arms explode, sending vampires flying with sheer force. Apparently, our dude used the skill body explosion, and thinks it's a nifty skill. Aside from the cost. Still, he feels the urge to keep using his recovery items. Considering the endless enemy attacks, the vampires are seething mad and call Han a mortally vile scum for daring to interrupt the blessings of their god of battle. Oddly enough, that one trembling vampire whispers, "Angel." That's when the vampires mistake Han for an angel, believing the god of humans sent him to shield them, thinking their prior slaughter must have angered their deity, yet they believe the god of battle is still on their side, so they must seek his blessing. Even our dude is puzzled since he never realized vampires could be so easily misled. At that moment, a giant vampire smacks his feeble companion and tells the others to look at Han, who's panting like an old crone. He helps the fellow vampires grasp that Han is no angel, but just a plain human. The vampires find their courage and prepare to attack Han, but our buddy pulls an Uno reverse card on the scene, causing the vampires to scratch their heads in confusion over the soul orbs stuck between his fingers. Han chows down on them like chips, nonchalantly saying they're probably the friends and family. He just gulped down. Suddenly, a massive surge of power hits him as he absorbs the vampire souls. Recharging his energy, a devilish grin spreads on Han's face as he declares he could do this all day, diving back into the fray for another mouthful. Unleashing his monstrous side, he starts wiping out vampires like they're leaves in a storm. Meanwhile, Sachio and the gang watch Han tear it up from afar. The Japanese kid is in awe, finally understanding why Han ranks #1 worldwide. Admitting he's never seen anyone dominate a brawl like that, Andre chimes in, noticing Han is only getting stronger as he takes down foe after foe without a hint of fatigue. Deciding it's time to join forces, Andre and Machimoto are eager to fight alongside Han, figuring it's the best bet with Han Seung Yun in the mix. On the battlefield, our man guzzles down the vampire souls like free lemonade, constantly refilling his stamina. Even Han's jaw drops at the sheer numbers, realizing it's even better than when he absorbed his clone's spirit. With a smirk, he thinks if he can get his hands on the vampire count, this challenge might just be worth it. Meanwhile, the admins fawn over our hero, declaring he's more devilish than any demon. He's pleased to see he's at least entertaining them. After all, there's no harm in playing nice. Suddenly, his teammates interrupt his thoughts. While he assumed they went after the priests, Sachio declares they owe him an apology. From here on out, they commit to following Han's lead. Even Andre admits he was wrong to question Han, realizing it was a foolish move. Our guy feels a rush of happiness that his teammates finally see the perks of charging in without a master plan. Well, that's beside the point of an apology. Later, Han activates the third eye to scan the vampire city and the ominous aura enveloping it. A smirk forms on his face when he detects it's the vampire count. The Russian player feels a wave of dread at the thought of this high-level spell. Remembering that the tower didn't mention the vampire count wielding such intense magic, David Taylor theorizes it's an inherent gift of the vampire race. Unfortunately, their leader appears powerful enough to rival high magic strength. Sachio panics, fretting over what they'll do against it, because at this rate, they'll be toast in minutes. Deep down, Han reflects on how he once admired top hunters like them, but now he believes it's his duty to keep them safe. His cocky side sees it as yet another sign of his growing strength. Well, he's not wrong about that. To protect his team, he urges them to run as fast as their legs can carry them, declaring all he needs from them is to locate priests and bring them back. Sachio asks Seung Yun why he's asking this since they've already discussed it. With no other choice, our guy decides to be brutally honest, admitting that sticking around would only slow him down, despite worries about their chances of making it through alive. Seung Yun has his own hidden agenda for sending them away. It's to take down the vampire count solo to absorb his dead spirit. Han's being self-serving, hoping the more they chip in, the less likely they'll mess with his chance to snag the dead spirit for himself. Surprisingly, Andre decides to stick to Han's orders, even though he feels miserable being a liability on the battlefield for the first time in ages. The old man also vows to find as many priests as possible. As they dash off, Han gears up, activating combat focus and the Divine Sanguin Heart Style. He also cranks up the blood profit to the max, disrupting all blood manipulation abilities around him. Just then, Han messes with the vampire's powers, instantly grabbing the vampire count's attention. Who wonders which foolish, insignificant human dares to stand against him? Enraged, the vampire count's throne cracks under his fury as he realizes this pathetic human dared to threaten his dominion over the city. This mortal will find his place in hell. With that, the vampire count loses his cool, unleashing the explosive torrent of his might. Our hero finds himself enveloped in an utterly terrifying aura, left in sheer disbelief at the sheer intensity that was far beyond his wildest expectations. He comes to a startling realization that he may have bitten off more than he could chew. At that moment, he understood he was in deep trouble. The vampire count held a legion of vampires under his command. We know that Selner, this vampiric lord, has lived a life filled with relentless battles, and his sole ambition was to rise higher and higher. The thrill of combat was his only source of joy, as is customary for those driven by such primal desires. Snare eventually recognized that he stood atop a mountain of bodies, a grim monument to his insatiable thirst for blood. And soon enough, his cravings reached the heavens themselves. The god of battle chose Sel as an aspiring disciple. As a disciple of a god, he finally had the chance to fulfill his kind's ultimate ambition, to bring down the seemingly unbeatable coalition of the four human nations, until the very essence of life that underpinned the human alliance ran thick with blood. Selner mercilessly slaughtered countless souls, causing the downfall of three nations. With the Count's unrestricted rule over the last remnants of human resistance, he was resolute in earning acknowledgement from the god of battle as his true disciple. Sel yearned to ascend to the pinnacle of his lineage and reign as the vampire king. At that very moment, a vampire servant hurried to Count Selner and alerted him about the impending chaos. He informed Sel that a single human had annihilated the forces under his command. To put it bluntly, it was a complete massacre down below. The Count was left reeling as he had already dealt with all those pathetic fools who dared to proclaim themselves heroes of the human realm. Wondering what nation had the audacity to send yet another futile challenger, the servant trembles and reveals that this human had not been sent but had appeared out of nowhere. Infuriated, the Count bites into vampire soul orbs, mistaking them for grapes, consumed by rage over the fact that this intruder dares to slaughter his cherished minions. He calls this outrageous and lashes out at his useless underlings. Selner finds it hard to believe any human could escape the watchful eyes under his command and suddenly show up in the heart of his city. The servants plead with their lord to calm down, but the Count fumes with fury, for with the fall of this last human stronghold, he would finally ascend as a true disciple of the god of battle. But now, his purpose hung by a thread. This sends Selner into a mad frenzy. His pride is wounded deeply by a pitiful human who dares to interfere with his plans. His nearly fulfilled scheme to establish his reign in this mortal city is thrown into chaos. The overpowering force of blood manipulation erupts throughout the entire city, making it tremble. Meanwhile, our hero is convinced he's messed everything up. As the explosion erupts, Han makes a hasty escape. Now his only choice is to let the city fall and save his friends. Eventually, he reunites with his teammates, and just as the violent energy closes in, Seung Yun shields them with a barrier of retribution. However, the shield bearer begins to crack from the immense pressure. Our guy musters all his strength to hold it together for a few moments. Suddenly, the shield of retribution shatters, and Han plummets to the ground with tremendous force. As he hits the ground, his teammates rush towards him. Our guy checks on them, asking if they're all right while Sachio helps him up. and David exclaims that they're unscathed. Thanks to him. Even Sashio concurs, because if it weren't for Han absorbing some of the blast from the front, they would have surely perished. They thought their time was up. At that very moment, Count Selner himself appears, taken aback to see these humans survive the brutal assault. Snare deduces that it was no mere coincidence that his minions fell to their hands. The Count grimaces, grasping the situation, suspecting that Han, a pathetic weakling still alive in the rubble, is shielded by 3 standing figures who are clearly his betters. Nevertheless, Snare manipulates blood to forge a sword, declaring humans to be worthless, mortal insects, bent on tearing them apart limb from limb. The teammates tremble in fear, and that's when Seung Yun steps forward, urging them to step back and declaring that he'll handle this all on his own. Andre proposes they retreat for now, if Han insists, but the Count makes it clear they aren't going anywhere, not allowing them to come and go as they please. In the blink of an eye, Snare zooms toward them like lightning when he spots our hero standing next to him, unruffled and rigid. The Count realizes this is the human who was half buried in the debris. Meanwhile, Cell is frozen in total shock, unable to tear his gaze away from Han, who stands there without a hint of fear. Our guy asks the Count if he's caught wind of the phrase, "Be careful what you wish for." With a sly grin, he claims he's on a mission to make Nero regret every word he uttered. The Count is incensed by this boast and calls him an arrogant fool. As the vampire boss lunges toward Han, our hero also lunges with his swords and tears the vampire apart, just like Nara said he would. He slices the vampire boss with flair and urgently commands his teammates to locate the priests as fast as they can. However, Sachi Machimoto questions if that's really necessary, considering Seung Yun has already dispatched the vampire Count. An air of disbelief hangs thick, and our guy thinks logically, believing that if they pass the trial, the system would notify them that the level is complete. That's when our guy activates the Dragon Eye and discovers the vampire Count is using his regenerative abilities to restore his body. Well, it's foolish to assume a disciple plus vampire lord would perish so easily. Upon realizing this, Andre panics, desperate to understand how such a beast can heal after being split in two. Meanwhile, David is losing it since this defies all rational thought. Sachio presumes the priests must be long gone given the city's current state. It's a wreck. He suggests they would be better off taking him down as a united front, all 4 of them, but Han stands firm, insisting he'll hold off the vampire Count for the moment. He instructs his teammates to search for anything that could assist, even if it's just the sacred relics of the priests. In truth, Han really wants his teammates to back off since the boss is solely his to take down. The teammates nod in agreement with whatever our guy has to say. Eventually, Seller's body fully regenerates, and this time, he's boiling with rage, determined to exterminate that insolent human. Our guy is taken aback by his crazy self-healing powers. Even though Han possesses similar regenerative abilities and blood manipulation skills, they appear to slightly outshine his. Our guy suspects that his combat prowess is obviously a notch above Cell's. Just like that, the vampire Count charges at him, filled with fury and launching a barrage of blocks created by blood manipulation. Those blocks burst like celebratory fireworks, and Cell feels a surge of hope, thinking the little vermin would bow to his superior blood control. Yet, it turns out Han dodges each attack with ease and emerges from behind, thanking Nier for definitely learning something from this brawl. But the vampire Count cannot stand this mockery and shrieks. In that instant, our guy tears Nier into shreds as blood splatters chaotically. The vampire is reduced to mincemeat compared to earlier, yet our hero is astonished he's still regenerating. For a vampire, that's quite unsettling. Suddenly, a thought strikes our hero as he considers the possibility that this trial is designed in such a way that without the priests, there's no chance of defeating the Count regardless of what they do. Given the entire city is in ruins, it would be shocking if any of the priests survived. Meanwhile, the Count regenerates once more, looking as perfect as ever. That's when Han reassesses his choices because this situation is far from ideal. Snare chuckles at the human's pointless efforts to grant him eternal rest. Han's mistakes entertain the Count, while our guy grins like a devil, pondering how many times he'd need to slice him before he's truly finished. That chilling grin leaves the Count trembling with dread. He starts to shake, and questions whether this sensation is fear that unnerves his icy veins. The truth strikes him hard, and his pride crumbles at the thought that the vampire lord fears a mere human. Snare grits his teeth in fury and tells Han not to mock him since he's meant to be the future monarch of all vampires. Meanwhile, our guy thinks maybe giving the Count a third slice will work the magic, and rips him to shreds once more. As he's cut into pieces, Cell screams in agony, informing Han that mere pain won't subdue him. Our guy remains relentless, continuing to slice, while the vampire lord just laughs and declares it's all in vain. He taunts our buddy, claiming he's no true hero, and makes it clear that nothing he does will put an end to his reign. Still, Han keeps racking up the slashes as the count continues, and Nier keeps rambling that mortals like him will soon hit their physical limits, and it won't be long before pure exhaustion drops him to his knees. But the Vampire Lord is left flabbergasted when he sees that, despite Sun Yun's relentless slashes, he hasn't even depleted a smidge of his magical energy. The Lord ponders if this human might really be the hero from the tales, as our guy tears him apart for the 8th time. In that moment, Han unlocks the achievement of Battlefield Maestro and conjures a skill called Torturer's Wields. After that, Han wonders if it's sliced or ground meat. Meanwhile, the Vampire Lord is scared out of his wits as he bolts for safety, convinced this human is just a pure monster. The vampire retreats for a moment, but things take a wild turn when our hero catches up to him in a blink, reminding the Count he'll make him regret every word. Han's true monstrous side takes control, and he summons his sword, muttering that he won't let him come and go as he pleases. The Count sneers at him, calling him a petty worm, warning Han he will regret this. That's when our guy mercilessly tears into him for the 9th time, and the Vampire Lord pleads for him to stop this pointless bloodshed, offering an unconditional surrender. Snare, the eager trainee, resigns to his fate and agrees to abide by any terms Han lays down. The Count begs for mercy, vowing to give him any treasures he desires. But Han Seung Yun, like a chainsaw, keeps cutting the Vampire Lord, who pleads for him to end his suffering, as he can't take this for all eternity. Cell realizes this human isn't a hero but a bloodthirsty maniac. Our guy tells him to just die already because he's fed up with his endless whining and regenerating. That's when a devious idea strikes him, and Han smirks like a devil. Han calls the Vampire Lord, who bows before him, and our guy suggests a way for him to escape this never-ending agony. Selnir asks what he must do, and our guy activates the Shield of Retribution. A huge cross slams into the ground, and it seems he can transform the shield into another form. He names the cross the training dummy of Retribution and commands Seller to whack it until he says stop. Han urges him to hurry up and end his suffering. The Vampire Lord cautiously approaches the cross, reflecting that the events leading to this pitiful state are utterly baffling. He's scared stiff about what's coming. With no warning or premonition, this murderous human butcher suddenly appeared out of nowhere and decimated the strongest vampire army ever assembled. With that, the Vampire Lord begins striking the cross, questioning if this is God's test. Nothing makes sense to him anymore. Cell becomes convinced it's indeed a trial. The idea of a human wielding the power to control blood seems absurd from the get-go, leading him to conclude it was God's will to steal the fading courage of his vampiric followers by sending this demonic herald, Han, as the savior of vampire kind. Cell believes this is God's way of testing his resolve. Meanwhile, the Shield of Retribution absorbs all the damage as Cell continuously pummels it. That shield cross is primed to unleash all the stored-up damage. Han thinks this will do the trick, and reeks of malice as he tells the vampire he's outlived his usefulness. At that very moment, Nera realizes this human is not a savior but a devil. Our guy devises a plan to wipe out the Vampire Lord for good, to obliterate Nar's entire body until not a shred of flesh remains. He traps Cell inside the Shield of Retribution and hurls the Sanguine Demon Sword straight at the shield to unleash all the built-up damage. That's when a massive explosion erupts, and death flashes before the Vampire Lord as he stares in sheer horror. The blast shakes and rattles the entire place, tearing the vampire into the tiniest bits imaginable. With that, Han finally conquers Trial 13 and earns the Book of Skills. He also nabs a hefty reward of points. Afterward, our guy beams at his achievement, since he took down an immortal all on his own. He absorbs all the blood Selnir left behind, using the blood Fage effect to soak up the blood of an enemy slain by the Sanguine Demon blood. With that, he absorbs all the blood left behind by Selnir, utilizing the blood Fage effect to siphon the essence of a foe vanquished by the Sanguine Demon blood. With that, Sun Yun absorbs the vampire's blood using the Sanguine Demon blade, etching the marked skill of blood, strengthening into a blood page slot. Our hero activates the marked skill of blood, strengthening from the true Sanguine Demon blade, making blood dance at his fingertips effortlessly. Turns out, he can manage blood even better than the Count could. It's as if he's the vampire king that Cell wanted to be so badly. Han dramatically controls a flurry of blood swords suspended in midair. He actually doesn't feel too bad about this. With a smirk, he realizes he might look like a supervillain. Well, I almost thought he was one. 2 moments later, Han absorbs the vampiric Count's soul, and divine energy is detected in his essence. His power of holy energy awakens, and the divinity is drawn out. He recalls witnessing this divine extraction when he absorbed his clone's fallen soul. Now, he can boost the growth of his power. Holy energy. A radiant light shines down on Sun Yun, and he unknowingly realizes at that moment, the ability to extract divinity hinges on whether the deceased spirit he absorbed has holy energy. Since the low-tier vampires lacked any divinity for him to tap into, Han can only draw divinity from foes holding a similar degree of holy energy as himself. He notices just how much he is still in the dark. Just then, the process of extracting power kicks off by absorbing the soul of someone stronger than the user. Han feels this is a bit unfair because there's no way the vampiric count was tougher than him. However, he suspects figuring out the criteria isn't too tough. He theorizes that the system likely views dead spirits connected to beings like gods and angels as superior. Regardless, the skill from the vampire's dead spirit gets extracted, granting Han the power of Faith Harvest. While our hero wonders what this newfound power is, he's interrupted when his comrades find him alongside the survivors. Sachio exclaims that the priests used their protective blessings to safeguard the people, which means there are more survivors than they anticipated. The survivors burst with joy upon discovering that a lone warrior has defeated the vampiric count, declaring Han must be the legendary hero. They give thanks to their lord for sending a hero in their moment of dire need, offering them salvation. The panel detects an overwhelming faith directed at Han through the power of Faith Harvest. Our guy observes this heartwarming scene as the survivors shower him with their unwavering faith. Han muses that even misguided faith counts as faith after all. Nevertheless, our friend smirks, as he isn't one to let a chance slip by. He then activates the skill Charisma, making his presence feel larger than life and amplifying his influence on others. Yet, Han feels like he isn't deceiving them in any way. And this is how he unlocks yet another achievement. At least I didn't tell a lie. Utilizing Faith Harvest. Faith gets collected from the surrounding area, activating his holy energy, crafting a myth born from real outcomes and the beliefs of the people. In that instant, the myth of the Vampire Slayer is born. The holy power comes infused with effects against revival and demonic entities. Our boy puts a stop to the vampiric count's endless revivals, which explains the effects against revival and demonic entities. Simply from vanquishing every vampire in his path, Han finds it intriguing and starts to grasp what this myth accumulation really entails. To simplify, his power of holy energy seems to merge with new faiths he reaps to generate these myths. Essentially, he's wielding one power to create even more. Judging by how he senses the untouched holy energy fading within him, it seems that activating a myth drains his reserve of holy energy from his heart. Afterward, our hero just about collects all the faith the people have offered him, bringing the trial to a safe conclusion. After Sachio and Andre step into the lobby, the elderly gentleman, David, approaches Han. The old man confesses he misjudged Han's confidence as mere youthful arrogance. Yet, it seems it was his arrogance that caused him to underestimate our hero. David sincerely apologizes, and Seung Yun graciously accepts. Suddenly, the god of battle makes a grand entrance. Having been informed of the demise of their disciple servant, the god becomes aware of Han's presence, and sensing the holy energy within him, turns hostile. Acting quickly, our hero kneels before the god, leaving David utterly baffled by the sudden gesture. Yet, the fury of the heavens engulfed them as the earth shook and fractured, unveiling that they had breached the divine realm through the Tower of Trials. It felt like pandemonium had erupted as the ground split wide, sending people plummeting into fiery lava, wailing in terror. Furious, Han scratches his head in disbelief, thinking the trial was finally over, only for new chaos to rear its ugly head. The crowd erupted into madness, desperately fleeing the perilous end where molten lava awaited them. Among the terrified throng, David Taylor felt the pressure rise. His portal leading to safety lay on the opposite side, separated by torrents of lava, blocking his escape. That's when Han sprang into action, cheekily offering the old man a handshake while humorously dubbing him Professor Dumbledore. In a surprising twist, Han snatches Dumbledore's hand and hurls him forcefully across the treacherous ground. The old man cried out in fear, while Argy chuckled, agreeing it was indeed a bold move. After safely tossing the elderly scholar into the portal, the ground quaked violently, and the lava raged. Han shouted for everyone to retreat, smashing the earth to activate the shield of Retribution. Miraculously, Han shapes his shield into bridges that stretch across to safety. Meanwhile, Old Man David, soaring towards his portal, contemplates Han's true nature. He couldn't determine if Han was genuinely the legendary hero they spoke of, but if such a beacon of virtue existed in this grim world, it might just be Han after all. With that, the sorcerer of the clock tower bids Han farewell, calling him, "O hero of Earth." Meanwhile, Han instructs the fleeing crowd to sprint across the bridge he conjured, knowing their time was limited. Beneath this gesture of heroism, our clever protagonist secretly hoped to gain a boost of faith from them. Yet his aspirations fell flat. He felt like he'd wasted time playing the savior role, hurrying back to his portal. Suddenly, the god of battle took offense at Han, a mere mortal who dared to meddle with divine forces. An overwhelming weight pressed down on the humans. causing their heads to explode. Showering blood everywhere, Han's eyes widened in horror at the sight of such a senseless slaughter. The god of battle warned Han, the tower's pet, that he had crossed the line. A fierce rage flared in Han's gaze, and he shot back that the god had crossed the line first. He made it clear that as long as he had the tower's protection, the god would find no favor in turning on him like this. With that, he turned to enter the portal if the god had nothing more to say. As Han stepped through, the god smirked, eyes glimmering with bloodlust, anticipating the day he could enjoy Han's mortal demise. Meanwhile, our hero found yet another incentive to grow stronger, vowing he wouldn't allow any god to trample on him either. Just like that, he arrived at the lobby on the 14th floor, and thoughts of the casualties caused by the god weighed heavily on his mind. He mused that the tower had perhaps conjured that vampire city solely for the trial. Although he couldn't decipher reality from illusion, guilt gnawed at Han, yet he realized there was no merit in getting tangled up in emotional investment over events in the trials. Sun Yun was now aware that the entity claiming to be the god of battle harbored a grudge against him. The tower trials cautioned him against trusting any god following his fateful encounter with the god of battle, as he had earned the enmity of other deities. Han believed this outcome was inevitable, but decided not to waste precious moments fretting over things beyond his control. Soon after, Han acquired his new cloak and purchased the Power Sword Demon's Path. This rare strength was awarded to those who obsessively seek power above all else. Later, Han wandered into the deep woods and encountered Admin White Crane, who was overjoyed to see him. The admin learned from Han's patron that he had made an enemy of the child from Namsung village. Even Han was puzzled about how it all spiraled this way. Given the circumstances, White Crane suspected that Hyuk Namong was the reason Han spent his special points to gain her power. Han nodded in agreement, confirming she was correct. The admin beamed, assuring him he had made a wise choice. She noted that he was what an ordinary person might label a prodigy, given that Han instinctively mimicked the strokes of an unknown sword style with flawless precision. White Crane believes Han's skills have advanced well beyond just mimicry. For instance, the way he grasped the true essence of the sword, style he aimed to copy, and successfully tailored it into a dual-wield technique. No matter how brilliant you are, our guy clearly knows he's quite the talented imitator. The admin also brings up that Seung Yun managed to pick up some techniques from the Namong clan, albeit just a fraction, which showcases his potential as a grandmaster. This suggests he could easily establish his own martial arts school. Our guy contemplates whether this is actually a big deal, but as the admin says, Han truly made a solid choice of power through his latest trial. Now, everything he learns and discovers for himself will be recognized as real skills by the tower. The admin agrees to coach him in everything he needs to master. But there's a hitch. To learn from him, Seung Yun and the admin must strike a master-pupil pact. Our guy cheerfully accepts the role of her student. The admin blushes slightly, and Han reassures her that he will always consider himself her top student. If this is truly what he wants, she won't try to change his mind. Deep down, Han thinks White Crane is a force to be reckoned with, having climbed over 40 levels in the tower, and he'd be foolish to reject the chance to train with her. The White Crane warns our fella not to have any regrets afterward, and Han wonders if her training methods will be severe, maybe even like a drill sergeant with a whip. That's when the admin explains that, in the Merm dimension, a pupil is only allowed to train under one master for their entire life. So, she meant he should make a choice he won't regret in the future. But Han is firm and assures her he won't have any regrets about it. It's not like he knows anyone else in the Merm dimension to train under, since he seems so convinced. White Crane solidifies the pact and presents herself as the 17th leader of the Bay clan of swordsmen, and previously, the unrivaled champion of the Merm dimension. She then unveils her name as Seol Bayek, the martial artist who will kick off as his teacher. Our guy is taken aback to learn she's a champion and bows deeply to his master. Han then summarizes what he has learned in the brief martial arts lesson. Firstly, it's mainly categorized into two types: internal arts and external arts. Internal arts focus on refining and storing magical energy absorbed from the surroundings within the user's body, while external arts enable users to execute physical stunts like the light step technique and various sword styles. Martial arts encompass these various techniques, and some of them require specific kinds of chi to utilize. However, our guy starts to question if his Divine Sanguin Heart Style qualifies as an internal art. To quell his curiosity, he asks White Crane whether having an internal art he's trying to master would pose a problem. Upon hearing this, the admin nearly loses her composure and asks Seung Yun to clarify every single detail without missing anything. Our guy defends his stance, stating that everything she shared felt similar to what she defined as internal arts. The admin, Seola, lashes out and questions Han if that Iron and Blood lady trained him in the ways of aura synthesis. Our guy ponders if internal art goes by aura synthesis in other dimensions. Meanwhile, White Crane doubts even the Lord of Iron and Blood would dare to blatantly break the Pact's rules. Still, Seola doesn't buy Han's story and insists on checking it herself. Out of the blue, the admin swiftly places her hand against Seung Yun's chest, applying firm pressure. This leaves our guy puzzled about what the master is up to. Well, Lady Crane, we all see through your intentions. You need that moment of peace to analyze something, and soon conclude that she detects no signs of internal arts training in him, except for his magical energy. Our guy then reveals the Divine Sanguin Heart Style was granted to him at level 12 by an admin known as Fallen Heir. Plus, he cleverly got those admins to give him powers. Using this ability improves his combat intuition. So, that's been his go-to since then. Seol is visibly upset, as this has clearly been misunderstood. She clarifies for Seung Yun that this ability was gifted to him by the tower, rather than being an internal art. Although it once was an internal art mastered by his sponsor before being transformed into a power. After that, our boy awkwardly asks the master to shift to a different position entirely. In that instant, she realizes she's gone too far and bolts away. Turning into a flustered wreck, she figures she rushed to confirm her hunches, completely losing her sense of propriety. Meanwhile, our guy just shrugs, saying he's not complaining at all. But Sola clearly isn't pleased. She erupts with fury, declaring that a dirty mud from the blood demon cult has no right to taint him with such disgraceful tricks. Witnessing her outburst, Han is reminded that this admin isn't as innocent and fluffy as she appears. After that, White Crane sternly warns her student to steer clear of learning any internal arts. She insists that Seung Yun already has a knack for gathering magic energy without needing to master internal arts, and the techniques he does learn will enable him to navigate through various internal arts without any hassle. Our fella didn't realize that was even on the table. But the admin reassures him. She claims the art she wants to teach doesn't require internal arts at all. Nevertheless, she goes on to show him her sword style, instructing him to watch closely and replicate. Han activates the combat skill while Seola showcases her swordplay. Radiating a pink aura, he realizes she's only ever revealed her gentle side and becomes convinced that she truly is the master of the Miram dimension. Out of the 7 white blade styles, Seola reveals the first one, the white blade, Gleaming Sea. She wields the sword gracefully, as if starlight flows through it, while our guy stares intently, mentally logging every move. Seola apologizes for moving slowly, explaining that's the minimum pace for the white Gleaming Sea, but Han confidently assures her that he can handle it. He observes the White Crane's movements and it appears she's bending space itself to trap and slice right through. Keeping that in mind, he grabs the sword, mirroring exactly what the admin did. Our guy inquires if he did it right, and White Crane is left wide-eyed, questioning what, in the 7 blades, that was. It then becomes clear to us that in every era or dimension, gifted savants have always emerged. They have a natural talent for learning that enables them to accomplish much more than the average individual. Savants effortlessly demonstrate a peak ability to understand, assess, and absorb knowledge on any subject. However, even geniuses like them must practice diligently to fully unleash their skills. In the present, our guy asks White Crane if he messed anything up. Meanwhile, Seola panics, gasping in disbelief, because Han just copied the white blade Gleaming Sea as if it were child's play. And in only one attempt. Yet, she calls out to Han, stressing that he has no clue about the significance of what he accomplished. She likens her 7 white blade styles to Hyuk Namong's divine heavenly blade forms. It's no exaggeration to say her style is far more intricate. White Crane reminds our friend that he mimicked 2 techniques from the Namong family's prized style. The Heavenly Gliding Blade and the Heavenly Soaring Blade, these are also part of the divine heavenly blade forms. Seola explains that her transcendent art consists of complex principles that give mastery over space itself. Yet, Seung Yun managed to replicate her white blade Gleaming Sea on his very first attempt with remarkable ease. In just one demonstration, he executed the same technique almost perfectly. Hearing this, Han is dumbfounded because Seola labels them fundamental concepts, but they don't seem easy to grasp at all. Lady Crane emphasizes that Seung Yun is a savant of intuition. It's due to his inherent intuition that he can understand its essence in a flash. She admits that this is quite rare. While our guy struggles to grasp her every word, Seola drops a bombshell, murmuring that it should only take him a day to learn most martial art techniques. Each martial art style comes with its own principles that a student must explore to truly absorb the style. Besides, since our guy doesn't require any theoretical lessons on principles, it appears he can simply observe and replicate techniques at will. Nonetheless, Lady Crane still instructs him in the usage of magic energy. After training, our guy reflects on how he mastered as many techniques as he could, including body, light step, and empty hand techniques, but the most effective by far turned out to be the 7 white blades themselves, especially the white blade gleaming like the sea, a technique that defies evasion by warping space itself to slice through the target. A luminous blade streaks across the sky, a thrusting technique designed to break through an enemy's defenses, and white blade space fold, a defensive move that warps the atmosphere around the sword. With that, the training session wraps up, and Han expresses his appreciation for his mentor. Lady Crane is thrilled that he's calling her master, and our hero takes his leave. She believes he's departing too early and encourages Han to stay as long as he wants, but he walks away, hinting that he has a hunch he'll be back. After he exits, Sewa is ecstatic and grins slyly at Han, referring to her as master earlier. She's also convinced that with his natural talent, he'll rise through the ranks at an incredible rate if he trains hard. After some time, our guy steps into the lobby of the 14th floor, feeling a twinge of guilt since he hasn't mastered all 7 techniques of the White Crane style at his current ability level. In the meantime, he's been fully utilizing the skill known as Demon Slayer style and enhancing it when the opportunity arises. However, in terms of Master's 7-blade style or Namong's divine heavenly blade forms, he just doesn't have enough power to integrate these new styles. Because of this, our hero decides to forge a new skill with his Power Sword Demon's Path, permitting users to cultivate their own unique sword-based abilities. By triggering Iron Blood, Sword and honing combat focus, Han has successfully elevated the divine heavenly blade form and the 7 white blade styles by dual wielding, but none of them are nearly ready to qualify as skills. Later on, Han remembers when Seola dropped a hint about a skill that requires a solid foundation built on a recognizable structure. Our fella contemplates transforming White Crane's blade styles into a base style, enabling him to layer the heavenly blade forms on top whenever he wishes. Simultaneously, he keeps in mind the principle behind dual wielding, that a powerful offense is indeed the best form of defense. Countless sword strokes carved shining arcs while a whirlwind of thoughts raced through the depths of his mind. Then, after deep contemplation, he creates a new skill. Hybrid Origin Blade, with remarkable effects. It provides additional buffs to the techniques of both sword styles while wielding them. Our dude is astonished to observe the skill. Even though he appreciates the idea of added buffs, he muses that it could be even better. That's when Han opens his inventory and finds the book of skills he obtained from the 13th trial. This book grants the user access to a grade B skill. With nothing to lose, our guy decides to give it a shot and flips through the pages. Eventually, a skill called Blood Spirit Demon Blade is conjured, endowing the user with demonic energy. Upon activation, the unique effect Double Strike is triggered, doubling the technique's effectiveness. To enhance it, Seung Yun employs skill synthesis, merging the Hybrid Origin Blade and Blood Spirit Demon Blade skills. Just like that, the skill Demonic Origins Blade is born. In a flash, Han steps onto the 14th floor with the trial goal of slaying all monsters in the lake within a week's time. He faces an enemy that towers over him, prompting Han to activate the Indomitable skill. Upon arriving on the floor, everything shifts completely when our guy stumbles upon Hyuk Namong, who has been waiting for him. Since he waited for Han, he wiped out all the pesky monsters on the 14th floor for him. However, he never showed up. Hook thought he may have gone to the wrong spot, but then his rival appeared right on cue. They both grin maniacally, as if they've been thirsting for this moment to arrive. Our hero unleashes his full might, activating every skill as they both charge at each other. Swords aglow. The clash between Hanung and Namong Hook kicks off. Our hero employs Sword Flame, which leaves Namong completely bewildered, questioning how he's wielding it. Seung Yun quips if he's already taken aback, as he has much more to display. With that, he delivers a kick to Huck after managing a cut on his cheek. Seung Yun's upgraded skills and maneuvers astonish Namong to the core, but he masks his surprise. Our hero inquires about his thoughts on his newly crafted S-rank swordsmanship skill, which is a demon sword art born from the fusion of several absolute divine arts. The author reveals that dual consecutive hits can unleash 2 additional strikes alongside the sword's original attack at the identical intensity of the sword assaults. Han Yun takes pride in this skill, feeling it's already overwhelmingly powerful. But our hero warns Namong Hook about the scar left on his face, saying it's going to haunt him until his last breath. Namong mends the scar as he leaps towards Seung Yun, ready to attack. The guy can't believe the sword skills Seung Yun is showcasing right now. The Qinggong technique. Straight from the Murims. Hyuk wonders why Seung Yun kept his martial arts under wraps before, but our hero clarifies he didn't conceal anything. He was genuinely afraid of kicking the bucket. Thus, he admits he learned it all just yesterday. This infuriates the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon, who thinks our guy is just as disrespectful as ever, bragging about mastering martial arts in a single day. Seung Yun boasts that someone once called him a genius. With that, our hero executes the moves of the Namong clan swordsmanship, leaving the Swordmaster reeling. The Blue Heaven Dragon loses his cool and questions Seung Yun. How dare he wield it without knowing his place, but our hero believes he should have made it tougher to imitate. Namong Hook charges at our hero, while Seung Yun admires his swordsmanship, the Qinggong technique, and even his unique movements. Our hero sees this as a top-notch lesson and thinks he'll memorize it well and utilize it later. Namong unleashes a fierce battle, creating a combat zone within a 30-meter radius that only allows Han Seung Yun and Namong Hook to enter. Hyuk thinks he has our hero cornered, but much to his surprise, our necromancer employs witchcraft to attack him, catching him off guard. Namong struggles to counter, and just as he plans an escape, the domain blocks his exit, which he violently breaks free from. Before he can flee, Seung Yun reaches him and strikes with such force that the merm guy goes flying. Our hero sees the murmur genius in a bad state and assumes he's done for. But to his shock, Namong Hook bursts into laughter, leaving Seung Yun questioning his sanity. Meanwhile, Namong admits that Seung Yun mastered martial arts and became strong in such a brief time, though he's clueless about how. The merm guy finds it amusing since he believes that even if our hero uses the tower's witchcraft, he'll recognize his strength. Alongside this, he reveals a stone. Han Yun swings his sword, wondering if this guy truly thought he'd let him do this. The floor-invading penalty relief stone is consumed by Namong before the sword could strike him. A blinding light erupts during this moment, and after a few heartbeats, we see Namong Hook walking out of the light, questioning Seung Yun if he ever wondered why he's known as the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. Seung Yun thinks he's toast as he nervously laughs. Namong Hook storms in furiously, insisting that strengthened sword chi isn't something someone like Seung Yun should witness, declaring that our hero should consider it an honor. Seung Yun's flashback takes us to the moment when the White Crane Swordmaster taught him about chi, which is basically using magic powers on your sword. It's a technique that enhances properties that disrupt the sword's very laws, while the sword flame represents a stage where you can add one of those properties. Strengthened sword chi is the next level, a type of ultimate essence allowing you to utilize the surrounding magical energy as well. Back in the present, we find Seung Yun utterly shocked as he was not expecting to see strengthened sword chi this quickly, and to his astonishment, this ability is ridiculously powerful. The sword's reach extends rapidly with strengthened sword chi, making it nearly impossible to approach it. Plus, the strong yet fluid movements of the strengthened sword chi are all erratic and menacing, as if the sword were transforming into a live dragon. Our hero realizes he underestimated Namong and recalls the sword enlightenment. While listening to the teachings of the White Crane Swordmaster, Seung Yun felt that Mim's master had skipped some growth stages in their enlightenment. Observing Seung Yun tensed up unlike before, the Marim guy mocks him as our hero regrets not finishing this with full strength right from the start, knowing it's about to get chaotic now. Han Seung Yun activates the authority Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art and warns Namong to brace himself since he's going all out. As Namong Hook approaches him, Seung Yun wields the white swordfold Emptiness, leaving the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon utterly dumbfounded, pondering where else Seung Yun has pilfered martial arts from. The Merm guy struts around confidently, believing all struggles are futile against boosted sword chi, as Seung Yun taps into the skill of fighting concentration, amplifying his focus 20-fold. Our hero stealthily approaches Hyak, but ends up landing a terrible blow to his gut. And just as he attempts to stand, the Merm guy launches a ruthless attack. Fortunately, Han skillfully dodges the blow. Our hero is taken aback to see Namong's fortified sword chi adapt to the white swordfold Emptiness. With that, he triggers the skill, Ash and Blood, but before he can unleash it, the Blue Heaven Dragon delivers a fierce kick, sending our hero flying backwards. The brutal impact with the ground makes our guy spit blood, while Hawk is determined to strike again. Han endures that immense attack, leaving the Merm guy absolutely stunned, as he never believed our hero could stand toe-to-toe with him. Taking this into account, the Swordmaster opts to wrap things up as he thrusts the sword at our hero, who's still not ready to throw in the towel. Not just yet. Seung Yun invokes the skill counter shield and releases all the absorbed damage in one go, because after all, his hard work to reach this point, our hero isn't going down without a fight. Seung Yun's strike doesn't faze the Swordmaster, catching him off guard, and before he even realizes it, Hawk's sword cleanly severs his head from his body. The skill Last Stand activates, negating Sun Yun's critical wounds, heightening all his senses momentarily. Though this skill has a cooldown of 1 week. Thanks to this bonus skill gifted on the 12th floor, our guy's head reconnects to his body. As he regains his bearings, he taps into another reward from the 12th floor, activating the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown's exclusive effect. Ghost Magic. Due to the Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown, Han's mind begins to be subtly poisoned. Hence, the power of a serene mind is engaged strongly. Our hero commits to using every trick up his sleeve, summoning necromancy to overpower the merm guy, who is furious to witness this sorcery as he swiftly dispels it and grabs Han Yun by the throat. The merm guy constricts Han with one hand while wielding his sword with the other to again strike Arlella's head. However, before he can carry that out, his body trembles uncontrollably and he becomes immobile. Suddenly, Hai collapses to the floor, while our hero recalls what he previously mentioned regarding the scar on his face. The scene leaps back to Hyok's childhood, showing a young Hyok standing guilt-ridden before his parents, as his father yells at his mother, questioning why their son can't even execute basic moves, doubting if the kid is genuinely his bloodline. Meanwhile, the purple-eyed boy senses he enjoys speaking with his sword, and one day he encounters his grandfather for the first time, who observes him forging a path with the sword rather than sticking to conventional moves. The grandfather considers his grandson a prodigy. From that moment forward, Namung is nurtured by his granddad, the legendary Sword Supreme. Consequently, the merm kid begins to develop in an extraordinarily unprecedented manner. After gaining strength, Namung boldly approaches his father to inform him he has handled the blood cult disguised as travelers. The poor boy anticipated praise from his father. Yet instead, his father scolds him, advising that he should dedicate himself to nurturing his heart instead of killing, and insults him. This leaves a deep emotional scar on Hyuk Namung. Fast forward to the present, we see the ancient emperor's ash crown shattering after exhausting its durability. Namung lies there, groaning in agony, urging our hero to finish it. Yet, Sun Yun sits across, reflecting on how they initially would have never crossed paths. But two different souls from separate dimensions engage in such a battle. Sun Yun concedes that the fight is painful, but finds it amusing that our hero enjoyed the clash. Our hero muses that, if they had been allies instead, they would have shared their triumphs and glories rather than fighting it out. This leaves Namung stunned at first, and then in disbelief. He can't fathom that Sun Yun still harbors such thoughts while climbing the tower, prompting him to share something amusing. The merm guy discloses that the reason he ceased climbing the tower and invaded the dimension was not merely for the thrill of taking our hero's life. However, after gaining divine powers, he found himself at odds with a particular god, fearing for his life. He claims that the chosen ones must confront divinity. Once they do, they're bound to encounter gods in various forms. The Swordmaster warns Han that he'll soon have to confront divinity. However, if he ascends the tower with such a reckless mindset, then even divinity itself, our hero won't stand a chance in preventing the gods from obliterating his world. Upon hearing this, Han Seung Yun stands firm in his disbelief. He believes that anyone who threatened his life will be eliminated by him. With that said, our hero charges at Namung one last time, ultimately bringing about his demise. The skill, Truth Seeker of Blood, activates as the system cheers for Sun Yun for conquering the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. The reward for passing, Boots of the Wind Spirit, is now being added to Hans's inventory. Alongside that, our hero receives 10,000 points as a bonus, as well as a pass reward totaling 4,000 SP. Additionally, he acquires 4,000 SP, with the Burrowing Heaven Sword being transferred to his inventory. The system directs Han to the waiting room, where a myth foundation has been successfully set up, and divine authority is activated full force. As the system evaluates the myth based on actual outcomes and the believer's faith, the battle-tested warrior myth is complete, amassing divine power. From this moment on, the effects of Indomitable and Reverse will be tied to Han's divine management. Our hero absorbs the spirit of the challenger, Namung Hook, boosting his proficiency by 47% and elevating his unique trait, Necromancy, by 1 level. The True Blue Heavenly Sword's exclusive blood consumption effect is triggered, as Namung's blood gets absorbed, causing the item to reach a higher tier. The system announces that Hyok's blood is being absorbed, engraving the skill, strengthening apprehension into the exclusive blood consumption slot. Our hero figures he has a great new addition to enhance the sword's flame. At this point, he realizes his clothes are beyond repair. Thus, Sun Yun decides to go shopping on Earth. While he ponders this, the system interrupts him, revealing that the admin Iron-Blooded Monarch has some fine armor she wishes to sponsor for her contractor. Furthermore, the White Crane Swordmaster acknowledges that martial arts robes would better suit the contractor's fighting style. Sunon, upon witnessing this, proceeds to the Iron-Blooded Monarch, astonished by the admin's house design. Once inside, The admin praises him for his impressive accomplishments. To commemorate this milestone, in overcoming a difficult challenge, she presents him with a gift, which appears to be a pendant. Initially, our hero thinks she's giving him armor, but he's interrupted by Ironblood, who clarifies that once he infuses some magic into this necklace, the armor will equip itself. The admin advises Seung Yun to use it outside the tower just to be safe, and after expressing his gratitude, he ventures off to meet the White Crane Swordmaster. Our hero greets his master, the White Crane, who looks rather displeased that Seung Yun didn't come to her first. While he apologizes, the admin hesitates, seeking Han's permission to do something, expressing her desire to style his hair. Our hero, processing her request, feels uneasy, convinced that only a trained hairdresser should handle hair, noting she doesn't even have the tools for it. The White Crane Swordmaster reveals that the White Sword, 7 techniques, are perfectly suitable for that task. With that, she cautions Han to stay still if he doesn't want any mishaps. Before Seung Yun could voice his objections, she's already snipped his hair. And surprisingly, it turns out looking quite good. Our hero compliments his master, who blushes but tries to remain composed. Afterward, she begins pushing Seung Yun towards the exit, handing him an item that will facilitate wearing the martial artist robes she mentioned earlier. The White Crane Swordmaster nervously wishes him luck, and Seung Yun senses something off about this situation. Entering the waiting room of the 15th floor, the system begins its finalization, and the command quest opens up. From this point onward, our hero can accept multiple quests from the administrators, replacing personal trials with tasks based on the administrator's life record. Upon completion of a quest, Seung Yun is eligible for rewards issued by the respective administrator. Yet, he can only take on a single quest per floor. Now our hero understands why the administrators have been so friendly towards him. It was all part of their plan to hire him for their quests. However, since Seung Yun is juggling a ton of responsibilities, he decides to take this one step at a time and examines his newly acquired myth. The myth of the battle-tested warrior activates an ability, Indomitable, linked to divine forces, allowing our guy's body to operate at full power, no matter how he feels. Another ability, Reverse, is also tied to divine influence, and when triggered, our hero can gain even greater boosts, the worse off he is in a fight. We witness people as they experience the second interdimensional invasion of Earth, showing footage from yesterday in London. The supervisor informs his team that the chaos began when a challenger from another dimension summoned a mysterious black orb in the skies over London, UK, unveiling alien beings made of magical energy, who, after wreaking havoc, vanished without a trace. The dimension invader retreated into the black orb and hasn't shown any signs of stirring since. Yet the ominous black orb continues to grow, raising alarming fears of another massacre. The supervisor thinks that if they want even a chance at preventing this senseless bloodshed, they need to urgently get the Korean Hunter Association on board. One hunter points out the lack of urgency during the Shinjuku crisis in Japan, questioning why the association is so eager to help this time. The supervisor tries to explain when Han Seung Yun jumps in, declaring it's all about the cash since the Shinjuku crisis was a way bigger deal. Our hero believes that ever since then, the association has been doing pretty well financially. All eyes turn to Seung Yun as he speaks, while the challengers whisper about him amongst each other. After the meeting, our guy meets Han, who apologizes for leaving the tower without saying goodbye and feels happy to see him. Han accepts the apology but requests that he be a bit more thoughtful towards his partner. She then inquires about his combat gear, and Seung Yun informs her that he's wearing it underneath his clothes. Their chat is interrupted as a guy announces that any challengers wishing to join the London relief mission need to board the charter flight this way. Seung Yun turns around, prepared to get on the flight when Hyeon stops him, revealing she has a better plan. Han has a little upgrade from climbing the tower, explaining that some of the support spells she learned involve spatial manipulation. The black-haired girl informs Seung Yun she can now teleport anywhere she wishes as long as she has the right coordinates, and she even got the green light from the association. Seung Yun is informed that he's been chosen as a target for the support spell teleportation, which means he'll be moved to the coordinates set by the caster. With that, they activate the teleportation. Meanwhile, back in London, we see the magical summons from a day ago emerging again as the challengers ready themselves for the next wave, with the Spire as their top priority to protect. A senior challenger instructs the rookie to keep his focus on the portal while he engages in battle, emphasizing they can't allow any contaminants through, or they're all done for. The rookie panics when a monster charges at him, but just before it can get to him, it is swiftly taken out by Han Seung Yun and Hyeon, who materialize out of the portal. At that moment, the rookie apologizes for his inability to better defend the magic circle, while Han reassures him, asking, "When did this start again?" The senior challenger steps up, looking thrilled to see them, calling them their knights in shining armor and apologizing for not introducing himself sooner since time is of the essence. With that, He suggests they leave the situation to them and join the other chaperones at the meeting point. As he instructs the rookie to guide their guests downstairs, Seung Yun, upon entering the hall, realizes this is clearly a large-scale support mission, but for some reason, our hero senses that the Brits from the Spire of Mages aren't exactly thrilled with the situation, while folks outside are risking their necks. The bigwigs down here are busy talking about pointless topics. The elderly gentleman in charge kicks off the discussion but is left speechless when he notices Han Seung Yun. Unprepared for this encounter, he feels honored by this unexpected reunion. RG recognizes the senior as the one he saved during the trial on the 13th floor. After the old man fills Seung Yun in on the current events, Argy takes it upon himself to simplify things. According to this elder, that ominous black sphere outside is a super high-level barrier that can't be breached by hundreds of mages, unleashing their magical might against it. Ironically, the old man managed to break through when it was much smaller, which is how they halted the first wave. But since then, they've had no luck even putting a scratch on it. The challengers present can't help but gossip, puzzled over why Elder Taylor, the old man, relinquished his top seat to Seung Yun. They can hardly believe their eyes. But Elder Taylor rationalizes that this high seat is a small price to pay for the nation's safety and protection. He'd even kneel before our hero if needed, since the others haven't seen what he did in the Tower of Trials. Elder Taylor believes Han Seung Yun is no ordinary fellow, and with that thought, he seeks his insight regarding the situation. Asking for a solution, Seung Yun boldly declares that there's only one choice. He must annihilate the black orb. Everyone gasps in disbelief, whispering among themselves. However, our hero clarifies that he has one condition. He wants all the rewards promised to everyone down here for himself, and he means every single one. If they agree to his terms, he says he'll obliterate the orb. The challengers grow anxious, realizing their rewards are at stake. Although Elder Taylor hesitates, he asserts that such terms should be hashed out through proper channels. Yet Seung Yun is fine with waiting. But he fears that at the current rate, by the time they finish discussing it, those channels may vanish, along with London itself. Our hero plans to take action, even if everything doesn't go his way, but he thinks it's always nice to walk away with a little something for himself. Elder Taylor accepts Seung Yun's terms and promises him the rewards, wanting the orb destroyed in exchange. The challengers attempt to interrupt, insisting he should reconsider, but the deal is sealed since Seung Yun has agreed. Our hero activates the pendant, and his outfit transforms into a murmuring garb. Just as he's about to leave, Han calls out to him, but he simply smiles, confidently believing this won't take long. Seung Yun triggers the unique effect, Way of the Wind, from the boots of the Wind Fairy, and darts off at lightning speed, leaving the challengers in shock. As he approaches the orb, our hero realizes it's much larger than he anticipated and decides to dive right in. Han Seung Yun unleashes the skill Sky Cleave, which enables him to shatter the magic energy itself, requiring a greater magical expenditure based on the target's resilience. With Sky Cleave, our hero removes the limitations on which targets can be destroyed. Just like that, he drives his sword into the barrier with relentless force. The realm starts to fracture, and our hero feels elated to discover that it's possible to obliterate magic energy itself. With one final, breathtaking strike, Han splits the realm wide open like a god, stepping into the spectral realm, the void. Upon entering, he's puzzled about what this spectral realm entails, as it seems the interior of the sphere is treated as a completely separate dimension. Soon after, Han activates the skill, Third Eye, only to find himself surrounded by terrifying creatures. It's known that all beings, except the master of the spectral realm, are subjected to horrifying illusions that no skill can dispel. Han is expected to lose all sense of direction and will be unable to use any sensory skills in this realm. Additionally, he faces an 18-point drop across all stats as a punishment. Suddenly, our boy is attacked by creatures that manage to inflict injuries upon him. Seung Yun panics, questioning what kind of illusions can inflict physical harm. To regain clarity, our boy activates the power, Clear-Headed, thus lifting the effect of the spectral void. Han's magic resistance skill shakes off his sense of direction and some skill limits. With that boost, our hero springs back stronger, ready to take on the illusions. Creatures leap into action as Sun Se-Yun's wounds magically close up. He notices that the outfit gifted by White Crane magically mends itself using mystic energy. Just then, someone appears from the shadows, astonished by Han's incredible talents. Our guy takes a brief pause, impressed that someone from a trivial little dimension could boldly penetrate a spectral realm. Before that eccentric can finish his words, our guy swiftly lops off his head. Though it's a clean cut, the man claims it was all part of his grand prediction. Suddenly, a radiant light bursts forth, and Han powers up with the mythic hero comeback, wrapping his holy energy in an effect of invincibility. The beheaded sorcerer's illusions fill the space, and he expresses sheer disbelief, convinced our boy can't possibly be a disciple. The man is let down and wonders what kind of god would deign to inhabit such a lowly dimension like Earth. In that split second, Han wields blood manipulation, while the man unleashes a hex of invisibility. The illusions blur to evade detection, while our guy's blood prowess surges forth, piercing right through the illusions. The sorcerer warns Han that even if he bears the mark of a divine disciple, he'll regret trespassing in a sorcerer's domain. Meanwhile, our guy figures out that the speaker is merely another illusion. The actual sorcerer is hiding somewhere, beyond reach. The illusionary sorcerer then strikes at Han with a hex from the depths of swampy mischief, bringing forth strange flying creatures, making it clear that he won't let him escape death. But our guy turns the tables by activating the shield of Retribution, using it like a baseball bat. Just like that, he swats those pesky creatures away, sending them spiraling. While Han is busy swatting bugs, he realizes the crafty sorcerer is merely stalling for time. Our guy feels he's close to finding him. Even though this place is bigger than it appears from the outside, it's still bounded. He's sure there's a smarter way to handle this. But to wrap things up quickly, he decides to eliminate everything in one go. Just like that, Han unleashes all the damage absorbed in the Shield of Retribution and activates his marked skill, Enhanced Vigilance of the True Sanguine Demon Blood. He deploys the unique effect of Dual Mirror Strike through the skill. A torrent of energy erupts as he strikes with his sword, sparking an explosion within the spectral realm. The realm shakes violently, and our boy's might smashes everything to bits. At last, the true sorcerer is revealed. The sorcerer quakes in agony, drenched in blood. He questions Han. What business does a monster like you have in such a petty dimension? Our guy is thrilled the conversation is direct, and bluntly orders the sorcerer to obliterate this black orb, known as the Spectral Realm. Essentially, Han is demanding the sorcerer to destroy his own domain, freaking the man out as he recalls the blood, sweat, and tears spent creating this space. But alas, our guy can't stand excuses. He activates his skill, Blood Prophet, along with Pain Amplification, making the target feel everything double. The sorcerer finds himself trapped in torment and screams in agony, whining that he's had enough. Yet, his pride is undeterred as he tells our boy that he'd show mercy if he had any inkling of his true identity. The man reveals himself as the future Grand Sorcerer of the Empire, an unrivaled genius of magical knowledge. Nonetheless, our guy doesn't take his words seriously and twists one of his arms, dragging him through hell. Our merciless boy makes it clear he will not ask again, and the sorcerer squeals for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Han then questions him about his name, his dimension of origin, and his purposes here on Earth. The sorcerer dodges the questions, but our guy isn't having it, and threatens him to answer without hesitation. The man ultimately reveals himself to be Seidel from Ari's dimension, confessing that his mission on Earth is to earn faith from the inhabitants of this world. Han presses for clarity, and Seidel ridicules our guy, asking if he arrived without the slightest hint of understanding. However, our boy's patience has run thin, and he delivers a fierce kick, shattering Seidel's ribs. Seidel begs him to end this madness and explains that ancient texts found in hidden repositories show how magnificent mages and wizards transcended their mortal limits through faith. The unwavering faith of these devoted believers swirled within their hearts, transforming into sacred energy that created circles, eventually enabling a select few to ascend to the sixth circle, earning the prestigious title of Grand Sorcerer. Our protagonist asks Seidel how he manages to cultivate faith among people. The mage responds that one method is through sheer terror ignited by absolute power, or the chilling fear that stems from merciless slaughter. Quite an effective approach, indeed. Seidel admits he chose the earthly realm because holy energy mixed with the presence of another deity cannot enhance the capabilities of a mage. Why would he lower himself by stepping into a godless dimension? Han summarizes that the sorcerer committed horrific acts just to sharpen his skills, labeling him as worthless. He moves on to his next query, asking Seidel about the god of testaments and the god of battle. The mage admits he's unsure if such gods even exist. However, he seems to have a death wish when Seung Yun catches him lying through his dragon eye. Even on the verge of death, our guy senses that Seidel definitely has knowledge about the deities, and a vengeful desire arises as he lifts him up. He understands that no one would part with vital information without a fight. Thus, our guy opts to intensify the pain and activates torturers as a brutal method of interrogation. Poor Seidel's body contorts as he endures unspeakable torture, with his bones cracking one after another, blood spilling everywhere. Han is driven to madness, waiting to see just how much more Seidel can endure. Ultimately, Seidel is brought to his breaking point and begs Han to cease this agony. Our guy manages to extract information from him, albeit in a grisly manner. Han Seung Yun then recalls how much he learned about divinity, magic, and the god of testament thanks to Seidel. along with various nuggets of information about the Ares dimension. Our guy appears weary after inflicting torment on others and realizes that it's been 7 hours since he entered this realm. All that cruelty has taken a toll on his mental state. Nonetheless, Han starts to understand the true nature of divinity. First, merely possessing divinity does not make one a god. Secondly, divinity can only be accumulated by unlocking a bodily organ for magic, referred to as Dantian in Muram and circles in Ares. Holy energy derived from divinity is the purest form of magical energy, serving the user's commands with unparalleled responsiveness. In simpler terms, holy energy is the essence of magical energy. More importantly, gathering this energy allows the user to achieve exponential power gains, as it reacts sensitively to their intent. This enables the user to reach skill levels that would otherwise remain out of reach. Han finds it disheartening since he can't comprehend how to utilize it effectively, and comes to the realization that he has a long journey ahead of him in mastering sword auras. He also uncovers 2 methods to store holy energy within one's heart. The first method involves breaking down and refining magical energy, which is demanding and labor-intensive. A potential solution to this issue is to harness faith as a resource. Whether through admiration or fear, being the focus of intense faith will channel that faith into the heart, at least according to what Sidel discovered while investigating the ancient texts he mentioned. The scene shifts to a flashback of Han torturing Sidel earlier. He reveals that an oracle was bestowed upon him by the priest serving the god of battle. Our guy gets a hint about the god of battle, and he had no clue they were so intricately involved in all of this. Seung Yun recalls when the god of Testament warned him against placing his faith in other gods, as it risks inciting the wrath of other deities. Our guy is puzzled as to why some gods would consider him an enemy when his only experience with them has been through random messages, but there's no denying that the god of battle's animosity is dragging Earth into the fray. This infuriates Han, because if this continues to escalate, the god of battle will ultimately become his nemesis. Just like that, our guy absorbs Sidel's lifeless soul and his blood to inscribe the marked skill. Imbue soul ego. Han feels that if he is indeed planning to oppose the gods, he's got to stockpile as much holy energy as possible. Nestled in a mansion, our guy figures he's had his fair share of rest over the last few days, which means the tower is about to call on him again. He suddenly remembers what the girl mentioned about this mystical pouch that landed next to him. A super rare item, and to handle it with care. So, our boy snatches the hefty pouch to uncover the latest goodies. He stumbles upon a skill proficiency potion, a random skill book, a stat enhancement potion, and plenty more. In the end, he feels it was totally worth the trade with the Brits. If anything, they definitely got the better side of the deal. Han is convinced they'll derive a ton of valuable insights from examining that thing for research, thinking he should have claimed his slice of the pie at the very least. Later, he glances at his hunter identity card and sees he's an A-grade hunter now. He reminisces about when hitting A-grade felt like a dream come true. Yet, Han seems a bit bummed, questioning if he wasn't skilled enough to reach S-grade and cursing those penny-pinching associations. It's then revealed to us that post-mission, Seung Yun was invited to host a press conference with the British Hunter Association, even being offered direct British citizenship. He practically became a star overnight. Then, the same thing played out when he landed in Korea. He was showered with all sorts of perks like tax exemptions and other fluffy benefits just to woo him. But honestly, fame and riches on Earth have lost their luster for him. Our guy reflects that no matter how wealthy or renowned he gets, it won't count for much if some intergalactic invader wipes out the whole planet. He keeps his focus on what truly matters, his growth. Plus, he feels this urge to protect the world against divine beings. This is why he craves total power. Then Han remembers what Seidel said about holy energy being the purest and most pristine kind of magical essence. Our guy tries to replicate that. Each time he succeeds in refining magical energy up to a certain point, but it proves much tougher than he'd imagined. Nothing he tries seems to purify it enough to morph it into holy energy. If it weren't for the hero's blessing, he'd be totally lost. Thanks to this blessing, Han already has some holy energy within him. So, at least that's something. From his limited experiences inside the void, it looks like generating a sword, aura, or casting spells using holy energy is impossible, no matter how much willpower, faith, or determination he puts into it. It's similar to when he was known as the comeback hero and vampire slayer. Perhaps his holy energy was influenced by all that faith surrounding him back then. Han figures that, if that's the case, there's not much he can do to wield holy energy effectively on his own, right now. In that instant, his time on Earth wraps up, and our guy heads back to the Tower of Trials. Deep down, he knows the answers to his questions must lie further up the tower. So, Seung Yun steps into the 15th level of the trial. They call themselves the Acolytes of the God of Darkness. Their mission? To smite the filthy heretics who reject their shadowy savior. The hunters can't shake the chill these monsters bring. as they have never encountered anything like this in their lives. Those hunters appear to be part of a party, wondering why their leader even took on this wild contract. Regardless, a big fellow yanks open the tent flap and angrily shouts at someone to drag themselves up and out of the stinking bunk. The big guy emphasizes that he won't tolerate any dawdling in his camp. Surprisingly, the person being yelled at is Han Seung Yun, interrupting our guy's precious downtime. Poor Han barely settled in and wonders if that giant is some kind of orc or what. The soldier frantically asks Han if he's been living under a rock and questions his ridiculous outfit. The soldier warns our guy that the crusade is about to kick off. Upon hearing this, our guy presumes a holy war must be underway in this trial. The ground trembles, letting Han know the trial has begun, aiming for victory within 17 days, which is their deadline. Our guy gazes at the hunters and estimates there are at least a few thousand gathered. Meanwhile, the soldiers rally around Chief Real, ever ready, promising rewards once they achieve triumph in this sacred war. The soldier confides in Han that Chief Real is the courageous leader of their mercenary crew, a rare aura wielder among them. The soldier exclaims that those heretic scoundrels are closing in fast, and the troops are eager for a fight, ready to let darkness deal with the fanatics who honor the false battle god. Our hero attempts to digest this news and sums it up. He was enlisted as a mercenary by some shady followers of the dark god, battling the devotees of the god of war. That's when our guy beams with determination, ready to embark on his special mission path as a commander. He needs to earn their respect as a mighty leader by proving his worth to the mercenaries. We know that Real dedicated her life to mastering blades, which allowed her to guide a renowned merc band. Without noble backing, the battlefield became her sole chance to show her true capabilities. Real faced countless wars, dodging death's grasp time and again. One day, she attained the status of an aura user, a peak only achieved by true knights. Yet, her lack of formal training using her aura left her with limited ways to sharpen her extraordinary skills, chasing fleeting moments of clarity amidst endless battles. In the midst of the chaos, Chief Real lunges forward with her sword, and as she cuts through foes, it hits her that there's no end to the enemy ranks. Even from a distance, it's clear they number well into the thousands. Meanwhile, their allies barely total 700, including those wretched corpses summoned by the Dark Priests. And the chief knows these odds aren't what the Dark Priests promised. At this rate, they're teetering on the edge of defeat. Just as Real charges ahead to strike the enemy, suddenly a towering monster emerges. The cowardly soldiers are ditched behind, and a siege golem appears amidst the fray. The soldier promptly alerts the lieutenant that Real is encircled by enemies and stands alone. Meanwhile, Renelle is barely able to raise her sword arm. In that instant, death flickers before her, prompting thoughts of an empty life wasted in vain. Mastery of the blade feels just out of reach. Tears well in her eyes as she contemplates that if she'd known this would be her fate, she'd have never joined this mad adventure. Just then, a miracle occurs. Our guy appears right on cue, slicing through enemies in a flash, leaving the chief momentarily stunned. He tells her he'll hold them off for the time being and urges her to retreat while there's still a chance. Rill is left speechless. Amidst the warfare chaos, she hears Han's voice, calm and soothing, cutting through the clamor surrounding them. She wonders if this is a vision conjured before death. Meanwhile, Seung Yun embraces his monstrous side, annihilating enemies with relentless precision and ferocity. Rain's eyes widen as she witnesses Han wielding an aura flame. The small fry in the Battle of Gods take notice of him as he slices through foes effortlessly, employing his newly acquired sword techniques. On the battlefield, Real watches in awe at the perfect blend of raw power, graceful elegance, and fine finesse. It feels as though she's watching a breathtaking performance. She blushes, mesmerized by our guy, having never seen such a spectacle. Meanwhile, our guy is reveling in the chaotic melee because this is what he's been waiting for. This means he can refill his stamina and magic energy by consuming dead spirits and blood. However, it's unfortunate that the necromancy skills only improve slightly with each kill. Not quite the significant growth Han hoped for. Like a ferocious beast, our boy relentlessly hacks through the monsters, absorbing new skills at random. Grinning, Seung Yun slams the ground with immense force, sending enemies flying. Suddenly, the urgency hits them, and the foes realize they must retreat rather than confront this terrifying monstrosity directly. The enemy releases siege golems to stop the disaster that is Han Seung Yun. Our warrior employs the 7 white blade style, white blade piercing the sky, and in one powerful leap, he takes down the siege golem. The allies stand slack-jawed at the sight. Meanwhile, Renelle recognizes that the move Han just pulled off is the very same technique he used to save her life. She vividly recalls thinking it was as if he twisted and warped the very fabric of space, concluding that such incredible feats are far beyond mere swordplay. Meanwhile, our hero flawlessly slices through the golems, sending the army of the god of battle into a frenzy. They can hardly believe their mighty siege golems, the pinnacle of magical excellence, have been taken down in a single strike. It's utterly ludicrous to them. Clearly, they had received no news of an adversary of such power. And in that instant, a follower of the god of battle steps forward, urging his comrades to keep their faith strong, reminding them that no matter how powerful, the enemy stands alone. The crowd erupts with joy at the sight of their battle priest, Moir, making his entrance. Indeed, the battle priest has come to rally his followers, instructing them that they've yet to unleash the Church of Battle's secret art. He commands them to prepare the mass debuff ritual. Once it's initiated, even a full-fledged dragon wouldn't escape its effects for a while. Battle Priest Moir commences the mass debuff rite, encouraging his followers to eliminate one more heretic to claim victory in their crusade. Yet, this debuff hardly phases our protagonist as he continues to annihilate the enemy as if he were dancing on the winds. Even Priest Moir is left dumbfounded, gaping at how this incredible monster can brush off the mass debuff spell with such ease. He starts to wonder if Han might just be a disciple of their enemy god. Meanwhile, our guy swiftly stabs the battle priest, in an instant that the bald man barely perceives. Once he pierces through the priest, Han employs blood manipulation to strike at the other followers, expertly camouflaging his movements. The blood arrows hit the remaining priests, leaving them bewildered by the projectiles aimed at them. From Han's perspective, realizing that blood manipulation in plain sight might attract unwanted attention was akin to inviting trouble. This time, he devised a clever plan to keep it subtle. Essentially, he used tiny blood droplets to craft claymore mines that shredded the enemy to pieces. Our guy is nothing short of a genius. Still, a wave of panic washes over the priests as they realize that Lord Moir can no longer protect them, prompting an immediate call for retreat. The system informs Han that he has completed the trial's special objective, unlocking the path to command. As every combatant on the battlefield has become acutely aware of his presence, he also earns the title of one-man army. With our fella having single-handedly obliterated the enemy, he has quickly earned the respect of his allies. The lieutenant who previously admonished Han for slacking now shows him the way to the tent that will be all his. The big guy offers an apology to Seung Yun for his earlier impudence. Our guy brushes it off, knowing better than to expect anything less from an orc. Confused by being labeled an orc, he waves farewell since he's feeling quite worn out. Our guy strides into his tent, proud and triumphant, having taken down 1,000 foes, and now they're already treating him with admiration. Han reflects on the message received during the battle about claiming countless lives and harvesting just as many souls. He's been informed that he is gradually unlocking his potential as the god of death. He recalls experiencing something similar when his necromancy trait rose to grade A. While Han tries to grasp what this truly entails, he suddenly senses an anomaly and draws his sword. Just as the tent rips apart, Reel crashes down, landing flat on the ground. She's not shocked that Han is as sharp as she envisioned. Argy, flustered, informs her that she could have easily met her end here. Yet it's fortunate he didn't actually try to harm her. The chief expresses gratitude to Han for saving her life earlier, though our guy isn't pleased to have his privacy breached. Guessing that sneaking into someone's tent is a tradition in these parts, Reel becomes flustered, believing he may have misinterpreted the situation. Nevertheless, she insists Han is no common mercenary, and our boy finds himself at a loss for how to respond, since she witnessed everything that transpired on the battlefield. Thus, she won't be convinced without a solid reason. Even our guy admits that he may have gone a bit overboard on the field. Reel shares that the godlike display of his martial prowess was a sight to behold, a true marvel. She's convinced that an ordinary mercenary could scarcely achieve even a fraction of such greatness. With a fierce glare, she demands Han to unmask his true identity. That's when our hero dares to claim he's the disciple of the dark deity, a follower of their Lord and Savior. Deep down, he feels pressed for time, hoping she'd buy his outrageous tale. Reel starts to tremble, questioning if Han considers himself an angel, while our hero fears he's caught, believing she sees right through him. But to his surprise, Reel bows before the fearsome disciple of their god, seeking forgiveness for her earlier disrespect. Our guy panics and urges her to drop the formalities. He stresses the importance of keeping this under wraps for now, explaining that they wouldn't want to spy on their tail. Reinel calls him Lord, and asks Han if she truly deserves such critical information. Han continues to play the game, saying he must trust a genuine companion like her. Just then, the chief's face turns crimson as she finds herself in his embrace. That's where Han's second special mission, the Path to Admiration, kicks off. He must forge a bond with the top mercenary and mark her with an arrow only he can see. That arrow appears above Reel's head, now the leading mercenary in Han's camp. Since our hero has already tackled the path to command, it's time he found someone to help lead this haphazard army. To set things in motion, Han takes Rain's hands, confident that this challenge will be a piece of cake. While bro knows the art of smoothing things over, afterward, Seung Yun can't help but smirk. Having just hit triple digits in all his stats and absorbed a bunch of fresh skills, he decides to organize them while he has the chance and checks his skills list. Yet, Han notices that none of them stand out as especially useful at the moment. That's when skill synthesis comes into play. He activates the unique ability to forge new skills when suddenly, the power of Hero's Blessing interrupts, momentarily boosting his luck to a new level. Out of nowhere, light bursts through the tent, generating 3 new skills. Our guy is thrilled that this skill activated on its own, just like the time he crafted the demonic origins of blood. That reminds him he's not finished yet, so he selects the marked skill in the blood phage slot. The marked skill, Imbue Soul Ego, from the Vampiric Count. Upon imbuing an item with a soul ego, the item is possessed by a fitting soul. Han discovers it's a one-time skill that vanishes after use. It sounds good to him, especially since he might utilize another blood phage slot in the upcoming trial. Regardless, he activates the Imbue Soul Ego skill on the True Sanguine Demon Blade, and is prompted to select the item for imbuing a soul ego. With 2 swords before him, our hero figures he'll give one of his weapons a lively personality to aid him in battle. So, he opts for something he's been fighting with for a while. He selects the True Sanguine Demon Blade to receive the marked skill. He picks the weapon designed to evolve alongside him. Suddenly, the sword bursts into flames and becomes infused with the soul ego of Chaon Yudam, the 7th Blade Demon. Shortly after, the sword chuckles and recounts the oppression and disdain it had faced. Chaon's soul is now part of the sword. Feeling triumphant about rising again, it laughs and demands worship, declaring the blood demon Chaon Dam has returned. At that moment, our guy feels a bit of a twist because he wasn't anticipating a bloodthirsty maniac to take residence in his sword. Later, some hunters are honing their corpse combine technique when our guy strolls in, stealing the spotlight. The murmurs start up when they call Han a slaughterer. Despite his youthful appearance, the other soldiers can hardly speak of their battlefield experiences, concluding he's a true demon. They reckon that Han must have dispatched over 1,000 foes without batting an eye. Those soldiers steer clear of him, considering him a bad omen. Our guy finds it quite ironic that they, being darkness-worshipping cultists, are calling him a bad omen. Later, he enjoys a tranquil stroll under the moonlight. In contrast to that deranged maniac trapped in his sword, who starts rambling, the sword urges Han to pay attention to its pearls of wisdom, revealing how countless followers of the blood demon cult clamored for a moment of his presence. Our guy thinks this lunatic is just having a chat with himself, as he isn't paying any mind to a word of it. It's only been a heartbeat since Chaon escaped his torturous fate, and now he has to tackle his impertinent half-witted master, calling it a plight. Our buddy feels wounded and clarifies that he's no fool. It's just that he can't stand pointless chatter. Chaon is thrilled to catch Han in a chatty mood and inquires if he has 0 training in the arena of chi telepathy. But Han has no clue about such things and wonders if Chaon was ever a player himself. The sword scoffs, retorting to Han that he's just exposed his own ignorance. Once more, the guy brags away, proclaiming that there wasn't a single soul around who didn't know the notorious blood demon, Chaon Yu. Damned by his own fame, Seung Yun probes how far he's climbed in the Tower of Trials, and Chaon answers that his journey through the tower ended at level 41. A grin spreads across Han's face, because if this guy's telling the truth, he could be a goldmine of valuable intel. Forgetting Chaon's quirks, our guy feels he's about to become pretty darn handy. A light bulb goes off for Han, as he remembers that players who bite the dust at level 40 get to reincarnate as admins, and he asks Chaon why he didn't just pull a resurrection and work as an admin instead. The sword rumbles with fury and questions Han if he dares to suggest that he submit to the tower's will. Chaon opts for the oblivion of death over a meager existence that compromises his honor, a life unworthy of living. Our guy is taken aback by this bold sword. Han gives a fierce glare at the sword and admits Chaon Dam was quite the legend back in the day. But currently, he's just a soul ego trapped in his sword, putting this over-the-top character in his place real quick. That's when the sword shows off its blazing power, declaring that it knows full well. Chaon warns our fella not to confuse him with some inflated ego spirit. Rising up, it vows to lend its master, Han Seung Yun, its strength in every possible way. Deep inside, Chaon understands that his master is keen to assert his authority, acknowledging that Han possesses more grit than he initially gave him credit for. The soul ego confides that, before losing his corporeal form, he was a martial arts genius and master of countless techniques, granting whatever gift his master desires. The sword demonstrates its might, conjuring a fiery vortex and nearly obliterating everything in its wake. Our guy is left in awe of this power and admits he's got himself quite the useful sidekick. The sword perceives this as an insult and asks Han if he considers it just a simple tool. Chaon realizes they're from entirely different realms. Seung Yun shares that he's from the Earth dimension, unsure if Chaon has ever heard of it, and the sword dismisses it as a petty dimension. Guessing it must have only recently ascended, Chaeyon figures out it's been ages since his demise. Plus, the sword lacks the capability to fully contain the enormity of his mind. He worries he can't hold on to his clarity for long. Informing Han that he'll soon have some company, the sword concludes the conversation and requests its master summon it whenever necessary. Suddenly, Chief Reel comes barreling towards Seung Yun. Our guy is shocked she showed up in the dead of night, and Reel hastily warns him that the enemy has set an ambush. Furthermore, they're about to be overwhelmed by an elite squad of the Church of Battle's battle priests. Our guy beams, since things are getting more thrilling from here on out, and appreciates the Tower of Trials for always being full of surprises. Han strides past the chief and urges her to elaborate on this elite surprise attack unit. He's eager to kick off this holy war once more. On the battlefield, soldiers are being butchered as they safeguard the priests. The enemy seems focused on taking down their priests to dismantle the necromancy spells. The chaos is rampant since it's a midnight ambush. Our guy notices there are fewer foes compared to last time, assuming they must be a notch above the riffraff he faced previously. More crucially, Han realizes they're wielding powers, displaying blatant signs of holy energy, but certainly don't match his caliber. This time, the adversary is more ruthless and powerful as they behead soldiers, and Reel witnesses a lopsided massacre, her eyes wide with terror. She had no clue the enemy held such abilities. Suddenly, our guy grabs her and asks her to do him a solid. With his usual quick wit, Han urges Reel to keep believing in him, regardless of how intimidating the adversaries seem or how dire the scenario gets. With a charming smile, our hero claims he's got faith in her too. Poor Reel, flustered as ever, is ordered by our hero to rally their forces and keep the priests safe, because he knows this holy war needs the priests alive to see it through. Han's irresistible charm uplifts her spirits, and she resolves to do everything in her power to protect them all. This ignites a deep admiration within the chief for Han. Thus, he reaches the special goal of admiration. Chief Reel dashes alongside our hero, joking that if they cross paths again in this life, she'll owe him a drink at the very least. Our hero loves the idea and plans to gather a wealth of war tales to share during that drink. With a leap, Han triggers the Dark Wolf stride skill, boosting his speed by 100% in shadow, like a gust of wind. Our hero slashes through foes as if he were a specter, teaching a valuable lesson. Striking under the cover of night might just be their last mistake. The soldiers are caught in a whirlwind of chaos as enemies charge towards the healers, positioned at the back. The enemy brutally decimates the soldiers, prompting the lieutenant engaged in combat to bark orders for everyone to regroup because once they break ranks, they'll be picked off like lost pups. Just as the lieutenant takes a stab to the side, Chief Reel delivers a powerful slash, cutting the enemy in two. Rihel stands undeterred, convinced the lieutenant isn't likely to complain about a mere jab in his belly. The big guy seems just fine. While Rhiannon urgently instructs her troops to return to formation, the chief springs into action, directing the tank units to establish defensive positions, instructing the archers to unleash their full firepower, and ordering melee fighters to protect the healers at all costs. Han's army feels a surge of morale, ensuring their formation remains intact with a clear chain of command. The adversaries insultingly refer to them as filthy insects, asserting that victory belongs to the Church of Battle. They advance, setting their sights on grabbing the lady at the core of their ranks, while their soldiers rain arrows down. Outnumbered, the lads on the front lines appear to be nearing collapse. Yet the soldiers plead with the chief to send them into the fray. Chief Rhiannon firmly insists they maintain formation as their singular focus remains on protecting the priests without fail. She implores the soldiers to hold their ground, hoping that soon the tide will turn in their favor. Meanwhile, our hero, activating the Dark Wolf stride skill, ambushes the enemy at light speed, turning them into mere shadows of their former selves. Rennell is ecstatic now that Han the Slasher is in the fray. However, what surprises everyone is that our hero opts not to take lives, but instead wraps the foes in crimson magic ropes. Chaeyon, from within the sword, expresses his disbelief at such a foolish strategy. He questions Han's choice to squander his power on tying up ragged prisoners of war. Even the sword seems unfazed by the ruthless manner in which our hero has dealt with the enemy. Kaon muses that Sun Yun would have been a perfect fit for the Dark Path had he been born in the Merm dimension. Suddenly, Han's eyes widen as he notices a faint strand of magical energy reaching out to him. It dawns on him that it's chi telepathy, a method for voicing messages through magic energy. The ego of Chanu Dam expresses astonishment that our hero has mastered the skill of chi telepathy in such a little time, finding it hard to believe. While Han assumed it was manageable for anyone harnessing magic energy, the soul ego points out that he's essentially mocking countless martial artists in Muram as talentless hacks. The sword concedes that Sun Yun is nothing if not fearless, yet his confidence is well placed, given that only a true genius could invoke his soul. Our hero has no rebuttal for that, As Chan's soul recedes, the demon of slumber claims him. Just then, someone approaches Han, addressing him as Sir Swordsman, requesting him to come along, mentioning the Archbishop has summoned him. Upon arriving, the bishop refers to Han as the slayer of many and expresses gratitude that he chose to attend. Our hero suggests dropping the grandiose title and just referring to him as Nameless instead. The Archbishop finds this intriguing, realizing why the God of Darkness would be pleased to have a man like Han among his followers. While our hero feels quite complimented, the bishop dives right into discussing his reward. Without wasting any time, the bishop inquires about the extent of the reward Han is aiming for. Our guy seizes the moment and unleashes his skill, Absolute Charm. He then poses a bold question to the Lord Archbishop about the amount he's prepared to offer. Han shoots him a fierce glare, and with Absolute Charm in action, the Archbishop succumbs to a wave of fear. This chilling effect clouds the target's judgment and sharpens Han's focus. A rush of terror courses through the bishop, causing him to tremble. As the old man reluctantly grants Han the greatest honor he can offer, gripped by panic, he hands over the holiest relic kept by the Church of Darkness. Tears flow down the bishop's cheeks as the other priests start to panic, reminding him that non-believers should never touch sacred relics. But the Archbishop silences them, declaring their crusade will lead to a glorious triumph thanks to the Nameless One. Han Seung Yun, Bishop Canel is completely shaken, sensing an intense force hiding in Han's eyes, an overpowering aura of wildness that he cannot comprehend. It felt like his very soul was withering under the relentless gaze of a dragon. Yet, Canel believes this guy's sheer strength could shift the tide of war. The bishop then hands Han the sacred relic, a holy item that embodies the essence of God, and there's nothing more revered within the Church of Darkness. Our fella activates the dragon's eye to inspect the relic and discovers it's the seal of Dark Alms, granting a unique ability when stamped on the hand. The second relic is the Ember-devouring Night Shroud, with a unique effect that consumes all holy energy for resurrection. Our guy is amazed to find these are both SS-grade relics, but disappointment creeps in when Han realizes he can't take these treasures out of the level 15 trial, which is a true shame. Faced with this reality, Han feels reluctant to look a gift horse in the mouth. Yet there are no such things as lucky breaks in the Tower of Trials. He suspects that if he has snagged 2 items of such a grade he's never seen before, Seung Yun is certain the tower is about to unleash its fury on him. Our fella is already feeling the tension and grabs the items as Archbishop Canel believes he can handle the priceless worth of these relics. Just before Han exits, Canel warns him that any soul who flees from this impending battle will face the wrath of the God of Darkness. Our fella smirks back, claiming that a mere mortal like him won't run away before he's truly earned his place. Han departs, but the Archbishop is left in turmoil, sobbing over the sacred relics he just gave away. Meanwhile, Han looks quite pleased with his little heist against the bishop. Soon, Rhianelle calls out to him, hoping his chat with Lord Canel was worthwhile. Our guy thanks her, as it certainly was. But more importantly, he catches Rhianelle off guard by asking if she was waiting for him the entire time. She blushes and awkwardly suggests it's a great time to buy him the drink she promised. Rhianelle seems to have her own favor to ask, leaving our guy perplexed. Later, they are sipping on beers, and Rhianelle appears already tipsy. Our guy wonders if this is the strongest booze they have, as he feels no effects whatsoever. Not to mention, any drink in the tower potent enough to get him drunk would be lethal to anyone else, since his limits surpass those of normal humans. Now, the chief is curious why Han isn't even slightly drunk yet, and our guy replies that he prefers to keep his wits sharp for good company. Han then asks her about the favor she alluded to earlier. In that moment, a shadow flickers across her eyes, revealing Rhianelle's flashback. In the memory, Rhianelle's father begs the knights not to deprive them of food. The knights shove her father aside, referring to him as a lowly peasant. Little Rhianelle boldly strikes out against the knights for their mistreatment of her father. She also receives a kick from the knight for her insolence. Just like her father, the knight suggests she become a knight herself if she thinks it's so unfair, since peasants like her only have themselves to blame. Yanking free from her memory, Rhianelle summons her courage and hurriedly reveals that she needs a skilled instructor, pleading with Han to teach her the proper way to wield a sword. Meanwhile, our guy finally discovers what her favor really is. It's just a personal gig with no fancy objectives or rewards on the line. Han realizes he already snagged the special goal that had Rhianelle ordering him around, so there's nothing left for him to gain from lending her a hand. Plus, he figures it's best not to get too close to someone living in a world built by the Tower of Trials. He thinks it's simply a waste of time. Just then, Seung Yun stands up and bluntly turns down Real, outright refusing to help her. Right as our indifferent hero is about to walk away, the chief stops him and begs for his help. In a desperate tone, she mutters that she needs to reach her potential, no matter the cost. She slams her forehead to the ground in despair, bowing and pleading for his guidance. ready to do anything in return. Han can't help but smirk, convinced that the time spent isn't time lost. Later, Real radiates determination, but our guy tells her to take it easy. He appreciates her enthusiasm, but he warns that all that tension might hinder her flexibility. It applies to everything. Our guy spins her around, thinking what she lacks the most isn't just battle experience, but a boost to her magic energy system, known as Orathesis in this realm. Han places his hand on her back, channeling magic into her. Rionel feels a rush of energy flowing through her, as he teaches her to control it. It's like he's holding her hand through the process. She senses something familiar despite the subtle differences. With every little tweak, her magic pathways are optimizing more than ever, tailoring to Rionel's magic style and behavior. Han confirms he's crafted the ideal magic circulation system just for her. Now, it's up to her to practice this aura synthesis technique every single day. After their training, Han retreats to the tent to finally snag some personal time. He considers sorting through the rewards and pulls out his pouch. Flashback time. After he took down Seidel in London, the British Hunter Association showered him with an abundance of rewards. It was overwhelming to even count them. But the catch? It's all about quantity over quality. As Han wonders what to make of this pile of useless junk, he recalls a handy new skill he picked up from the last trial. With the perfect opportunity at hand, he activates the Iron Eater skill, which frightens him at first glance. This skill boosts the user's physical state when munching on iron. Yet, Seung Yun chomps on an iron staff. Once digestion is complete, his stats skyrocket instantly. To test this out, he bites into another iron piece, the heavenly iron gem, and coughs up a black sludge. It seems to be all the impure energy built up in his body. Surprisingly, Han feels lighter afterward. That's when he realizes he can't judge a skill by its name, because Iron Eater is incredibly useful. With a grin, he digs into the metal like it's a buffet, never imagining the day he'd relish munching on metal. Our guy devours 8 metal items in a row, his limit, and finds it somewhat underwhelming. When the skill finally shuts down, he digs through his coat and retrieves the sacred relic, the seal of the Alms, which has piqued his curiosity from the get-go. He discovers that branding himself with the seal might mean keeping its effects forever, even after he exits the 15th floor. Our hero isn't keen on the idea of a permanent mark on his skin, but the potential benefits seem worth the risk. That's when Seung Yun stamps it on his hand, and the item vanishes into the mark, erasing it from his inventory. A burst of vibrant energy flows in, leaving a mark on his hand. Suddenly, Han is bombarded with a wave of admin messages. They're in utter chaos, protesting against the Tower of Trials over how generous the seal of the Alms is. Our guy is astounded by the admin's explosive reactions to the mark on his hand. While they express outrage over the perceived injustice, they urge the tower to retrieve the seal immediately. Han is left scratching his head at the admin's overly dramatic responses. It feels as if the tower handed him a gift that was never meant for anyone. Just then, all notifications start glitching, revealing that the Tower of Trials is temporarily blocking admin messages. The tower issues a stern warning to all admins, declaring that any further oversharing of unauthorized info will lead to a ban on watching player Han Seung Yun's future trials. Clenching his fist, Han realizes there's definitely more to this sacred relic, and he's determined to uncover the secret it holds. That's when our hero raises his marked hand, triggering the unique effect of the Dark Alms item seal. He's asked to make an offering to a deity using the talents, abilities, and treasures he possesses. Han scowls at this strange demand, pondering why on earth he'd offer something to a god he might end up battling one day. Still, he figures it's probably a tradition to test out every new feature for himself. He pulls an item from his pocket plane and, lucky for him, he has a stash of items he intended to consume with Iron Eater. He starts off with his least valuable item. Just then, he's prompted to choose a god for the offering. In that instant, the system glitches, and Han senses something is off. It turns out no other divine presence is noted in his holy energy. He's recognized as an independent divine being, simply presenting himself for the offering. The little sorcerer's staff is accepted, and the next event blows Han's mind. The accepted item transforms into holy energy and settles within his heart. A bright light bursts from his chest, leaving our hero utterly bewildered. He can't wrap his head around how he just made an offering to himself. Yet, one thing seems clear. Han can essentially gather holy energy on his own, although he doesn't use it much. He bet he'll discover various uses for it as he uncovers new myths. For now, he collects as much holy energy as he can. And regarding the other sacred relic, the Ember of Night Shroud, he keeps it close by. Han believes there's gotta be a reason the tower gifted him these items. He's convinced a moment will arise when he'll need to depend on them. And just like that, new battles came daily, and soon Han racked up an impressive tally of victories. His mercenary and priesthood friends soared in morale, although they still felt quite lost without him. It turns out our guy was worrying for nothing. At this pace, this whole trial will wrap up before he knows it. Suddenly, the horizon shrouds in a crimson glow, and everyone is fixated on the sky. In that instant, the red energy cascades fiercely, plunging toward its target. It seems Han is the one targeted by this power smite, and the furious energy bursts through the sky. Our guy senses the impending danger and feels a chill. To avoid being obliterated, he activates the shield of Retribution for maximum protection. It crashes to the ground, annihilating everything in its path, while Han remains unharmed. Oddly, feathers drift through the air as a winged divine being descends. It turns out the god of darkness has arrived to deliver divine retribution. A wicked grin spreads across the creature's face, dripping with malice. Our guy, on the other hand, was spot on with his instincts. The god of battle expends a great deal of holy energy to summon his disciple, the aspirant Zurhan Envia. That's when the trial's difficulty crank up significantly for our guy. Han realizes it's the god of battle and sighs that it would be nice if he could get a choice once in a while. The god of battle seeks to crush the tower's arrogant mutt. Referring to Han, the god declares that through death, Han will learn humility, and his desire for godhood will haunt him as his final regret. It seems our guy has made the god furious, and now chaos is unleashed because the god wants nothing but Han's life. Even our hero realizes he won't survive unless he unleashes all his power right from the start. Han activates every skill possible and prepares to fight. Just when our guy thinks he needs to be quick, the divine being, in a flash, grabs his face and slams him into the ground. The power smite plummets from the heavens, striking Seung Yun. Before anyone realizes it, our main character meets his grisly end.